Remember the other day, don't you? All a bit excitable round here, you know. I was putting, buy wedding hat, arrange church, get flowers, because Ollie was going on a date, and it was all very exciting, and it's supposed to be tonight. Pizza Express, we were all going to go and hide at the other tables. I was going to masquerade as a waiter, coming up and then do the cod falling over and throwing the pizza onto her lap and doing all that kind of stuff. And I thought it's all very and then the news comes. It's off. The news, it's, and I can't understand. Yesterday it was on. What has happened between yesterday and now for it to all of a sudden be postponed for a week? What? Well, you don't look like Theresa May. I mean, unless Theresa May's grown a beard, so let's not worry about that. So how come it was on yesterday and it was all systems go and it was all very exciting and you had the money? I mean, do you not have the money? You have... Oh, you forgot your friend. Obviously not a very, very close friend, if you forgot them. And they had a dinner arranged. Well, I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. What you have to do is, because now she's all upset. So she's out there. She's probably, got herself done and had her nails done and stuff like that. Got herself done. In preparation, you never know. Probably bought a new frock from Argos or something. And she was looking for, and then you, have you told her? Yeah. Oh, you told her? Oh, right. So you just phone up and go, hey, babe, it's off. I mean, because if I was her, I'd be going, well, it's off next Thursday as well, pal. You can't just cancel that for a friend's birthday. A friend who you'd even forgotten about. Where are you going for the friend's birthday? Don't tell me it's jelly, ice cream and a magician. Please, I couldn't bear it. Oh, here we go. It's all coming. The truth is now. Friend texted earlier to say, she's ill. So now there isn't a birthday. He walks in, a minute ago there was a birthday dinner of a friend he didn't know. Now it turns out she's already sent a text and she's cancelling it anyway. Well, you can't phone her up now and go, by the way, remember it was off? It's on again. I'm so pleased to tell you that. I'd be going, sod off, put the phone down. I would. So, you'd forgotten that she sent a text? You think it's on again? Listen. Oh, this is just... I don't think... How can it a short notice? Now, she's probably postponed all the bits she was going to have done to go out with you, and you then cancel her because your friend is having a party somewhere like McDonald's, so you all end up with a Happy Meal and a little crown and everything else. Or sort of, I'm the birthday girl. And then the next minute, she's ill, probably gone down with diphtheria or something, or whooping cough, and you think that the other one's going to go, oh, I'm so excited to go on a date with you, Waddy. I don't think this is going to happen. And she's in radio. She'll eat you for breakfast, mate. She'll eat you. You know what women in radio are like? You don't tangle with them, I'm telling you. You can't just put it back on again. Not at this time of the morning. Go on, phone her now. Get her up on air. I'll have a chat to her. Hello, babes, what are you doing? So I got Ollie. It could be like one of those sort of set up blind date things, couldn't it? I got Ollie with me now. He's really sorry. But he says, if it's all right with you, he'd like it to be back on again. Click. No, absolutely not. No, you can't compensate by spending more money. You really can't. No, you can't. No, because listen, you are setting your sights high by going to Pizza Express. I mean, come on. I mean, I shouldn't imagine the majority of places that you've been out to, because he does eat food, but it generally comes in a polystyrene box. And he'll be standing on a street corner, propping up a doorway, packet of chips in one hand, old kebab in the other hand, dripping all over the place. I had a great night, Steve. Blooming fantastic. And so the girlfriend is where? I don't know. She's gone. So it's all off again. You think it's on again? She must think you're winding her up. I'm not holding out much hope for this. Really? Definitely going to be on next Thursday. You sure you won't find something to do between now and next Thursday? That's what worries me a little bit. I don't think you really fancy her at all, do you? I think you've gone off the idea. Top texter has nailed it. Says she's met a wealthier bloke. Money talks, losers walk. I mean, she might have done. Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, I think she's going to go off the idea. What have you said? Oh, right. But, I mean, how have you sold yourself to her? What does she think you do? Oh, here we go. What have you told her? It'll be lies. I can tell it'll be lies. Go on. You go on air a lot. Oh, right. Does she know the station you work for? She's a spy. She's a spy because the place she works for has got zero audience. They've got zero audience. They've got nothing at all. She's looking for a bit of insight. She's going to get you tiddly on 2 lemonades and a sarsaparilla, and then she's going to be saying, so, what sort of things you do on your programmes? That's what she's going to be doing. How old is she? How old is she? Is she 20s? You're a bit vague about your dates, aren't you? 20s. So what, 29? Mid-20s. So 20... Why can you not say 25? That's mid-20s. Oh, right, okay. She's a spy. I'm telling you, she's going to be picking your brains. If you start feeling a bit woozy halfway through the meal and you start thinking you're drifting in and out of consciousness, get a taxi as quick as possible. Get out of there. Because, you could be on a truth drug. Who's the most popular presenter at LBC? Steve Allen. Who's, yes. That's right, yeah. 4 a.m, you could turn up here. Look, I've got a friend in to see everybody. Hilarious. Hilarious. So are you going to phone her today now? Because actually... You're going home to bed, aren't you? So at what time do you think you're going to tell her? Like half an hour's notice? Oh, right. Oh, you think it's fine? Okay. Is she freelance then? Yeah, she'd have to be, I suppose, if she's going out with you. You never know when the date's going to occur, do you? It's either that or she has to feign illness. Poor soul. So I think you need to send a text before you go to bed, because if you're going to bed now, you'll be home, 5 o'clock, into bed 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That's 12 o'clock that you're going to be getting up. You're going to be a bit woozy. You'll be in no state of having a conversation at 12 o'clock. You're going to need to send a text now. All right, if it wakes her up, it wakes her up. It doesn't matter, because then she maybe can text you while you're on the bus. But at least you've sent the text, and then she's prepared, as opposed to being given, 4 hours notice. Have the date now. Where can you take her now? What's open now? She's going to get a kebab or McDonald's, isn't she? Yeah, McDonald's over there is open. No, I think you should definitely send her a text now saying... And the late clubs in Soho, she could still get a pina colada, or something like that. Sorry? Yes. No, I think you should definitely send a text now, don't you think? Because, and then then she'll go, oh, it's back on again. So-and-so. No, you should definitely... You can't leave it till you wake up. Well, it's caring because you've only just heard about it. I'm telling you now, because I've literally only just heard, we can go out tonight. If, unfortunately, she comes back and goes, well, I can't go out now, because I've arranged something else. But, she's Spanish. We've only just got round to this bit. She's now Spanish. So is she here on a visa? Or is she work experience? What is she on? Are you signing for her or something like that? What's going on? She's Spanish. Do you speak Spanish? That's going to make dinner very uninteresting, isn't it? So, por favor, paella. And all of a sudden you'll be going, Ollie. And that'll be it. Oh, no, I'm not sure about this one at all. Can you say anything? I thought you might have. One phrase. Oh, 2 beers my friend's paying. That'll go down so well, won't it? You really are the catch of a generation. Seriously. Honestly. It would make it easy if you were gay. Because that way you wouldn't need to... You could cut out Pizza Express. Just go straight home. There's no point in wasting money, is there? Goodness sake. Josh has suggested McDonald's on Charing Cross Road. Which you... Yeah, but I think you should say... So she's... Oh, I don't know. It's so complicated, this, isn't it? Excellent news for somebody else we know, actually. Yes. Yes. Which we're not talking about. We're not allowed to talk about certain things on this programme. Did you hear the story? I know that they all know this now because the producer let slip that Danny Dyer, the girl, in her latest book, says that her mother waxes her intimately. Down there. Yes. And apparently she was on all fours in the sitting room and her mother started waxing her. And I was thinking, now I know that men can go to places and get things done. And apparently just round the corner. Yeah, it's very common in London. It's like I don't know how much it is. I've got no idea, not a clue of these sort of things. Heavens above. Can't beat a good Bic razor as far as I'm concerned, you know. That was the old Dame Edna thing. She said she went into her daughter Valmay's bathroom, she said, and she had a Gillette lady shave, and it was chock-a-block. She said, because you have to do things like that, don't you? But anyway, I mean, you know, Spanish, apparently, is very common, quite normal. Not necessarily your mother doing it. Isn't that the odd... Can you imagine? And this is not a young girl. This is a 22-year-old allows her mother to wax her intimately. Seriously, I thought that would be a police matter or something. That's just not normal. I mean, it's not. I mean, I thought we all deserve to be a bit tidy as we get a bit older, you know. It is a bit like scrubland some of the time, you know. Sometimes you can sort of tidy it up a little bit, you know. A little bit of topiary. Write your name, which is quite nice and exciting. But not having your mother doing it, God in heaven, that to me, and that smacks of just something that's really even more peculiar than you could ever imagine. So send her a text message saying, listen, due to unforeseen circumstances, our date is back on again. And then, you know, and she can then wake up and go, oh, for he love me. You know, and then you could go out on the town. I wear my dress, and I do it. She might turn up like that, wearing a mantilla and a whole bit. She might could everything. It's a fabulous idea, I tell you. Have you decided what you were wearing? No. Black. I think black's a good idea. Black's a good idea, yeah. Well, it's very exciting. We can't wait for part 2. Because, I mean, seriously, somebody said, Stephen Mulhern said to me the other day, he said, the thing I admire about you, he said, you can go on air with nothing prepared and just keep talking. I said, yeah. And the more I get things like this, the easier it becomes. It's not complicated. Darren's going to go home and sort of cry himself to sleep over a burger, I should imagine. Do you eat at this time of the morning? He's got what? Oh, Cornwall. Sorry, I'm going to Cornwall. Do you think there's anything open in Cornwall at this time of the morning? Do you think they have kebab shops and stuff like that? I don't know. I love the way that he actually said to you, have you heard of Liscard? Like, never. But, never been. We went there as a child. We went to Mevagissey. And we were sold it on the fact that they have yellow ice cream. He's been to Penzance. So you have been to Cornwall. Yeah. But you wouldn't, it's a bit unremarkable, Penzance. Mevagissey's a very pretty little harbour. And my parents, we had a caravan. God knows why. But, and they said you get yellow ice cream because it was made with, I know, that's what I thought straight away. But, no, they make it with sort of, cream and everything else. And it was distinctly yellow compared to white ice cream, which was the synthetic stuff. Nice ice cream, but, you know, apart from that, unremarkable. But as kids, it's great, you know, bag of chips, you're happy, aren't you, really? And, what did you go to Penzance? With your parents, or you went as an adult? A gig? Oh, wow. A gig. Oh, look, well, that's a long trek, isn't it? All the way from Edinburgh. Good God in heaven. Mind you, the motorways were full of transit vans going backwards and forwards, weren't they? And people meeting up going, hello, you know, where are you off to? We're going to Penzance. I've got to take a break. The boys are going, and Ollie's going to go and do his text message. Yeah, you have to do it. You can't leave it too late. Give her enough warning, because she might want to start getting ready now. And let's face it could be off again by the time we get to 6 o'clock. Imagine. I'm sorry, it's all back on again. What? Morning, everybody. So, that Danny Dyer story. I mean, isn't that... am I alone in thinking that's just slightly pervy? You know, it's not normal. I've never heard of that happening before. Perhaps they're that sort of family. Mind you, her father regularly gets his willy out and has photographs taken of it, so perhaps it runs in the family. Perhaps they think that's quite normal. That's why she doesn't let her father do it. Or would that be taking it too far? The answer is, it's always taking it too far. How easy is it to buy crack in London? Crack, for those who are not initiated, is crack cocaine. You can buy a rock... this is what I've learned this morning, for about 15 quid. How long does it take to get to you? About 3 minutes. 3 minutes. I mean, how you find the drug dealers in the first place, perhaps they find you. And so they've done a thing there. They say it's easier to get crack cocaine in London than anything else. You know, a little rock for 15 quid will do you 5 bits in a pipe or something. I don't know how you do it. I don't know whether you smoke it or what you do with it. Very odd. Also, Mumsnet. I have heard of Mumsnet. I don't know why I've heard of them, but I have. They've been told to hand over the identity of a user accused of harassing a transgender campaigner to the police by 4 p.m. today, because this transgender campaigner went to court and has got a court order against Mumsnet. They have to supply this thing. So I reckon the person who wrote this stuff, you're in such big trouble. You have no idea. You seriously have no idea, because I promise you that by tomorrow, your name will be all over the papers. They'll have photos of you. So, trolls beware. This is somebody who thought they were being very clever by harassing on Twitter via sort of Mumsnet. I don't know how Mumsnet came into it. Whatever it was, they're involved. It's an internet forum. So, to not stop things like that, they're in big doggy-doos as well. But the person who wrote it, because there's now a court order against them, it's like, can't pay, we'll take it away. In this case, you don't have to pay, but we're coming to get you. So the person who wrote it and had it published, if if you take my advice, you'll move now, because by tomorrow, you're going to be plastered all over. Just remember, when you think you're anonymous whilst writing nasty stuff online, you're often not. There are only, I believe, 4 servers in this country. That's who everything goes through. And so we can find you. If we can find you, the police can find you even quicker. In this particular case, people thought they were hiding behind an address. And Mumsnet had been told, you have to get this information. And they've said yes. They will give it to the police by 4 p.m. this afternoon. So whoever you are who wrote this stuff, and whatever your views are, you might not like transgender people, you might not like this, you might not like that, you might not like the other. Sometimes we like the other, but you might not like certain things. If it offends somebody and you've printed it, it's in the public domain. And if that person decides to take issue, they can go to court, like this woman has done, and they're going to take you to court. So, I hope you're a listener to this programme, because I keep offering advice to people and they don't seem to be heeding it, which is a bit difficult, seeing as we've got the biggest audience at this time. There are more people listening now than at certain other times of the day. This is big. You know why? Because everybody's getting up, because it's London. It's London. The taxis are out there. My driver's found the accelerator. We bomb into town in the mornings. We really do. He's very good like that. Also, what did they say the other day? Sorry, there was another piece, a photograph of Rhiannon Sugden. Having told us she wasn't going to do any of these sort of cheap, naff revealing shots, she's back doing the same old things again, which is a bit embarrassing. A student accused of stealing the Pompeii mosaics vows to clear her name. They think it's going to go to court. That's what they've said over there in Pompeii. Also, poor Mel B. Now, you know Mel B, that's the foul-mouthed one who doesn't know whether she's had a lesbian or has had with sort of Jerry. But anyway, the nanny took her to court. The nanny was all set. She wants to reveal her sordid love life. Mel B, who thought she was really clever, having, the one thing, if you're going to have, and again, some more sound advice, if you're going to have sex, nothing the matter with having sex. You can have sex with whoever you like. That's entirely up to you. If you start filming it, and then later on you deny it, the person involved, we had this, didn't we, with John Leslie, who was filming his sex, and then, oh no, nothing went on there and all the rest of it. It turned out he was having threesomes, and lots of other people getting involved. Now, I don't have any problem with people having sex. Sex is not the issue. It's when you start denying other people. And so the nanny wanted to go to court. And in which case, they would have dragged all sorts of people in as witnesses, which could have cost Mel B, who doesn't really have a penny piece, up to £5 million in court costs. So what she's done to settle it out of court, she's coughed up 1.8 million. And the 1.8 million's gone to the nanny, and for that, they will not take it any further. Of course, it also means that they can say there is no admittance of guilt. It just means that they're trying to save an awful lot of money. But my favourite story today was the pages of coverage of Susan Boyle. And I kept thinking, why were we writing about Susan Boyle? Why would we want to know about Susan Boyle? The woman who you can honestly say there's a lot of clever work goes on in the studio. A lot of clever work. She's not a fantastic singer. She really isn't. She's average. But she made a lot of money, because, the album was carefully put together. Anyway, she's got a new album coming out. So they've done pages and pages on her in the papers on, Susan Boyle's got an album coming out, and you think she's probably making it for about 2 years. But one of them, she claimed she'd had a relationship with a doctor in Florida. And, of course, people now are going to be going, well, who was that? She claimed it only lasted half an hour, the assignation. I mean, I don't know whether that means she's really fast, or whether it means that they got as far as the restaurant and they just had a cup of coffee and then she left. Perhaps she was trying to get some tablets, I don't know. But whatever it is, Danny LaRue did this some time ago. Danny, who, as we all know, was as gay as a goose. There was, nothing in it. But he came from the generation whereby people didn't talk about things like that. So it was all hushed up under the carpet. And so Danny at one point did an interview with somebody, and obviously he was on a roll, because he claimed he had a girlfriend in Australia, where he toured on a regular basis. And so what happens is, the press decamped to Australia. They all went over to Australia to find this woman. Well, of course, it was hilarious, because she didn't exist. There was no woman in Australia that Dan had an affair with. And so he had to come back. He never apologised for it. It's just that when he came on to the Royal Variety performance, he made some cryptic comment and it went down really very, very, very well. Ian is in Folkestone. He says, I went uptown and they're closing the Debenhams down here. Well, already? I didn't think they'd named any shops yet. There's 50 which I think are going to go, but as far as I know, there's nothing that's been named. They're going to stay open, well, as far as I'm aware, and I'm fairly keyed up on these things, till next year. In fact, we said yesterday on the programme they weren't going to do anything until next year. Susanna says, the caller on with Darren earlier has a point about moving to Cornwall. Watch the programme on BBC4 tonight about gravity. Apparently living south means you live longer. Somewhere on the moors. Try Devon, trust me. Yes, unfortunately the person who spoke to him was off his face. You couldn't really understand a word he was talking about. It was just, little bit bad. But, people are like that. Yes, the papers are guessing which Debenham stores might close, but nothing has closed yet. Nothing has closed yet, as far as I know. Also, you brought back memories of my childhood. 1950s summer holidays. We stayed in Port Mellon. See, I've heard of Port Merion. That's the one in Welsh Wales, isn't it, which they use for the prisoner. Next door to Mevergissi, Mever to the locals. The name of our friendly cottage, landlords for many years, Baskerville Hounds of Yorkshire, Cornish, yellow clotted cream ice cream, yummy, says Michael in Vancouver. There's something about it, isn't there, that's nice. Do you know what I had yesterday? I don't know whether I should have had it. It's duck with Singapore noodles. It was delicious. I mean, it was absolutely delicious. And I thought, I quite like that, actually. I quite like that. Steve, well, that relationship went quickly off the boil. Yeah, I mean, it's... but then the funny thing is that the person is now ill. It's almost karma, isn't it? Isn't it karma? Where somebody goes, I'm going to go on this relationship, so I'm going to go on this date, and then something happens and it all collapses, and you think, don't worry, it'll go back on again. Whereas, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it doesn't. But it's not up to me to judge. He'll have a nice time. He'll send us a picture of it. But isn't it funny how we got what? Susan Boyle, yes. Susan Boyle on the half-hour relationship. Steve, the yellow ice cream in Mevergissi used to be Kelly's, which was started by an Italian family. But Keith and Barbara are currently in Las Vegas. Watch your money. Watch your money. Be nice if you had loads of... Can you imagine if you went over there with, like some bloke did... And he sold his house, everything, and he staked it all on red. And I can't remember if he lost or won, but it was that big gamble, wasn't it? Will you accept this bet? And they go, yeah, we'll take that. And I forget what it was, but that was the basis and the premise of the Ant and Dec show, red or black. It was whether or not you would take everything you've got, consolidate it, and go, there it all is, I'm putting it all on red, and then black comes in, and you go, oh my God. Publicity for everybody, including you, that doesn't get the money. But is it worth a gamble? Not for me. I wouldn't do a punt on that at all. I'd be too worried in case I lost it. Too worried in case I lost it. Because I've noticed, as I've got a bit older, I've got a bit meaner. Only not meaner. I'm not meaner. It's just I'm more careful. Frugal. I'm frugal. 6 minutes to 5. Bouncy. Stuart Manning's up early this morning. Why? He said he couldn't sleep. He said, another terrible night's sleep. What are you doing that is not letting you sleep? Because my brother was up the other morning, really. Do you remember my brother texted in? Because he was writing his wedding speech. Yeah. Couldn't believe it, could you? And so now Stuart's got the same thing. What is it? I mean, have you got something on your mind? Because they always tell me there are 3 things. Firstly, if you smoke. Secondly, if you drink a lot, These are 2 things which will stop you sleeping. Thirdly, there must be 4 things. 4 things, if you're overweight, that can be a problem as well. And that's the 3rd thing. And the 4th thing is something to worry about. Something to worry about. You know, when you it's a bit like an anxiety attack. You wake up and you go, and you don't know if you've had a dream or if the dream was reality or if there's somebody's died somewhere. There's always something, isn't there? There's always something. And I can't remember exactly which one you might fall into, Stuart. Why are you waking up at this silly time? Unless it's your body clock. Your body clock might be, set to waking up at this time of the morning, because if you've done a job and you've had to get up really, really early. You mean, Steve, get away. Next year you'll be telling us you've got a caravan in Cornwall. We had a caravan for years. Most British people had a caravan. It was the cheap holiday. We couldn't afford to go abroad. We really couldn't afford to go abroad. So we used to stock up the caravan with, tins of soup and bread and cheese and stuff like that and bacon. And off we would pootle. In the car, a Hillman Minx, they looked like tanks in those days, towing our little Sprite Musketeer. And you'd go to we went to Welsh Wales. We never went to Scotland for something, but too far, I think. But no, loved it. Absolutely loved it. It was a holiday. You get to the site, you look around, you try and find another caravan that's got kids in it, so you've got people to play with. Yeah, it's great. Steve, re your journey to work. Please tell the missus it takes no longer than 30 minutes and not 45 minutes like she says Ian. No, it takes about 30 minutes. About 30 minutes, I think. I mean, it depends on what time of the morning it is. If it's really sort of good, then, and there isn't any traffic. This morning there was a little bit of traffic, but only coming into town. The rest of it was absolutely fine. Absolutely fine. I jumped on the bus yesterday, says Matthew. Somebody came and sat next to me who reeked of stale fags and body odour. There is no excuse for bad hygiene. It's fags, isn't it? If you don't smoke, you notice it immediately. Seriously. It's one of those things. Sploffs is worse. But we used to have a presenter here, Carol, and she used to smoke herbal cigarettes, and people used to go, oh, yeah, we know what that... No, she used to take the packet out and go, herbal cigarettes, because they used to smell the same sort of thing. Tickets on sale for the Magic Show, beginning of December, I think they are. I think it's that. Normally, once we've sorted out the dates that we're going to have, it's good. Also, there's a Love Island Dimbo. This one's really thick. She's going out with this bloke. She thinks he's a professional footballer. He's a fraudster. He's just come out of prison for 4 years for conning people out of everything. And he said, I told her the other day, I mean, perhaps she's so desperate she'll go out with a convicted fraudster. He thieved off all sorts of people. He'll probably thieve off her as well. He said that, I've told her about it. Yeah, you have now. You have now. We'll name and shame. Steve, I don't know why David Walliams was crying after watching the tone-deaf choir on Britain's Got No Talent. He wanted more publicity. I can't stand him, says Colin. Well, I don't think they were tone-deaf. It's just they were just little children. They were little children singing, and little children tend not to be, as the perfect choirs we have heard in the past. So that's it. And everybody's going, oh, aren't they great? And I thought, no, every school has got a choir like that. You'll dress them up, they'll sing, Good King Wenceslas and, While Shepherds Watched, and then other little songs that they sing. That's what happens. That's what happens. Jenny says, I can sort of understand Mum giving her a bikini line wax. It's less painful if somebody else rips off the strips. But a Brazilian or Hollywood wax is just all wrong. I just don't think your mother should be... I mean, you get to that certain age. It's like, when you're a boy, I can tell you for a fact, if you left the bathroom door unlocked and your mother walked in, you go, Mum! You used to get quite funny about things like that. It's on the beach, where it was more apparent for us, where your mum would be chatting away to your auntie and everybody else around there, and she'd put a towel round you and hold the end of it, and you would pull your trousers and pants off, and then she'd hand you your swimming trunks, and you'd slip them under the big towel, which nearly hit the floor because we were all little. And then all of a sudden, my mum would be chatting away to my Auntie Ivy, and the towel would slip. You go, Mum! People see your bottom on the beach. I mean, I know we see far worse now. I'm loving the latest instalments. Re Scottish boy on his date, says little Juliet. Well, it's not Scottish boy, it's Ollie. Ollie, other boy. We don't know where we're putting him. I don't know where he fits into the geographical... This one with the eye... He is hairy, isn't he? He is hairy. Not as hairy as Scottish boys. Scottish boys, seriously. Oh, it's like looking into forest round a lock, isn't it? Do honestly, you're such a liar. He's so awful. He says, I'm completely bare-chested. No, you're not. No, you're not. We can see it poking up above your shirt thing. See? Now you had to look. Gotcha. Ian, he says, I'm going to Walton on the Naze for Easter. Are you going away? I'm about 6 miles from Frinton. They have the best seafood shop I've ever had. And you always say you'll have to go. You should. It's lovely. I like old-fashioned things. Oh, you're doing? I like old-fashioned things. You know, like a little pier, a little fish and chip shop. And I'm quite happy sitting at the end of a pier or on a bench. I know. I've reached that age. I start looking around. If ever I go somewhere, I start looking around for benches. I do. And we went to Southend Pier and we got all the way to the cafe halfway down it, which Jamie Oliver uses, as you know. And I was just quite happy to sit there and have a cup of tea. It was just, you could stay there all day. There's something therapeutic about going away and going to the seaside and having that sea breeze. It was just lovely. Seriously lovely. If I had a fortune, as opposed to half a fortune, if I had a whole fortune, I'd buy a pier. And it would be something like Brighton Pier. And I'd have a bit at the end where there's just lots of benches and things for people to sit down on, so people could just enjoy it. That'd be nice. And just serve them cups of tea. Nothing flash, just sort of cups of tea. Because that's all. When you get to a certain age, you all know, you only want a cup of tea. You don't want anything else. I don't want, and, little of 4 or 5. I can't remember what 4 and 5 was now. What was 4 and 5? Oh, yes, one was anxiety, for the reason you're not sleeping. What was the other one? So we had smoking, drinking, overweight, what were they? What was the other one? So there was definitely one with a little bit of anxiety. You know when you wake up and you think something's happened. I don't know what it is. I've had that before. I've woken up and I go, what is that that's woken me up? So I always go into the sitting room. I check on the computer just in case before with Dale, and you see something. And I think, oh no, that's all right. There's nothing there. That was quite good. Happy weekend from Dubai, says Alan. You know our weekend is Friday and Saturday. I'm not sure I should be accepting anything from Dubai in future. The police have pulled out of the Dorchester Hotel. They were having their award, and they've decided not to do it there. I told you, people are going to kick them where it hurts. You've got to stop these human rights issues. It's just not right in this day and age. Means I miss your show tomorrow. Outrageous. Mickey says, you're simply the best. God keep you always. Well, I don't think he will. I think he'll probably do his best. What time did I get home yesterday? Because we had 2 interviews yesterday. Stephen Mulhern, as I say, I can't wait for you to hear the interview because he knows everything about the programme. He knows everything about it. So, in fact, it took us ages to get round to talking about his new game show, which has started. And I was sort of thinking, can we actually do all of these different things? Oh, body clock. Oh, that's right. It's the body clock. Your body clock wakes you up. So in other words, people say to me, on a Saturday, what time do you get up? And I go, same time as during the week. I wake up and then I sort of go into the sitting room and watch a little bit of television, might have a cup of coffee, and then I go back to bed again. It kind of works. Or failing that, I'm sure I just, put my feet up on the settee. Once I put feet up on the settee, I'm out for the count. I'm really terrible. Billy says, I watched a clip on YouTube of an Englishman in Vegas betting $250,000 on red or black. The ball lands on 0 green. He loses, and his wife looks mortified. Well, listen, I've been to Vegas on numerous occasions. You do see people staking a lot. The funniest thing for me are the people who are elderly, very elderly, standing in front of a fruit machine with an oxygen cylinder next to them and a mask to breathe oxygen. And they'll be there all night. I've been in the hotel. You see them as you're going back to the lift to go to your room, number 765 or whatever it was. They're huge. And then you come down in the morning for breakfast. They're still there. They're still there gambling their life savings. They did a thing with, can't remember who the bloke was. Was it Louis Theroux who went to Vegas? And he talked to this woman. She was a doctor's wife. She gambled away $4 million on the fruit machines. $4 million. She said, they're very good to me here. She said, they give me sandwiches and... Of course they do. You've gambled $4 million. They don't have to do anything. Her son just had to watch his inheritance dwindling away. But it's nice, actually. And somebody says the 5th reason for disturbed sleep is Steve Allen. You are an addiction. Well, I certainly was to Stephen Mulhern the other day. He knew everything. He wanted to know about everything. He did admit that he thought that Scottish Boy was adjusting the volume. He said, because sometimes I can hear him. I said, we'll have to cut that out. I said, because we might have to pay extra if he thinks he's going on air. We don't want to do that, do we? There's one thing we didn't. He's very we've had him very shouty, haven't we, on the programme? When he gets angry, Yeah, here we go. So it gets so... The trouble is... Yeah, Stephen said, I can set it up with an agent and all the rest of it. I said, listen, don't encourage him. And then at the end, as we were going out... Do you know what we forgot to do twice yesterday? We didn't take any pictures. We completely forgot to do pictures. So today, you must take a picture. I have to keep reminding me of these things. But we didn't do any pictures yesterday. And I don't think we did... Did we do Andy Nyman? We did Andy Nyman. Thank God for that. But we didn't do them yesterday, and we should have done. We must make a mental note in your little diary. Every time we do somebody, we must take a picture. So we got one today. The one today you're going to love. I told my bank manager, and she went, huh? I went, yeah. And she went, are you sure? I went, yeah. She went, oh my God. Apparently there is one bit, you know, in that programme, Fleabag. She said she's watched it 5 times. Is there a naughty bit in it? The word is Neil. Is that his character's name? He tells her to kneel. Oh. Well, she said she'd watched it 5 times. Andrew Scott is coming in today to LBC to talk to... And I think he's on stage as well. So how much sleep this poor boy's going to get? He is like hot, hot, hot. She said to me, she said, you wait till the women on your news desk discover who's coming in today. There'll be a riot. He is seriously hot. Seriously hot. So that'll be 2 of us in the studio, which is lovely. Clacton Pier, Steve, has the best cafe right at the end. Plenty of benches outside and unchanged from the 70s. Scampi and chips and a mug of tea and you're in heaven, says John. Oh, don't. That would do me fine. Scampi and chips. Oh, scampi and chips. And do you think we could have a little bowl of ketchup? That'd go with it, wouldn't it? A little bowl of ketchup for scampi and chips. It's pathetic, isn't it, really? But no, the one thing that Steve wanted to know is how we did the programme. How you do it with nothing. And I had to be quite honest. I said, I don't really know. I really don't know. Over the years, it's evolved, which is interesting. Sam says the Variety Club, an evening with Cliff Richard at the Dorchester in July, is also transferred to another venue. Oh. Now at the Marriott. Gosh. Well, you see, people are pulling out the Dorchester. You can't have it. I'm sorry. You know, kick 'em where it hurts. Very shortly, they'll be disbanding it, and they'll just have to put the things up. Or will somebody forget about it? I don't know. Steve, James says, why wouldn't we want a good cup of tea at any age? It solves so many things. I mean, it's in the Magna Carta or something. I love the idea of just having just a cup of tea and sitting down with a cup of tea. Isn't that so British? So British. I love it. Oh, it's Ollie, says little Julie. Well, I'm sure Scottish Boy could give him tips. I don't think he could. No, he couldn't. He thinks he could. You see, the trouble is, from the first moment he moved onto the programme, it seems like a lifetime, and he said, oh, I'm all shy, no, this one, Steve, and then all of a sudden, he starts building in confidence. Now we get mouthy Scottish Boy, you know, first thing in the morning. Would you like to? No, I don't. Would you like to get me a cup of tea? Go and get it yourself, you fat so-and-so. You know, and yeah, okay, I can go and get a cup of tea. Yeah, well, get me one while you're at it. That's how it goes now. It's changed completely. You know, now he sort of comes up, and he's obviously been talking about me to the guest as he brings them up, you know, and sometimes he makes them walk up the stairs. Not surprised they get up here and look as though they're about to suffer an asthma attack. And they sort of get here. And then he always does the thing at the end. He always shakes their arm, get off the guests. He keeps trying to touch the guests. He did it the other day with Stephen Mulhern. And then he was going, see, they're not your guests. They're my guests. He has to jump in on the bandwagon. He sits there, you know, big grin on his face, you know, and then he says the same thing every day. Oh, say, what did you have for breakfast? You know, the same thing every single day. It's just so infuriating because every single day, most people say nothing. They didn't have anything at all. Yesterday, Stephen had, I forget what he said he'd had. That's right, he had McDonald's. He had McDonald's. Do you know how old Stephen Mulhern is? 42. Well, he doesn't look 42. He said it's makeup. I don't know, you had no makeup on yesterday. Look great for 42. Richard Herring, I know, is 51. I don't know how old Andy Nyman is. I really don't know. And I really don't know how old Andrew Scott is, who's coming in today. Did I mention that? He's coming in today. So all the ladies will be going, Andrew Scott he's 42 as well. 42 is my lucky number. My lucky number. And Andy Nyman's 52. All right. There's the mum in the papers today. She's attacked Poundland for selling a blue baby grow with the phrase, lock up your daughters on it. I mean, to be honest with you, that doesn't bother me in the slightest. I think that's just for You know, that's little babies, and they're not seriously going to have to lock up daughters or anything like that, but that would be for little baby boys, wouldn't it? Lock up your daughters, and they're just babies. I think that's quite funny. You don't like that, do you? Oh, dear. No, I thought that was okay. Lock up your daughters, you know, babies in town kind of thing. Oh, well. Also, in the paper today, the end of the greasy spoon because of this row over bacon and how little of it we've got. I love Joe Lycett's skip with food in it has made it onto Uber Eats. He thought he'd set up an instant cafe just to prove that they don't check all these things. And he managed to get ratings and everything, whereas in fact he was serving food out of a skip. So there you go. Steve couldn't get to sleep, says Gary, so 3 o'clock, got up for a snack, nothing that didn't need cooking, and I started snacking on a packet of raw Paxo stuffing. Wasn't that bad. As my Aunt Margaret, who lived through the war, used to say, you'll eat anything when you're really hungry. I can remember opening my cupboard years and years and years ago, and the only thing in there was a packet of spaghetti. And I had a pint of milk. And that was it. Suzanne says, too much tea and coffee keeps me awake, like right now. Also, not enough activity during the day. Yes, you have to do things during the daytime. You have to do things during the daytime. At the end of Southport Pier, there's a cafe with all the old machines. I'm not sure. I think you can buy old pennies. You can. In all the places where they do the old penny machines, you can buy pennies. It's a very, very expensive way of buying pennies. Can't remember how much you get. You don't get very many, I don't think. Was wondering, does Scottish Boy have his date? No, it's not Scottish Boy's got it, Ashley. It's Ollie, the other one. And so he hasn't used his 2-for-1 voucher. He had something else that came. It was on for tonight. Now it's been shelved because the person whose party he was supposed to be going to has cancelled. So now he's going to have to call the original girlfriend back, who's Spanish, and tell her it's all back on again. Hola. Yeah, hola, Ollie. Hola, Ollie. I've seen a picture of her. He's punching way above his weight. I mean, I can't begin to tell you. This woman looks like she's a model or something. So she's definitely not a radio presenter, because radio presenters are not blessed with looks. We are just voices on a stick. We're able to convey. We're actors. You know, being sort of brilliant at enunciation and making you listen. David Bryan's complained about not being attractive. I know. I mean, there is the classic example of there once was an ugly duckling with feathers. You know, that one. You know how it goes. But because at the end it turns out all right, doesn't it? The ugly duckling is, you know, I'm a swan. Go on. I'm not such an ugly duckling. In the case of O'Brien, it doesn't really count, does it, really? Because he isn't blessed with looks. I'm not being rude or anything like that. I'm just telling you a basic fact. I, of course, am stunningly attractive. Matt said a big bag of sweets will keep you awake if eaten before bed, and cheese is a no-go. You dream on cheese. Did you know that? If you want to dream, if you specifically want to dream, Stuart could try this one, you eat cheese, and that makes you dream. I get fab dreams. I wake up and I think, whoa. I wonder, did you sometimes, you know, you dream about somebody? Sometimes it's people I know, sometimes it's just, they're just nothings. But, I wonder, do you think that the person that you've dreamt about is also dreaming about you at the same time? So if you think about somebody, and then you see them, do you think they then know, oh, he was dreaming about me, or I'm dreaming the same? Because the producer said he dreamt that Theo Usherwood was his next door neighbour. I mean, where does that one come from? I would think, report yourself. Theo, who's over in Brussels. He's in Brussels. Which is what he told us yesterday morning. So imagine waking up and dreaming that he lived next door. That's very odd. That's not... Because the funny thing is, Beth, O'Brien's producer, who is my producer for In Conversation, she's just moved to very near where he is in Chiswick. Very near. Very near. I thought she's obviously trying to get her own back. And... I threatened to move in next door to him just to devalue the property, but he didn't believe me, which is probably quite true, actually. Apparently there's a lovely pier in Walton-on-the-Naze, says Ian, thank you. And it's, so you're sitting in front of what? What in God's name is that? Is that Frinton-on-Sea? They don't have a pier, but beautiful. Were I to go and have, there's a lovely pier in Walton-on-the-Naze and rides as well. Are you sitting in a car park or something that was bomb-blasted during the war? What on earth is that building behind you? I mean, are we looking at this? I mean, the person taking the picture, are they standing in the cafe or something like that? I can't quite work this one out, because it is. It's his day out. He's sitting there. Obviously, it's not very popular because nobody else is there. But in fact, if you notice, the big rubbish bin behind him is quite full. So obviously they haven't emptied it for a little while. And then there's tables under, I suppose, if it rains. But what is that building behind you? Is it a warehouse or something? Because it's got a big wheelie bin, but it's got 2 sets of doors. It's not a ghost train, is it, or something like that? You know, you go and what? It's a very odd picture. Very odd picture, but there you go. And the shorts, little bit smaller. Okay, little bit smaller. That's the idea. Scottish boy's very jealous. Very jealous. You want to go to that car park, don't you? And go, never in a million years. Such a snob. But, I mean, what are all these craters in the ground? Did they hold another building with a pole? Because they're all over the place, aren't they? And they're specific square holes or oblong holes, aren't they? As if they were meant to have a pole put in them. I'm fascinated by people's pictures. I love it. I love it. And, oh, it's Walton Pier, is it? Is that it? It's very sort of boxy, isn't it? Very boxy. Oh, look. Oh, that's not that. That's the old toilets. That'll be the road heading round. It is the toilets. You can tell that woman's going to the toilet. Definitely. Oh, you see this? Now, there should be something on the side of that pier, shouldn't there? There should be something on the side of it, like windows would be good. Windows. We used to love it. When we were kids, we used to go down with the groins and underneath piers and just paddle around. We didn't actually go out. It was a little bit too... That's a big pier, isn't it? That is a big pier. Very exciting. Very exciting. A lot of North Essex has seen much better days. I know, some of it's ever so pretty, though. I mean, it really is very, very pretty. Steve, I can't be sure, but I read, maybe conspiracy theory, says Ian, that when people risk huge sums of money on the roulette table, they can magnetically switch... Oh, no, you've been watching too many films. Believe you me. They don't need to. They don't need to worry about that. They don't need to sort of fiddle it. They don't need to fiddle it. You know, because it's these things. Somebody could then call in the police and have the machine examined or all the rest of it. What are you saying? It jumps from one hole to the other? No, only in the movies. Only in the movies. They don't need to do it. There's millions, billions going through these casinos every year. They don't need to worry about sort of, you know, making the odds stacked against you. It's like somebody saying, of course, you know, you've got to watch it because they have people who count cards. Well, they have pit bosses. Mainly, they're old magicians. And they know what somebody's doing. They can watch somebody and know if they're card counting. And above each table is a big camera. But no, they don't need to worry about the roulette, I promise you. Right, we'll take a short break. We've got the news at 5 coming up. The speedboat killer is now back in Britain. The record-breaking diamond, 302 carats, is worth £150 million. Isn't that amazing? Morning. Did you see the picture online a short while ago of a pair of... I don't know how to describe them, really. They're two people whose role model is Jordan. So they claim to have spent $56,000 looking this bad. And there's a picture of mother and daughter. The daughter strips for elderly old men who've got money to pay for this. They look disgusting. I mean, it's difficult to tell just how trash you can end up looking. But of course, they think they look like Jordan. Unfortunately, they don't look like Jordan at all. They really do. It's just dreadful picture. She's had her bust done and everything else with badly bleached hair. It just looks cheap. Why is it that people go, oh, I think I want to look like Jordan, or I want to look like so-and-so? Who was that stupid boy? There was that gay boy, wasn't there, who wanted to look like... Who did he want to look like? Well, there's Rodrigo Alves, who we're not sure what he wants to look like at all. He thinks he looks like Ken, but of course he doesn't. And that's right. It was a David Beckham lookalike for this bloke who appeared not to work. And he went on television, and I'm thinking, you need to get medical help, pal. You're not normal. And now he wants to look like Victoria. He's a little bit swings and roundabouts, but, you know, and his friends go, oh, he's an awful lot of fun. You go, no, he's not. He's dreary. Right. Oh, look. Oh, a friend of mine is back in the fold again. So here we go. Weekly text from my friend Christopher. Super tip for getting back to sleep. Breathe in deeply through the nose for 4 seconds, right down to the diaphragm. If only I knew where it was. And then hold for 5 seconds, exhale for 6 seconds, and repeat. You'll be asleep within 2 minutes. He says, takes the focus from the mind, the anxiety from the chest, and induces a deep level of calm that stops the chitter-chatter of insomnia. Loving your work as always. So that's what you have to do. So it's the super tip for getting back to sleep. Breathe in deeply through the nose for 4 seconds, right down to the diaphragm. Hold for 5 seconds, exhale for 6, and then repeat. So that's... See you, Josh. Josh is back with us again, as you know. Where are you off to today? You going somewhere exciting? Back to Kent. Did you know that he goes home and he teases himself with whether he should have a McDonald's? And there's apparently a drive-through near where he lives. It is where he lives. And they have a drive-through, and he gets there, and he decides, when he's nearly there, whether to sort of drive in and get a McDonald's or go straight home to bed. And most days, he goes to the drive-through, as we can see. You know, you can see there. And he has the breakfast wrap, don't you? You have the breakfast wrap. I don't know how you're affording this all the time. McDonald's is like... It's what? And he has ketchup as well. The wrap is like on a tortilla thing, and they put in a burger and it's already... They know him by name. They go, "Morning, Josh. Heard you doing the news. Very good. Wrap." And he goes, "I've two this morning." Because he eats one while he's waiting, and then he takes another one home to bed with him. I love you, little wrap. I love you a lot. You look well. You in tomorrow? So excited. So excited. I gave him some things to eat, which he'd never heard. You can go now. You can go. I'm only talking about the nerds I gave you. You know these nerd things. Do you remember them? A Scottish boy ever had nerds? You ever had nerds, dear? You've had nerds. He didn't know what they were. So I gave, because I said, "Which ones do you want? Sour cherry or whatever you want?" He said, "What are they?" I said, "Well, they're just bits of sugar, really. But they taste of whatever it is on the outside." So he had the cherry one. But unfortunately, being from Kent, he couldn't open the box. So I had to demonstrate how to open the box, so it was all a bit traumatic. But he had those. And then he said, "Have you got anything else to eat?" So I said, "You can have a Cadbury's cream egg." And he didn't want that because he doesn't like Cadbury's cream eggs. One of the few people. So instead he had a Satsuma. Obviously, it's like the feeding of the 5,000, which is, I don't mind. Doesn't bother me. Steve, Jenny says, "I was dropping off to sleep and Ian Dale was discussing you and how you voted in the EU referendum. I'm not sure if it was a dream." I think it would have been a dream. Oh, it is true? Really? He was discussing me voting in the... How bizarre. How bizarre. What an odd thing. Eddie Mayer, I could understand. Ian Dale. Good Lord above. Oh, well, there you go. Is that good or bad? I'm not sure if that's good or bad. Discussing how I voted in the EU referendum. I don't think I did. Don't think I did. Did you? Oh, perhaps I did. I don't know. I can't remember. Steve says, "I always wake between 3 and 4 a.m. Apparently this is a time when most people pass away in their sleep. Not if you get up and get out of bed as quick as possible. Thought of you on Tuesday morning," says Josie. "I went to the Kew National Archives for the first time. And in the cafe, they do a delicious breakfast, including fried bread. Right next door to the Kew Retail Park. Last stop on the R68 bus route. A free exhibition at the moment about the Cold War." And she says, "Thank you for being there at 4 a.m. Who cares about insomnia if we can listen to you?" Well, actually, a friend of mine wrote to me. He's a very clever friend of mine, actually. He's so much cleverer than I am. And he says, his name's Brian Sibley. Now, the reason that I'm telling you about Brian Sibley is because he's recently become an insomniac. And he says, "I've been listening to quite a few of your LBC early morning sessions." He said, I love it when you go off on one, as the other day with the Royals' £10,000 a night hotel holiday. He says, "Great company in the small hours leading up to dawn." Now, unfortunately, I do not have what Brian has. Now, who Brian knows, or knew, he knows the author of Mary Poppins. Oh, yes. In fact, he did an interview with, and I think he also wrote the second film. You know, Brian, he's a very clever man. He's had loads of books out, has Brian Sibley. But he says, "Do you have any fan photos?" I don't. We don't do fan photos anymore. You can lift something off the internet, Brian. I think you can do that, can you? Can you lift a picture off the internet or something like that? I think you can do that. He says these are devout and devoted listeners. One of them is called Alex, and she's pretty much housebound, so you and the other broadcasters are her daily companions. The other, with whom David and I will be celebrating her 82nd birthday next week, Friday, is Wendy. We don't have any... Oh, sorry. We don't have any photos anymore. We used to years ago. It's a thing of the past now, Brian. But I send you and David lots and lots of love, and hope that I shall see you very, very shortly, which would be quite nice, wouldn't it? And Andy Peters is up as well. I was watching it. I think we've got you coming in, Andy. I think the boy is booking you for In Conversation. Is that right, Tom? Are we booking Andy Peters? Oh, right, the bid's in, apparently. The bid's in, so we'll never get that one. But anyway, he was on the television doing food. He has his own food spot on QVC. And he says, the only thing that makes this car journey to work in Watford a pleasure is you. Thank you. It's very sweet, very sweet. Looking good the other day, I thought. Honestly, we've got all the top people in at the moment, but I'm sure that we've got a bid in for it. 'Cause I'm sure you asked me, didn't you? I always have to go yes or no. And then we start the arguments. Like, you know, he'll say to me, oh, you should... The other day he came up with a guess to me. I went, not a cat in hell's chance. And he said, oh, go on, it'll be so much fun. I went, no, it won't. No, it won't. So we didn't, did we? We decided not to do that one. Yeah. See, I think they can hear that. I think if people are listening on DAB, I think you can hear what he will sometimes say. I'll have a cup of tea, I think. I'll stretch it to a cup of tea. Yesterday I had a ham and cheese croissant. Yeah, originally telling me, oh, they don't do them till much later in the day. But I managed to get them. We'll do the same today. They were very nice. Kind of sets me up, actually. Saves me having to worry about anything else. Andy, nice to have you with us. And Stuart Manning and everybody else. We get Steve Mulhern knew everything about the programme the other day. Noreen says, had a brilliant time at the 60s show. It was lovely. A lady came over and asked if I was Noreen. She'd heard you say I was going to the show, so she went online and booked. So it's another Steve fan. I think her name was Maria. Maria. I got a copy of the Shawaddy album, Gold Vinyl. Gold Vinyl. How cool is that? I've got the CD, and this is in gold vinyl. I've got a cup. Is he coming to collect the? He's got a tray and everything. I love it when he does his little waitress bit. You know, and he comes round. Tea, coffee, ices. You know. Where's your tray? Oh right, you left it out there. Thank you. Don't keep your fingers off the top of the cup. Okay, I'll drink out of that side. All right, you don't need to be silly about it. Just don't touch the... Seriously, it's become quite bolshy recently. Honestly, I don't know. We never had this trouble with the last one, did we? Who was the last one? Can't remember. We don't think we've had a last one. We haven't had a last one before, have we? No, we've never had a last one. We've had Ollie on a few occasions. Yes, it does feel like it's been here a long time. Even I think that when I go home. I sort of think, oh... He's been here ages and ages. Steve, here's a dream I've not had for a while, says Dean, discovering extra rooms in my flat, always behind a red door. I used to have a recurring dream up until a few years ago, and I was in a castle, and I can see it quite clearly. I can see going in, and I can see steps going up, and there's a door on the left-hand side before you go up some more steps which are running parallel to the door. And then for some reason I end up on the battlements of this castle which is crumbling, and I'm terrified of it. They had Bear Grylls on the telly the other day, and he was on a glacier, and he went down on ropes, because these crevasses in glaciers, you go to, it's white snow, then it's blue, and then it's black. And you don't know how far they go down. I think Ben Fogle was telling us that when he went to do Everest, if you fall down one of these crevasses, you could fall down 2 miles. They're never going to get you out again. And to watch people like Bear Grylls, at one point he took all his clothes off because his clothes were wet. And apparently if it's freezing cold and wet, you've got to wring your clothes out. And so he did. McDonald's do porridge, says Adam. 37 weeks away, Steve. It's Christmas Day. Yeah. And Donny says mozzarella dippers at McDonald's. I didn't even know they did them. I didn't go to the Ideal Home exhibition, Mark. I really didn't. I'm shocked that mother and daughter team want to be like Katie Price. I would have imagined, says Mark, that Katie Price doesn't want to be Katie Price. The thought of 3 of them horrifies me. They look awful. I mean, seriously, they look awful. You know, they look just cheap and sad. And it's a case of, if you're going to have your hair dyed, at least try and make sure it looks quite nice. Helen says, ham and cheese croissant? Where'd you get that from at silly o'clock? Well, I have to wait till 7:33. I can tell you the exact time, because that's when they open downstairs. And it's only from here. It isn't a shop. And they toast it, and then they put it in one of those hot bag things. And it's lovely. It's very nice. So I had one yesterday. It was actually, I tell a lie, I had 2 yesterday. 2 yesterday. But no, this sort of pair who spent all this money on having this surgery, why would you want to do something that disfigures you so horribly? Look at Katie Price. Apparently, the rumour was, it's a false story. I'll tell you now, it's a fake story. She's denied it. That she wanted to have more surgery to attract Peter Andre. He's not interested in you, darling. You know, he really isn't. You're a nasty little piece of work. He doesn't care about you. He's got a wife, and they've got their children, and then she was criticising him for this and that. And then the other story was she was going to have surgery to make herself look more attractive. Darling, he slept with you. He doesn't want to go there again. Okay, just give it up now. A little bit embarrassing. Apparently on The Chase yesterday, octopuses came from space. Says Susanna. Octopuses came from where, as opposed to where? The ocean. Mind you, there is that society, isn't there? There is that, the society who believe that the Earth is flat. Anne Hegarty was almost suspended from The Chase after calling a troll a sad, used a very rude word. And I don't know whether or not she's under contract to them, but they did say to her, remove it, so it was removed. Otherwise, we'll be thinking. Now, whether this was recent, I think it was earlier this year. Yeah, she revealed it to Lorraine. And she says it was a nasty comment aimed at Emily Atack. And so she did it. I didn't think she'd have known that sort of... Mind you, I see it from loads of other people. I see it on Twitter. Whereas, in fact, I just delete. Here he is again. Yeah, here he is again. You all right? Oh, good. Okay, thank you. That was... you know whose bottle of water that was? That was Stephen Mulhern's. So you're taking that to eBay, are you? You get worse. You really get worse, honestly. Why can't you be like other Southerners?
What Southerner?
I know, as I say, why can't you be like other Southerners? I know you're not a Southerner because you're Scottish. But you could be more like, look at the producer, calm, reverential, subservient. Why don't you learn a bit of this? Get out, you're getting on my nerves now. Do you can have a conversation with people on this station, and so even Steve Mulhern said he wasn't sure if Scottish Boy even existed. I said we'd like to think not, but you can't have everything, can you? 5:15-ish. Really? So leave it hanging, shall we? At the moment, as they say. Elton John will watch his beloved Watford in the FA Cup final at Wembley next month, and then he's going to do an 800-mile dash to Denmark to perform. I didn't think he was into football anymore, but he is. He doesn't own Watford. No. There's a stand named... That's a surprise. Also, what do you think about Eamon Holmes, says Debbie? I think he's personally competent. Sometimes, though, he switches off. You can watch him. The other day, they had somebody in, and unfortunately, when the camera on This Morning does a wide shot, you can see him sitting there, not paying a blind bit of attention, going through his notes. Which it's a bit like Dan, who does the BBC's breakfast programme. He looks like he's asleep a lot of the time. It must be quite easy like that to just switch off. But I can't bear watching him. Saw him the other day stuffing his face. He does like eating. In fact, he can barely stay away from the food. But there again, I'd be the same probably. And the trouble is he does too many programmes. You'd like him to cut back on a lot of them because he did turn up a while ago, didn't he? He did Celebrity Juice. I remember thinking, you're way too old for that. Way too old. But he doesn't seem to have a sense of humour, which is a shame. Jim says, could you get Spartacus in as a guest? Kirk Douglas is 102. I don't think we could risk flying him, actually. And I don't think so. I don't know enough about Kirk Douglas. I know about the films, and I know about the Hollywood era, and I know about the studios and the regime that they worked under, but I couldn't actually tell you anything about Spartacus at all. It was just... We don't think he goes out, does he? Occasionally he might have been somewhere and has a photo taken, but that's about it. But he's from the era of the big Hollywood blockbusters where they would have... But they were still using camera tricks then. I think was it Ben-Hur? The stands are full of people. But in fact, if you look very carefully, it's the same group of people that they photographed in one of the stands and then moved them into another stand and then superimposed them. So it's the same group of people, which is amazing. Angela says, have you heard those who genuinely believe the Queen is a lizard? Oh, it wouldn't surprise... Listen, people are mad as broomsticks. People are completely mad as broomsticks. We had this trouble with Scottish Boy the other day, talking about the Loch Ness Monster and how it existed, and I said, no, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. They've never found it in Loch Ness. They could pull the plug out in Loch Ness, drain it, and all you'd find would be a few old shopping trolleys. And that's it. You haven't seen it at all. You haven't. You see? Drinking this time of the morning. What can I do about it? I do my best. I try and guide them. A younger person with an older person, not that much old, and, and saying, don't tell porcupines or fibs. But, the Queen could be a lizard, but that was based on the television programme V. Then David Icke as well, who's another one completely mad as a broomstick. He was another one who had a picture of him on the front of his cover of his book, Stark Naked. Hardly worth bothering, I thought. Anne says, I now wake up at 4:30 and listen to you, and sometimes Darren, if earlier. I carry you all over the house as I get my jobs done. I need to leave at 7. Soon as you say goodbye, that's my prompt to leave the building. I then pick up Nick in the car, as it were. Best McDonald's breakfast, egg and cheese McMuffin. I don't think I've had an egg and cheese McMuffin. Of course you would have had that, wouldn't you? Scottish boys had that, because he had the entire menu. Oh, I've had an egg and cheese McMuffin. I didn't know such a thing. It's the best. You're not vegetarian. What are you going on this stupid vegetarian stuff for? You're not vegetarian. Honestly, ridiculous. And also, I have to correct some lady, I can't remember what her name is, but there's nothing worse than somebody hearing news second-hand, and then writing about it, going, I think you'll find so, and you think, no, either, my partner told me that you've been talking about taxi drivers. The question was on the taxi drivers, why are they exempt from this emission charge? What are they calling it? The ULEZ. ULEZ. And we couldn't work that one out at all. And then we just asked a very simple question, how much do taxi drivers earn? And so she's now thinking that I said they earn $76,000 a year. Well, frankly, thank God you didn't publish it, because I've been doing it for defamation of character, because I didn't say that. Somebody wrote in and said that. And in fact, didn't just say 76,000, said if you weren't working very hard, it was 25,000. If you worked moderately, 35, 40. And then if you really pushed it, 75,000. So get your facts right first, because otherwise it gets you into trouble, because you're hearing things second-hand. You never heard it. So it makes you look a bit silly, which is a shame. What else we got this morning? 25 minutes past 5. Patsy had lunch with Tony at Little Italy before going to see Les Mis. Still packing a punch after all these years. And thank Tony for his hospitality. Love him to bits. We all love Tony at Little Italy. We love him to bits. He's fab. He's really nice. Nice man. I've not been there for a while, actually. So perhaps I'm due. Who did Noreen see? Brian Poole, Peter Noon, Dave Berry and Vanity Fair. So that was nice. She had a very nice evening. She loves, as you know, our Noreen, to go to these 60s revivals, because these people, it might be some of the last times that you'll see them. But they're out there and they're still kicking ass, as they say. Daily Star this morning, end of the greasy spoon. Well, I don't think that's entirely possible. I don't think that's possible to have the end of the greasy spoon, because that's what people... I've never had it. I've never been in a greasy spoon. I've seen loads, but I've never actually... I just look a bit out of place in a greasy spoon, because I don't look like a workman and I don't have any camouflage clothing. And so it's a bit difficult to actually go in there, because I stick out like the proverbial sore thumb. Johnny Vegas's big sister tried to raise him as a girl called Maxine. But who's our page 3 girl today? Get 'em out, girl, get 'em out. She's 24-year-old Staffordshire girl called Sophie. She's sprucing up her garden. She looks like she's trimmed her hedges, I'm telling you. No, because if she's doing the gardening this time of year, now is the time to do it. Don't leave it. Don't leave it. And you make the night shift go a lot quicker, says Simon. I remember when you once told us Dale gave you a Bentley. I don't think he did. I've always bought all my own cars, thank you very much indeed. Richard says, you keep calling Scottish boy, so how young is he? Oh, he's barely into double figures. Barely into double figures, aren't you? He's 25. He's 25. Just 25. Just turned 25. When I say just turned, I don't mean he's turned. He's 25. So, which is good age, actually, but it whizzes through. 25 to 30 goes like that, and then 30 to 40, 40 to 50, it goes through like a rocket, and then you're into your 60s. It's very depressing. Luckily, I won't be here to witness it when it gets to that. Be lucky if I make it to 35 with you. It won't be at all likely. 35. So you're 25, 10 years. So no, you're right. You might not make it either. We might come to blows before that. Apparently, nobody claims that in the Caledonian Canal there's a monster in Loch Ness. Nessie's in Loch Ness. Don't bother with any pronouncements otherwise, says Donald. No one claims in the Caledonian Canal there's a monster. Who's talking about the Caledonian Canal? We're only talking about Loch Ness. If Scottish boy or main producer is munching away on food, can you hear them and does it distract you when speaking? No. In fact, when you hear me repeating stuff, I'm repeating it half a second after they've said it to me. They can give me a running commentary and I can repeat it as we're going. I'm that clever. Yeah, so he could be saying to me, so, and I just repeat it as it goes through. I don't have to wait till he's finished talking. I can do it at the same time. I wonder if anybody else can do that. Somebody used to say to me years ago, oh, do you never get put off by people, talking in your headphones? No, not in the slightest. It's like, you know, when you've got an earpiece in for television, you just hear it and you're just hearing another voice in one side. So it's easy. Dev says, I'm going to wish Bill Wells a happy 91st birthday, who resides next door to mine at Forest Dean Retirement in Sutton. He lives on his own and his wife is no more, which has been 7 years ago. He loves rock salmon and looks forward to giving him an appetising treat. Yeah. Why is the spoon greasy? Because it's all cooked in fat. That's why they call them greasy spoons, because it was. Do you remember there was, years and years ago, there was a comedy programme on the television, and it was Hattie Jakes and another. Can't remember who it was actually now, a very famous person. But they opened up a cafe, and she was going round, hello, 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 and putting little tablecloths on the table and little bits of flowers in a transport cafe. And it was all nice and the thing and all the rest of it. And people were sort of coming in, and she was... Eric Sykes, that's right. And she was, as truckers were coming in, she was going, would you like to wash your hands? And of course, they're looking at her like she's mad. And so business went down the thing. So they then had a rethink of the cafe. So she went round, she squirted tomato ketchup all over the tables, she put a dirty old apron on, fag in her mouth. Yeah, come in, sit down, what do you want? And all of a sudden, the place was packed solid. So greasy spoons are the place forward. The way forward, sorry. Richard Madeley apparently has been mocked for displaying an orange tan on television. Listen, I'd quite like to see him sitting there in his pants. I think that would be a sight to behold. The only person who's probably ever seen that is Judy. But I doubt, you know, doing it from memory, it would be very interesting. But I think we should see him in his pants on the television, because I reckon he wears trunks, and I reckon they're multicoloured. So there you go. That's what I think. You know, everybody's got different pants that they like. So that's what he asked me the other day. That's what Steve Mulhern said to me. He said, you really change your socks every day? And I went, yeah, and pants. He couldn't believe it. I mean, but, you know, he said, somebody said you could give them to a charity shop, but I don't want to think of people walking around Twickenham wearing my pants. You know, it's one of those things. Call me strange, if you like. But that's it. There's a new cream coming out into Boots, apparently. The usual sort of bar humbug kind of stuff. 37,000 people are waiting to buy it, because apparently it's the miracle of all miracles for about 37 quid or something. I bought stuff from there before. It's never worked. Perhaps I've got the wrong sort of skin. Morning, everybody. Wendy in Florida says, after hearing the comments about the mother and daughter having cosmetic surgery to look like Katie Price, so I Googled them. Oh, my goodness. They are so ugly. They would scare Dr. Frankenstein himself. The overdone eyebrows, the trout pouts, makes them look like a pair of English ladyboys, as if such a thing existed. They really look dreadful. I mean, seriously look dreadful. Why would you want to do it? Because they're exhibitionists. It's seriously very worrying that we've got into this sort of trailer trash kind of look everywhere, which is not good. It really is not good at all. I long for the day that, you know, Britain's Got Talent might actually have some people with some talent on there, but it doesn't seem to work. Richard Madeley tells everybody he doesn't wear pants, he goes commando. Really? I've never heard him say that. Have I got a biscuit? A biscuit? She mustn't have a biscuit, not with a sore throat. You know why? Because the rough edges will hurt your throat. I've got something that'll make it a bit easier. I've got some Strepsils. You want a Strepsil? You want ice cream? Oh, I haven't got any ice cream. If I had, it would be a puddle. I can do you a Satsuma. You want Satsuma? Yeah, Satsuma good for... Oh, God, honestly. Excuse me 1 minute. We have to... The feeding of the 5,000 goes on a daily basis. So here we go. You're not well, are you?
Don't make me laugh.
I didn't make you laugh. You just walked in and I said you're not well. That wasn't a joke. I'll give you 2 little ones.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Now you open those and then you have a little bit every so often.
Thank you.
Is that all right?
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome. Don't make me laugh. They're all mad round here. You realise that, don't you? You realise that. You think your life's mad. You want to come and work here. Steve, I love the show, says Joe in Durham. Lying here in bed, the wife's snoring like a trooper. What would you rather be? Or a wasp? Are you missing a bit there? Or is it, what would I rather be, a trooper or a wasp? I don't know, actually. Did you see the woman the other day? She had bees under her eyelids. Bees had nested under her eye. Have you heard of that one? Not in this country. Do not cut your hedges and bushes yet, says Adam. It's bird nesting season, so check thoroughly before undertaking any trimming. Better yet, wait until the birds have fledged. We don't have that round our way. We don't have that. It's a shame, really. All this fuss and millions spent on finding the first picture ever of this black hole, 3 billion times larger than the sun. If they'd asked me, I'd have shown them. come some old photographs of whatever, says Andy in Brighton. Don't you think it's interesting? I didn't know what a black hole was. I've seen it on Star Trek and stuff like that. But this is so big. It's so enormous. And apparently things go into it and disappear. Like what? I've got no idea. Because we don't know all these sorts of things. But I thought that was interesting. Don't you think it's interesting? We need to get Brian Cox in to tell us all about, all these sort of things about it. And then my friend Christopher says, love Dr. Steve dishing out the satsumas to Joanne. You have an excellent bedside manner. I do, actually. I'm very caring about people because I know what she's like. She's got a sore throat. You can hear it. And if I had some ice cream, but I haven't, I would give her some ice cream because that'd be really nice, actually. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Jackie says, many taxi drivers have another job as well, especially in supermarkets and the post office. They can only work 7 hours a day, as drivers once told me. No, they don't. No, I've never heard. How would they know? How do you police working 7 hours a day? It's not physically possible to do. They could do as many hours as they want. They can't be restricted on that, Jackie, because there's no way of regulating it at all. Steve says, little Julie, the thought of seeing Richard Madeley in his pants has put... Well, he hasn't got any pants, apparently. It's even more interesting. Steve, with regard to shoplifters, witnessed a team of 2 in Waitrose the other day. Who can forget? Yes, we remember that one, Matthew. Yes, we remember that one. Very well. Booze, wasn't it, I believe. And Donald says, you keep saying Loch Ness, which is lock in the Caledonian Canal. Try saying lock. Yeah, but I'm from down south. So, to me, lock sounds the same as lock. You know, you might want to sort of go, oh, Loch Ness, whereas we just go Loch Ness, because I'm not Scottish. Okay, down here we don't say London, we say Londinium. So everybody's different. You might go Loch Ness, but we just go Loch Ness. Who is that girl? Says Mike in Finchley. Is she pretty? No. And no, there's no point. Listen, there's no point. I'm not pandering to people anymore. I've decided. Tell them the truth. That's what. That's gone to the police, that one. She's got a very nice voice. Well, of course she would have. She's on radio. Goodness sake. What is it with the ridiculous BBC bombarding us with the BBC Sounds app advert and all this recasting nonsense on EastEnders? First Michelle, now Ben and Bobby coming back with a new face. Ridiculous, says Scott. They have to do that every so often, don't they? I don't know why they do it, but they have to. Heather, my Norwich nurse, says, I'm not sure if you're aware of the standing on one leg with your eyes shut exercise that's in the papers. It's to predict whether you will have Alzheimer's in the future. Well, I've seen a few incidents as a result, and I'm worried, given your accident record, it could end in carnage. So I must strictly forbid you to try it. You are to be too precious to be off work. There's no need to be finding out about the future. It'll be here soon enough. Oh, I agree with you. They had they did a thing, I found it on YouTube the other day, and it was an episode of This Morning, where they had the cast of Airline. Well, 3 of them. They had the fella on there that everybody thought was gay and turns out to be straight. And then one of the girls who was a little bit sort of angry and antagonistic to people. And then the other girl who ended up getting cancer. And I think she's had it so many times, about 7 times. But they were all there. And it was really interesting to see them. Nobody works for EasyJet anymore. Well, these 3 didn't. But it was lovely. Absolutely lovely. Survived Belfast for work yesterday. Off to Portugal for a few days, says John. To get away from this Brexit stuff. Stormont, Parliament, building in Belfast was fantastic. Have you ever seen it? I have seen it, actually. Ever been to the Regent Street Cinema? Says Winnie. There is a shop halfway down Regent Street. I don't know if this is where you're thinking of. And you go down, it's on the left-hand side, and I think it's a furniture shop, and they sell all sorts of things. And it used to be an old cinema. And in fact, when you go in there, you can see the screen is still there, the projection box, and all the other little bits and pieces. So, you say 175, went to the senior matinee. Oh, well, it might be another one. Gorgeous cinema, packed with oldies. We saw a film about the Titanic with Kenneth Moore. What was it called? Was it called A Night to Remember? Was that it? That rings a... Oh, it's up near the BBC. Ah, right, no, this isn't... This is a shop down near the lower end of Piccadilly Circus, and it's an old cinema in it, but it's now a shop. Amazing. Chrissy says, do you think all these women having Botox and facelifts looking like caricatures? If you see these 2, just type in on Google if you really want to see what I'm talking about. And it's 2 women, mother and daughter, who want to Type mother and daughter who want to look like Jordan, and you'll see them, and you'll go, why would you want to look like that? Because they don't look like Jordan. They don't look like Jordan. They just look like two people who've lost their way in the world, you know, really badly. They just look like cannon fodder for the Jeremy Kyle show, which I think is where they were heading. Steve, my wife Sally and I went to a go outdoors at the weekend. Sally wanted some walking trousers, says Rob. She tried a pair on and said to me, what do you think? All I said was, your bum looks a bit tight in them. Apparently I'm an idiot and I need to grow up. There you go. Rob is now officially the idiot in South Yorkshire. Did you know Ray Moore? Did I know Ray Moore? For Radio 2? I think so. Why? When you say, did I know Ray Moore? Is he still around? I think he's written to me before. I think he's definitely written to me before. Somebody wants to know, is there a retirement home for retired DJ or radio presenters? Of course not. Why would there be? They don't retire. That's the thing. Ray Moore's not been around since 1980. Really? Since 1989. When you say not been around, he died in 1989. He didn't, did he really? Good Lord. Good heavens above, really? Oh, wow. Only 47. Oh, dear. Only 47. You sure? I only ask because I'm sort of incredulous. People always tell me about people. But no, definitely no retirement home for retired DJs or radio presenters. Certainly not. No. Why would you need it? Nobody wants to retire. Nobody wants to retire at all. Danny's back in the movies. Danny Dyer. You know what your wife's getting up to with your daughter. Just thought I'd mention it. Alan Halsell, getting over his love split, treats himself to a supercar. Costs £100,000. He says, you can't buy happiness, but you can buy a new car. I keep looking around for cars. I keep looking around. I don't want to change it. But I do keep looking around. Jane... Oh, I've lost it. Jane Bolton was on Airline. She's now my wife. Wait till I tell her you called her angry. Brilliant, says John. Really, that was... she was the one on... Was she the one... There were two of them. There was Liam, the other girl, and then, oh, Jane is your wife. Oh, how funny. How funny is that? What does she do now? She did tell us what she did, and I can't remember. I remember thinking, oh, that's a bit different. That's a bit... Because actually, I discovered the other day that one of our former producers in here, and a friend of mine, is now officiating at humanist funerals. I mean, a completely different thing to do from radio. And Anne says, speaking of birds nesting, we have two robins nesting in our ivy bush. Beautiful. I hope they stay safe. I didn't think they actually stayed together. Robins. I thought robins were solitary. That's what I always thought. Sadly, that mother and daughter pair do look like Jordan. Sadly, it's former Formula One team boss Eddie Jordan, says Mark. They just look awful, don't they? I mean, absolutely disgusting. But, of course, then they'll go on television, and you can imagine, you only have to look at them to realise that drink plays a part in their lives, and probably a lot of bad language. But basically, the daughter goes out with these men who fund their sort of cosmetic surgery. I'm not sure which I think is worse, actually. You know, there's all sorts of strange things in this world. Oh, look, here's Rhianne Sugden. Naughty Rhianne. Dreary, dull, unadventurous, talentless Rhianne Sugden, who had a wardrobe misfunction as she flashed her knickers. Oh, imagine that for the umpteenth time, dear. The 32-year-old glamour model. Nobody's asked her to do glamour modelling for years. And I thought she was stopping doing all of that. I thought she was doing, you know, she was trying to find a job, but obviously not. A bit difficult, I suppose, when you're talentless. Gemma Collins reckons Dancing on Ice ruined her sex life. That's just because Arj doesn't want to sleep with her, I should imagine, so it's got nothing to do with the programme. And a sex-mad killer duck who drowns his victims has left a trail of corpses. They do that, don't they? They do drown, because you think that they're all right. I watched on, was it the Planet thing the other day? Killer whales, Blue Planet Live, killer whales killing a whale. A huge whale. They drown them. They all go over the top of it. I mean, it's carnage out there. Ridiculous. Steve says, retirement home for radio presenters. Radio 2? A little bit cruel and harsh. It's quite funny at the same time, I should imagine. It does go. And, oh, right. Can you tell Nick I've sent him a text? Says my friend Christopher. Can he let me know sooner rather than later? You'll have to tell them that out there, okay? He's sent him a text. Did you send it to his phone? If you sent it to his phone, they'll make a mental note of it, and he will get back to you. But he doesn't get into here till about 6:30, isn't it? Something like that. But he'll have his phone with him in the car, so no doubt he will be... so, there's a message coming through. All right? Manage that? What are you looking perplexed for? What's the matter? Oh, he wants to know what it is. Well, I'm not going to tell you. It's secret. Yes. Oh, dear, honestly. He wants to know everything, doesn't he? He can't bear it if there's a secret going on that he's not part of. Steve, have you ever wondered who's looking after the kids when they're all in the Queen Vic or the Rovers? I never think about that. I never think about it. Natalie Wynn is in the papers, but I'll tell you about her little story in a moment, because it's... Do you know when you get that feeling that somebody's walked over your grave? It was a bit like that, wasn't it? It was a bit weird and spooky, wasn't it? They do say this building is haunted. Generally by us, I should imagine. My friend Christopher says Scottish Boy's hilarious. The funniest person ever not allowed to speak on the radio. It's true, isn't it, really? Steve, a long time ago you mentioned a shop in London which had a magic show going in the back of the store. What was it called? No, I don't think there's a magic shop. I mean, Davenport's got a little theatre, but that's... they don't put on shows there. They have a magician's club at Davenport's, which is opposite Charing Cross. They used to have all sorts of things going on at International Magic, which is lovely. Scottish Boy, the Bezzy straight man since Sid Little. The Bezzy straight man since Sid Little. We don't want to encourage him, though, Christopher. That would be disastrous. Steve, there's no way Rhiannon Sugden is 32, more like early 40s, says Matt. Jane Bolton from Airline is now at... That's right, a childminder and makes bespoke cakes. Still as angry, says John, when I don't toe the line. Isn't that funny, though? We would say... It never ceases to amaze me that you talk about somebody and then somebody phone up and say, that's my next-door neighbour, or that's my other half. And I was watching it, and I was saying, Leo was sort of the one... He's got two children, and everybody sort of still keeps in touch, because when you've done something like that, as you know, probably, John, it's a case of you bond, so they all keep in contact. And I think that's lovely. I think that's really nice. Steve, often think how strange it is that in the soaps, their show doesn't exist in their life. It boggles my mind. Yes, you could be right, actually. They never seem to recognise people. You've noticed that. Michelle Collins goes in and they have no idea she's Michelle Collins. And you think, you must know who Michelle Collins is. She's been around for a while. Does Scottish Boy fancy a one-day job swap with our Aussie Nick? You're not poaching him. You nearly got poached then by Christopher. He says, do you fancy a one-day job swap with our Aussie Nick? No, he doesn't. Oh, I'm very protective of that. No, he's under contract. That could be interesting, couldn't it? We've never had things like that. That's hilarious. Nobody on Corrie ever watches EastEnders. They don't. They seem to be watching... Nobody's ever said, standing at the Rovers, I'll have a pint. Did you see EastEnders? Nobody says that. They don't exist. So, Natalie Wynn. You want to know who she is, don't you? She dodged an airline's baggage charge by copying Joey from Friends and boarding a jet wearing loads of outfits. She's basically called a cheapskate. She piled on dresses, shorts, skirts, cardigans and shoes to avoid paying 65 quid when her case was over a 6-kilogram limit. Natalie was boarding a flight from Manchester to Fuerteventura when her 9.4-kilogram case was ruled too heavy to go in the cabin as hand luggage, so she pulled out the clothes and put loads of them on. Staff were left powerless to penalise her. She's obviously a real cheapskate. So she's booked this holiday. She's a mum of 5. Okay, so she can afford to go on holiday. She's an admin officer. She said, I was boiling. I put on 4 dresses, 2 pairs of shorts, tied a dress around my neck, put a skirt on, shoved 2 dresses down the dress I had on, and 2 pairs of shoes. The airline says Natalie's ingenuity here is noted. It is. She's just a cheapskate, isn't she? 65 quid. She said it was an all-inclusive holiday, and so I only had about 60 quid on me to pay for things. So you're cheap as well. Terrible, isn't it? Hollyoaks star Lauren McQueen on her character's sad exit. And this is somebody they are just soap operas. Can we just, try and get away from the fact that she doesn't know anything about it? She's just playing a part. It's like, when sort of some of them talk about, their character in third person. It's a character. We know Lorraine Kelly, the one you watch on the telly. You're great, you're gorgeous, you're fabulous. That's an act. Okay, that's an act. She's not like that. She's like that all the time. You know, she's, but on the television, oh, you're gorgeous, what are you doing? Oh, so boring. And she sort of wanders through, oh, that's nice, that food looks lovely. God, how many more years do I have to do this? But that's an act. That's an act. Janice says, how about you and Christopher having a job swap? Oh, do you know, job swaps? They always worry me, job swaps. I can't believe he's trying to poach Scottish... I mean, that's outrageous. Outrageous. Mike says, can we hear more travel news from Jo? Listen, she's working as hard as she can. She pops up every half an hour on the programme. That's quite... And it's not just us. She does it for loads of people. She's having to do quite a lot, actually. Quite a lot. And, Steve, could it be possible aliens mated with monkeys which created humans? No. No, I don't think so. Did you know, though, did you discover this the other day? I can't remember where I heard it now. And the early cavemen, when they invited you round for dinner, the chances were you were the one to be eaten. So, you know, your next-door neighbours but one, you know, third cave on the left, they go, oh, Steve, would you like to bring the family round for dinner? Knock on the head. Next thing, you're roasting over an open fire. They ate each other. They were, what do they call it when people eat everything? Cannibals. That's right. Dreadful, isn't it? Dreadful to think about things like that. Mind you, we weren't around in those days, and there's no photographs to substantiate that fact, or even cine film. I'd love to see it. I want to see a black hole. I want to literally, stop it, I want to go and so, but the trouble is, it's so wide, isn't it? Millions and millions and millions of miles wide. You know, you might just be looking at, so I might as well paint a black square on a wall and look at it. It's the same kind of thing. And I'm sort of thinking, oh, right, promise not trying to poach Scottish boy, just wanted to broaden his broadcasting horizons. I'd never allow it, as you can well imagine, actually. He says, you wouldn't be disappointed with Aussie Nick. Your days are numbered. Yeah, we have had one Aussie. We're all right with Aussies. Our one does. He keeps going back to Australia for his holiday. He goes everywhere for his holidays. Oh, was it his birthday? Oh, I saw somebody sending him a birthday wishes. So, Aussie Mike we had. So, we don't want another one, Chris. We really don't. And we like hanging on to Scottish boy. We like hanging on to him. He's sort of... I wish I'd not said that, actually. That was just the worst thing you could possibly say to him. Talk about big-headed. It's dreadful, isn't it? Yeah, we don't want you that much. We're not that bothered. Yeah, I've witnessed that for HR, yeah. Don't worry. We've never had anybody try and poach a member of staff before. I think that's quite... Of course, he'd die for the opportunity. But we're not going to give it to him. If he does, he's off the Christmas card list immediately. It's as simple as that. Honestly, I've got very little going in life at the moment. Like my weight. Elton John, as I say, is going to watch the beloved Watford in the FA Cup final at Wembley next month, and then do this dash to Denmark to perform, because he's in the middle of this... He hasn't got to the middle, has he, of 300 dates or something like... This is his retirement. He's going to go and play piano, which is lovely. The annual Police Bravery Awards have been moved from the Dorchester, and they've moved the Variety Club, I think, as well, which is not so good. How a broken heart can break your heart. We've had this before, haven't we? I've heard of couples who've been married for years and years, and then one partner dies, and the other one finds it very difficult to get over it. And so it is, you know... Love can actually tear you apart and break your heart. If you've been on a relationship and all of a sudden it finishes, you know, you might not see it coming. You might not know that the other half is sort of planning on a quick getaway. It's like sort of men who cheat on their husbands, on their wives, well, sometimes their husbands, cheat on their wives, you know, with somebody that they work with. And the wife is the last one to know. Everybody else knows about it. They go, oh, he's been doing it for ages. And he will then lie and, you know, try and get himself out of it. It's really awful. It's really awful. End of the... Do you know what is hitting 2 million mums? Pram theft. Pram theft. Around our way, we've got a church. We've got quite a few churches. But this one has things for mums, and they park all their prams in the front. It'd be easy for somebody to just walk in, pick up a pram and walk out. Nobody'd say a word, which is a shame. Also, a doctor nearly 4 times the drink drive limit refused to give a blood sample because... Not the first time I've heard this one. He's afraid of needles. He's afraid of needles. He says, I thought it was a reasonable excuse. Also, hipsters with big beards. I don't know what a hipster is. What's a hipster? Oh, Aussie boy would be a hipster. Apparently, if you've got a big beard, you're more likely to have smaller testicles. Well, we could check that theory out, I suppose, this morning, but we don't have anybody with a beard, so thank goodness we're away on that one. What a funny thing to say, isn't that really bizarre? Very odd. Shock this morning, isn't it, that they've closed Hammersmith Bridge indefinitely. For all the people, if you don't live around there, it won't make any difference to you, but for the people who live in Castle now, for Barnes, and all around there, it's closed indefinitely. So you can walk it as a pedestrian, no buses. They'll have to put the buses on divert indefinitely, and the cars as well. So normally, if you live in Castle now, which is on the left-hand side, which backs onto the Wetlands Centre, I believe, I mean, houses there go for 6-10 million. You know, some nice houses there, and it's a nice, big, expansive road. Nothing going down there. What a nightmare. You're going to have to do... It's going to be a long journey round. You're going to be sitting in traffic for the rest. So I'm presuming it's closed now. Is it actually... It's closed now. Did they give them warning of this? What's it in... Oh, my godfathers. Well, there you go. Safety issues, so that's been... Oh, dear me. Well, that's... I do apologize... Well, I can't do anything about it, but I mean, that's a bit bad, isn't it? What do you do with your socks? Throw them away. Sally says, I'd love to know what you're like to work with. What am I like to work with? Terrible, the producer says. Absolutely terrible. She says, fun, I would imagine. Well, yeah, a lot ruder than on the programme. A lot ruder. The language is ripe on occasions. On most occasions, actually. It really, yes, no. I mean, I don't know if fun... Is fun the word? I don't know. Yeah, it's fun. Yeah, they both said it's fun. They have to, because I've just waved money in front of them, so they're quite happy with that. No, it's not unsimilar to what you get on the programme, as I say, just with bad language thrown in. I am prone to bad language. I can't help it. You know, I mean, seriously, look at me and butter would not melt. Well, it would if I sat on it, but, you know, if you sort of... No, it's a fairly happy little programme. I don't think, you know, I mean, other programmes have their team and all the rest of it. You know, some people are sort of, you know, they've got to do this, they've got to do that. We just sort of wander through it. And we like wandering through it, as long as it gets an audience, and by God, it gets an audience. Mel says, around the 50s and early 60s, the old cinema in Regent Street used to be the new gallery, London headquarters of the Seventh-day Adventists. Good Lord above, you tell me everything. And Steve, my wife Sharon is in trouble with Delhi Belly in Mumbai. You're not helping matters. She's visiting the toilet every time you make her laugh. Oh, well, you have to, don't you? She might as well stay in there. It'll make it a lot easier. And if you want to see a black hole, just look into the talent pool on Britain's Got Talent, says Mark in Hayes. Ian reckons my Lorraine accent is spot on. I always love it. She said, I can always tell, because I'm very good at, I do observation. I have to, because I interview people, and you've got to learn about these sort of things. And every time I watch her doing the cooking, you can see her sitting there going, or standing next to it, trying to look interested. But she's now getting on a bit, so it's not as easy to do it. You've got to really do some acting. Oh, that's fantastic. Oh, that's gorgeous. And you think she's just basically coasting it. We once went on a cricket tour to Dublin with Ryanair, says Vial. It was going to cost a fortune for everybody to take the cricket bag, so we all put our pads, gloves, etc., and paid one of the lads to take all the bats in his hold bag. Yeah, I mean, people have got all sorts of tricks, haven't they, that they will do to avoid paying for these sort of things. Because sometimes it's quite expensive. I remember somebody came in once, there was some bloke who was having an argument with, I think it was EasyJet, and it was about, he had a violin, which was worth like £250,000. He said, you're not putting it in the cold, it's too cold. And Leo was sort of saying, well, you know, we'll have to wait and see if there's enough room to put it in the overhead locker. And you think, well, you can't put it it's refrigerated down there. That could completely ruin the thing. Could take forever and a day to sort stuff like that out. Not so good. Front page of the Sun this morning, black hole, first picture of the giant hole in space. To be honest with you, it could be a donut on a piece of string. I mean, it doesn't look like sort of a black hole, but I'm quite fascinated by one. Darcy's Strictly Quit step, Darcy Bustle. She said she was sick of the soap opera romance scandal such as Sean and Catches last year. She also wanted a £40,000 pay rise and became annoyed, it says here, I mean, I shouldn't imagine she did, with Bruno Tonioli, his theatrics. You're fantastic. You just ooze a sex appeal. And you think, oh, shut up and sit down, honestly. So dreary. Richard Madeley, appearing with an orange face, tan and white ears. He apologised for viewers for looking like a pumpkin. Honestly, I love things like that. It's so funny. So Georgia Steele is the one, they say, Love Island star. I've never even heard of her. Never even heard of her. But apparently she's dating a convicted fraudster. Georgia was seen kissing Mehdi Abalimba. He was jailed for 4 years for using stolen credit cards to fund a Playboy lifestyle whilst posing as ex-Chelsea footballer called Gail Kakuta. Did I get that right? Quite an obscure... Exactly, I've never heard of him at all. He said, I told her everything. She wasn't judgmental. I don't want her career affected. We like each other. You're a fraudster. She should get away as fast as possible. But basically, she's a bit stupid. So there you go. It's funny, is it? What about these people who appear on these programmes? Because you had Gemma Collins dated a crim. And then, of course, Fern McCann got pregnant with a crim as well. There's been quite a number of these sort of people. But poor old Georgia, perhaps she can't find anybody. Perhaps he's managed to convince her. But they have spent the night together, so not exactly difficult, as they say nowadays. Another one here, Harry and Oprah, the TV show. It's on mental health. And he says, I'm very proud to be working alongside Oprah on this vital series. Because we often wonder what they do. Apparently they've been having secret meetings, which is all very exciting. And, oh, here it is, how to buy crack in London. It's easier than pizza and a darn sight quicker. This is in Ilford, in East London, how my grandmother would turn in her grave. And Riverdene Road and Bengal Road, the supplier here, 15 quid, man in his 20s. He's quite clearly identifiable. He's got a little scooter, and it's wrapped in plastic and all the rest of it. And here's a different man. It took 3 minutes, 48 seconds. And a dealer arrives on a bike, just the white, yeah. He hands us a rock for 15 quid, £15. And that's all it is now. It's just drug dealing in Ilford. I mean, we shouldn't really be surprised, should we? We shouldn't be surprised. I should imagine there's knife crime and everything down. Oh, we know there's prostitution, because we were told about that from somebody who lives around there. And he said the road near the mosque is full of hookers. Full of hookers. East European hookers. Who was it? Oh, that's what that bloke did when he was talking to Darren overnight. The one who was completely off his face. And he was talking about the migrants. And it was at that moment I went, racist. Immediately. Very quick. David Beckham's sister called the police after a councillor allegedly peed in her garden while canvassing for votes. This man here apparently urinated behind the bushes. He was caught on her doorbell's video, which sent an alert to the phone. And she said it was disgusting. I shouted, you weed on my property. He said, I apologise. He shouldn't do that. There are public toilets there. As a councillor, he must have known that. He could have knocked on somebody's door. Police said they were probing whether a criminal offence was committed. Well, urinating in public is a criminal offence. Whether it's just a fine, I've got no idea. But, strange enough, last night the ex-district council leader quit his local Tory party in Malden. Chairman Ian Jones says it was unacceptable. So there you go. Apparently, David was at Lynn's wedding, but they're not thought to be close, because I'd never heard of this one here. Never heard of her. Lynn Beckham. She's got the name, but as I say, nobody knows who she is at all. Here's Cara Delevingne, hanging around. She went to see a Moulin Rouge dancer. And, I mean, basically, it's exactly the same as if you had a gay guy standing there next to some muscle boy. It's the same kind of thing. Cara Delevingne was there with her girlfriend called Ashley Benson, and they certainly got an Eiffel. Get it? An Eiffel. Yeah, all right. Whatever. Real buzz on the net. No, not interesting. Student tile wraps made up of Pompeii. You know, the woman who was accused? We didn't name her because we didn't know who she was. I just knew that she was a British tourist. It's only recently she sort of come out from behind the wardrobe and told us. So the first picture of the black hole, it does look like it's a donut. I mean, and it's supposed to be, it's in a galaxy called M87. It's 20, I mean, wait for that, you can't even imagine this. It's 55 million light years away. So how they got a photograph, I'll never know. But how wide is it? How wide is it? What do you reckon? Million miles? 2 million miles? 100 million miles? How wide is the black hole? I mean, obviously space is just vast. It is 25 billion miles wide. 25 billion miles. I mean, that's like bigger than Cornwall. It's enormous. 25, but I mean, that's even bigger than all the oceans and everything else. It's apparently, God knows how many sizes bigger than us. Apparently it consists of a dust and gas ring around one of the famed black holes which sucks in everything, and from which not even light escapes. Where does it go to, though? I mean, what is it? Did God make that? I don't remember him mentioning black holes or anything. So it's 25 billion miles wide in a galaxy, 55 million light years. I mean, I see something here. Other things that it might look like, spaghetti hoop, the Eye of Sauron, or a cartoon intro on the. It's huge. It's so big you couldn't actually take a picture of it because it's just, well, they have, but I mean whether it's accurate, I don't know. Amazing, isn't it? Amazing. Listening in Germany. I'm a licensed aircraft engineer. Just to point out that aircraft cargo holds are air conditioned, not refrigerated. You can't put a violin in there. It's way too cold. Way too cold. Steve, could we sell Hammersmith Bridge to the Americans and build a new one that can be used by the traffic, says Tony? Have you seen the size of it? Have you seen the size of these bridges? It's bad enough getting onto it anyway because it's got bollards on there. So unless you're careful, you scratch your paintwork on it. I'm glad it's closed. I'm not glad it's closed because it's going to provide chaos for people, but they need to sort of sort something out. Who will they get to replace Darcy Bussell on Strictly? I don't know. There's a few people who got there now. That dreary Tony Beak has put his sixpenneth in for about the umpteenth time, and a few other people. I don't know who I want, actually. Perhaps they don't have to have somebody. Doesn't make any difference, does it? But all those millions wasted by Boris on the infamous Garden Bridge could have maintained Hammersmith Bridge, preventing its closure. Can you imagine if you just bought a house in Castle now or down there? Oh, dear, you'd be going... because you're all now having to use little back roads to get there. It is possible. It is possible. But it's going to be a journey and a half. Not very good at all. Morning, everybody. We have the best line on the black hole. One comparison would be Gamma Collins. Went over my head too, actually, I have to tell you. The producer got it. Scottish boy, not a clue. You know, both of us sort of sat here going, We didn't know what that was. Steve, the space researchers must have the best camera lenses ever. Can the black holes ever pull the world in? Well, I mean, in theory, yes, but it's what do we say? 55 million light years away. Not going to happen in our lifetime, is it? It's going to happen unless it can move and sort of increase and then sort of swallow us up. But we'd all be dead, I suppose, by we got to that stage. I don't think it's very likely, but I don't know what would happen. Just supposing it was able to suck the world in, and the whole world moved in, and people are going, "Where are you going?" We go, "I don't know. We're just in here. Oh, it's very dark." I don't know what would happen inside. I don't know whether or not, we'd be eaten or we'd all just die. No air. Oh, right. Oh dear, the world would just disappear, wouldn't it? The world would just disappear, just all vanish. It's very bleak for 20 part. I'm quite all depressed now. I don't think I can go on. I'm going to start worrying about things like that. Yeah, no, I'm not letting Nick come on early. No, definitely not. We have to get that message to him. Don't forget that. I have to get that message to him. He has to. We've done that. Made a mental note. Good. And what else are we doing on the In Conversation? Picture. That's it. Good. There we go. Oh dear, 25 billion miles wide and 55 million light years away. I mean, it's terribly clever, but it does have a gravitational field that no light or matter can escape. So in theory, if we drifted the wrong... I don't know. I mean, I get the feeling there is somebody above us, like some enormous man holding us on a thread. That's what I always think it is. Steve, watching the boat race on Sunday, it showed Hammersmith Bridge with hundreds of people on it watching the goats go by. With the cars going over as well, maybe that's where the damage has been done. I don't know. Whatever it is, they're not allowing cars and buses who currently go over there. But passengers will be allowed to. Presumably people walking are not going to make any difference at all. Walking and cycling, but everything else is just ridiculous. James says this silly black hole obviously doesn't exist, just a scientist's late April Fool joke. Well, they've got a picture of it. I have to believe them when they talk about it. It's very interesting, isn't it? But also, the things that it might have swallowed up until now. Danny Drinkwater's Chelsea career, they reckon. Also, Posh's biscuit tin. Sue Perkins' joke book. Theresa May's Brexit deal and Katie Price's bank card. Shouldn't laugh really at other people's misfortune, but to be quite honest, brought it on herself. What about people who let dogs whittle outside other people's houses, says John. You don't have any say in that. There's nothing you can do about that. Dogs just go along, they sniff lampposts, or they sniff a wall, or they sniff, whatever, and then they wee. It's something that goes on, I don't know. It's people who don't clear up after their dogs who are very annoying. Pablo says Gemma Collins and Ard should be barred from crossing all bridges in London. They shouldn't be allowed into London at all. We don't want people like that here. Boo! Boo! Go away! My daughter, Steve, took a group of children aged 15 plus to London to see the museums, travelling from Beverley. a fairly rich area in East Yorkshire. They couldn't believe the house prices in London. Not thousands, but millions. Oh, yeah? Oh, yes. We have flats here at 140, 150 million. I mean, you can get cheaper flats, but, you know, if you want to live in certain areas, it's like, you know, if I wanted to move into London and I wanted to live in Pall Mall, well, I mean, I'd be looking at millions for a small flat down there, because it's central London. It's fairly quiet round there as well, and you'd have private parking. But if you want to go to Mayfair, again, you're looking at millions. You want to live in Knightsbridge? You go round the back of Harrods, and there's loads of lovely houses, beautiful, but they cost an absolute fortune. Unless you won the lottery, you couldn't afford to buy anything at all. Steve, how sad that Darcy Bustle will be gone. Elegant, dignified and beautiful. Qualities so missing from some of the creatures we have to see, and worse, have to listen to on telly these days. Oh, it's awful. It is. I mean, it's the dumbing down, isn't it, of television programmes. It's the, oh, I can be a television presenter mentality, which of course people can't be. And that's, you know, it ends up, you know, people going, no. This is not working at all. Not working. Here we got here. Oh, a motorist. I love a good motoring story. This is quite a cute one, but you will sympathise. She left a new mum an angry note accusing her of misusing a mother and baby parking space because she couldn't see a child seat in the car. Chloe Connolly, shopping with 5-week-old son Avery. Avery Connolly. That's a peculiar name. Says, returned to find the note saying, where's the car seat? Be considerate to people who need these spaces. While she was inside Tesco, her aunt went in to drop some shopping in the car in Handworth Dean, Cheshire, and another driver asked for the space. Sandra explained she wasn't leaving the space yet, and the woman driver angrily asked, where's the baby? Chloe, still recovering from a cesarean, says, I was gobsmacked. Oh, I see that. That's on that's on YouTube. Look at Parking Wars. There was one bloke, very funny, in America. He didn't do it over here, but we should do it over here. Somebody would park illegally, and he would go and chain a wheelchair to the side of their car. So they would come back, and they go, what's that? And he'd go, I don't know. And it was a wheelchair, or other things as well. He used to tie the car to a fire hydrant, and it was basically to inconvenience them. But the best one was some people in, I think it was Rome. Somebody had parked illegally. They covered the entire car in non-removable stickers. Literally with the big disabled logo on the front windscreen. This bloke comes back, he goes mad. He goes apoplectic in Rome, and then everybody's standing there filming it. Hilarious. So he tries to pull off these things, but of course it doesn't work. He can't pull them up. Best thing ever. And then eventually he just drives out into the traffic, you know, taking his life in his hands. Let me know when you can fit in the missus, Jane Bolton from Airline, for an in-conversation. I'll bring herself down myself, says John. So she now does children's parties and cakes and everything. Isn't that funny, though? Isn't that strange? Isn't that strange? You know, you talk about somebody and she turns out to be your wife. Well, there you go. Steve, what happens when you go into a black cold? It's called spaghettification as you pass over the event horizon. You get stretched by gravity. Oh, I don't want to be any taller. It's just, it's the, I don't know, it's just something we don't need to think about. It's not going to happen. It's not going to drag us in, you know, and if it does, I'll be long since gone. Thank you very much indeed. When Gemma Collins and Arj go camping, the bears hide their food. Well, they have to. You know what bears are like. So that's what it's called, says Frank. It's called spaghetti. I've now forgotten. Spaghetti. Anyway, it's that one. Yeah, spaghettification. Typical, isn't it? There's always one word. Years ago, it was Martina Navratilova. Now we've moved on a little bit. But always entertaining. Thank you very much indeed. So here's another picture of Jude Law. They managed to get him in white pants, standing in the water. Bless him. We love him to pieces. Love him to pieces. Mumsnet. This is the one I warned people before that all somebody will have to do now is go to the courts and get an injunction out, which is what a lady called Miss Hayden did. Stephanie Hayden is an activist, and she claimed that member A Little Help 18 libelled her on the Mumsnet forum. Okay, Mumsnet was ordered to provide the user's name, address, email address and date of birth. That would allow Miss Hayden to sue the poster, although there is no guarantee any details said by Mumsnet are genuine. But they're actually pushing it forward. In fact, Mumsnet have until 4 p.m. today to hand over the identity of this user alleged to have harassed a transgender campaigner. It's not the first time that she's been maliciously maligned, but they're going to get this person, and my advice was, because, you know, they're going to get you, tomorrow you're going to be in the papers, they're going to have a picture of you, your life is going to change dramatically. I'll tell you that for a fact. Why are there no parking spaces for elderly people? What is that? I don't know why that... Why would there be... Is there a shortage? I don't know. They don't have elderly spaces. You can get disabled spaces, but I don't think there's a shortage of parking spaces for elderly. They don't have special parking. They really don't. It's just you park wherever else you can go, actually. Lucy says, we shouldn't be so quick to assume about people using disability parking spaces. We haven't mentioned them, we've only just mentioned it now. We talk about mother and daughter spaces. My mum's disabled, but not a wheelchair user. We've often dealt with horrible situations with people shouting abuse. People assume all disabled people are wheelchair bound. No, the one thing you have to have, if you go out in the car, is the person who is the disabled badge holder. If you don't, in America, they take it off you, and the person has to then go and apply. Over here, there's a road in Kingston where a lot of the cafe owners down there are using disabled stickers on their cars. Not their sticker, it'll be their parents'. But you have to have them in the car, and then people go, oh, do you really? Like they don't know. They know. They know. 4-bed flat's gone on sale, and this is the Clarence. I've seen this, actually. It's one of 8 new apartments in a converted office in St James's House. It overlooks the Mall. It's 5,000 square feet. Now, 5,000 square feet is quite nice. Marble floors, 2 drawing rooms, concierge. That's where it's going to cost you in excess of 100,000 a year immediately for service charges. And it's got a residence, spa, gym and pool. So it's quite nice. Only 8 apartments in this block. How much is this one? 22.5 million. Which actually is quite cheap for that, marble floors and everything else, but it's the concierge that'll kill you, and your service charges. Minimum, I would have thought, could be anything from 100 to 250, 300,000 pounds a year for that, because I don't think there's parking. Morning, everybody, 25 minutes to 7. Nick Ferrari with you at 7 this morning on LBC for breakfast. Brexit has now been delayed again, this time to Halloween. Nick will get the best reaction from Brussels and from Westminster, including no fewer than 4 former Tory cabinet ministers. Nick will also ask if you think this latest delay will solve anything. He'll also find out what will happen to the convicted speedboat killer now he's returned to the UK, and he'll discover if astrology could really be to blame for the Brexit shambles. Hasn't Uri Geller made some spurious claim that he's going to try and do the usual sort of rubbish? All of that with Nick Ferrari at breakfast this morning from 7. Right here on LBC. I'm still fascinated by this black hole. It's amazing. Sheldon, I don't believe a word of it. Not one word of it. I'm not even going to mention it. It sounds too ludicrous words. You tell me the supermarket, I'll check it out, but of course you can't. I went to, because it's so ridiculous as to be balmy. I went to M&S with my mum, and we parked in the bay that's assigned for those with kids. When we came out, we had a ticket. Really? We saw the warden and disputed. He said, you've got no kids with you. I said, that's my mum, I'm her son. She's 57, I'm 33. Were we right? So you went to Marks and Spencer, you parked in a bay. They can't give you tickets for parking in bays. Parent and child... Yeah, but I don't think they can give you a ticket for parking there. It's not up to the warden to decide whether you've got a child. I mean, to be honest with you, 57 and 33, they're not kind of aiming at those sort of ages unless you've got a disability, in which case you'd have a sticker. So, but I've never heard of people... So when we came out, we had a ticket. So what was he doing? Hiding or something to give you a ticket? Why would you do that? They don't know. You might have a very small child tucked in your pocket. Could be something like that. I can't quite see that at all, actually. Can't see that. Kathy says, I've seen Jude Law twice at the theatre. Front row seats, not only gorgeous, but a superb actor. He is gorgeous, isn't he? That's why he's very popular. He's very popular. Looks even better in his pants. Talking of in pants, Yeovil boy Mendes overtakes rival Bieber, who ain't happy. I don't know anything about... this is Shawn Mendes. But he's working out to be... I mean, he's also done modelling pants. What is it about modelling pants? Never anything like it. Bizarre, isn't it? The Daily Mirror, this morning, they've got poor old Richard Madeley, the colour that he's changing into. They say he's a cross between an Oompa Loompa, David Dickinson, or Mickey Rourke. I mean, maybe it's just the lighting. Sometimes on Sky... Yeah, and Donald Trump as well, who all look quite pale compared to him. I mean, I suppose the nearest colour would be David Dickinson and the Oompa Loompa. But then, if you look at Sky News, I mean, sometimes, poor old what's-his-face, Steve Dixon, we don't know what colour he is. It's a bit difficult to tell whether he's spray-painted or something, and it's to do with the lighting. Sometimes the lighting doesn't sort of flatter people or do the best for them, because it's all kind of just stayed up there. Joe Lycett. Have we run Joe Lycett yet? No, we haven't. This week. It's running this week. Oh, is it? Oh, right. Have I recorded those bits? Oh, right. When did I do those? Tuesday. Did I say Joe Lycett? Oh, right, okay. Well, anyway, he has a new show out. But in this one, he's opened a spoof restaurant in a skip. And he had a driver from a popular food app pick up a meal from it for delivery. He registered it on Uber Eats to highlight low food hygiene standards. He said, I was operating from a skip with no running water or electricity, yet an Uber Eats rider took food from it, no questions asked. This is his new series for Channel 4. It's a consumer series called Joe Lycett's Got Your Back. So he's granted an Uber Eats listing without having to provide a permit or food hygiene certificate. Uber Eats says we're working to review our process. Well, it's quite clearly rubbish, isn't it? He was selling from a skip. And somebody came and collected something. I mean, it's ridiculous, isn't it? Absolutely ridiculous. So, cap in hand, request for another delay on Brexit. I mean, most people are just ripping their hair out, aren't they? Somebody came on overnight and burst into tears. I mean, I began to think, you're not really going to burst into tears, are you, about this? Steve, we have a woman park in a disabled spot in our road every day who then walks to the underground, which is 15 minutes walk. My wife challenged her, and she said she dropped her mother off around the corner. Clearly a lie, as we know she goes to work. Oh, yes, but also, I remember I challenged somebody once. She had all these kids in the car. I said, you've got a disabled sticker. You're not disabled. And she went, no. I said, and also, oh, that's right, she said her mother was, and she dropped her at the surgery round the corner, the doctor's surgery. I said, no, the person's got to be in the car. Ridiculous. Michael from Chester, why don't you mind your own beaky business? What a stupid person you are. Honestly, you can't be that dim, can you? Although you probably could, actually. Traffic fumes give 38,000 kids asthma every year. I didn't know we still had asthma. Dale, of course, used to have Ventolin inhalers. Hadn't had an asthma attack since the year dot, I don't think. And here he is, the speedboat killer, Jack Shepherd, finally facing justice as he took his first steps on British soil in 10 months. The convict boarded Georgian Airways flight A90751. Why I have to tell you that, I don't know, but it's in the paper. Accompanied by 2 British officials. He left Tbilisi in handcuffs after nearly a year on the run, and is expected to be put in a UK jail to serve a 6-year jail term over the manslaughter of Charlotte Brown, 24. Oh, there you go. Your little fun jolly is finished, hasn't it? School hires nappy helper. An infant school has had to hire a full-time nappy changer as so many pupils are not toilet trained. Really? Are they supposed to do that at school now? I don't like the sound of that at all. That's not very good, is it? And a brush with fame. Surreal celebrity encounters. And it's whether it be Robbie Williams making toast, meeting Mick Jagger in a lift, or offering Diana, Princess of Wales, a crisp. It seems everybody has got an odd celeb story. And so they've got all sorts of things. And the most surreal encounter you've had with somebody famous, Mike Segalov says, mine was looking up whilst riding a bucking bronco in Liverpool and seeing Hugh Grant looking at me, who then stuck his tongue out and just shrugged. So all these people have got things, somebody nearly running over Gavin Esler. Selling Kevin Keegan a dining table, Norman Wisdom walking past me at the motor show, and Alan Shearer walking past me into a hotel in Newcastle, grumpily. I love this because everybody's got a story about celebrities, people that you've seen out, people that you've had a chat to, and it's most of the time it is a figment of their imagination. Beadles About used to do that. He used to take out a Queen lookalike, and she'd go into a shop and buy something. People used to think it was hilarious. More on Susan Boyle. I can't imagine who'd buy any of Susan Boyle's album. It's available for pre-order. Obviously desperate to get some money back, aren't they? But no. Pearsy Baby, this is what she says, is the one for me. Just one look and I wanted him. La, 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 la. We don't want to think about things like that, do we? Thank you very much indeed. Also, some spider bite. I'm constantly reading about spider bites. This one gave a boy a hole in his leg. Ooh. Well, you want to go there. It's far too awful, isn't it? Far too awful. And Too Good to Be True, the serum. that promises firmer skin in a week. Yes, it's another one here. And so they've given it to the fashion and beauty director at the Mirror. And 4 days into my trial, and this 46-year-old is pretty impressed with the firming serum. She says, I love the applicator, which allows you to dispense peppercorn-sized beads of cream. My skin has felt really toned. You can only get it in Boots. So it's called Firming Booster Serum with a dark spot correcting booster serum, which promises to lighten age spots in 2 weeks. Women, this is what you want. This is the one you're going to go crackers for. Whether it works or not, you're going to buy into it. And the good news is that it sells for £38. So actually, normally they actually bring these things in about £29.99. So it gives you a rough idea which sort of market we're aiming for. 38 quid. People go, oh, it's going to make me look completely different. As if it's like a facelift. It isn't. It isn't. It's not going to be like a facelift at all. And it won't work for most of you. But of course people buy into it, don't they? They love that sort of thing. And especially you girls. You love it. They had a set of creams the other day for sale on... It was either Ideal World or it was QVC. Normal price, £429 for these creams. Their offer price, 60 quid. And you think, for 11 different items in a little... I nearly bought them. Hold yourself back, Steve. Hold yourself. We all want to go for that, don't we? Steve, says Rachel, people can't just go round saying to those parked in disabled areas, you're not disabled, because they don't appear disabled. Have they not heard of invisible illnesses? Well, the whole idea of disabled is you're not supposed to walk that far. There's a distance, and also carrying things. I've seen people lifting heavy boxes. You know how people fiddle the system. Goodness sake. My mum's got an artificial leg, but walks with an obvious limp. One day, walking away from the car, she was challenged by a police officer. She pulled up her trouser, tapped her leg, and said, I've got a wooden leg. Yeah, but why would you get a disabled sticker for a wooden leg? I mean, surely the wooden leg is the comparable leg. Does it really make any difference? Does it really? Well, apparently it says here, she walks without any obvious limp. So that sounds like normal to me. And I've never heard of a wooden one. Who's got wooden legs now? These are these prosthetics that they put on, don't they? And things like that. My father was in a lift in Hong Kong with the film star Ava Gardner, whom actually she used to go out with Frank Sinatra. She told us things about Frank Sinatra we can only ever imagine. And she looked at him and said, I don't like that man's moustache. Ha! Thank you, Lynn. And then somebody says, why are you so happy? Why not? Why not? It's Thursday. It's the 11th of April. The weather's going to be quite nice. I'm looking out the window. It looks like it could be a scorcher. Not really a scorcher, but it doesn't really matter, does it? But no, it's a night, and I'm talking to a very, very, very popular celebrity today for In Conversation, and that's Andrew Scott. And before you ladies go, he's not coming in live. He is Neil. That's all I'll say to you. You know what it is. You know what it is. It's his time. It's his time at the moment. Women everywhere are going gaga for this bloke. When I told you, I mentioned to my bank manager, she went, Andrew Scott. Like it was, she does love him. Can't wait to see what the newsroom think about this one. Right, we take a short break. Nice to have your company. 10 to 7 is the time. Steve, I remember driving down Ken High Street in the early 80s, early 90s, and as we came to a stop at traffic lights, I looked over and saw Diana in her Ford Escort looking back at me. She gave me a smile. Says Dan. My dad was very jealous. Charlie Girling from our fabulous entertainment department says, hot priest, Steve, I'm so excited because Andrew Scott's coming in. So it's amazing. Apparently the news desk is going to go mad over this one. So I was just going, listen, so there'll be a lot of testosterone in the studio, which is good. Steve, I've got a blue badge and look fit, but I've only got one lung working. My wife is blind. We got attacked for faking being disabled. Listen, there's hundreds of videos on YouTube at all. And an OAP in question called me a very rude word, and another rude word. Some disabilities don't require a wheelchair. Oh no, most of them don't require a wheelchair. Oh, good Lord, no. Definitely not. I nearly ran over, says Justin, Trevor McDonald on my bike. He stepped out into the Toad Road, I think that's supposed to be, when walking his dog. I braked and just missed him. He was very apologetic. Pam says, I walked past Paul Newman, who was standing in a doorway in Leather Lane when filming The Macintosh Man. Interesting, isn't it? All these people who sort of have discovered all these people. And Steve, Andrew Scott was brilliant in the film Pride. I'm so jealous, says Nicole. Hello, Nicole. How's Papa? It's an old gag, I know. Hemorrhoid cream under the eye removes eye bags, says Geraldine. It does. You mustn't overuse it, though, because it's not particularly good. And I was in Portugal Steve, and I saw Stephen Gerrard in a restaurant celebrating his birthday. He got a signature photo, I did, and even a slice of cake. He was the nicest. It's good, isn't it, really? And, Steve, I use Kiehl's ginger leaf cream, best face price, about 44 quid. Good news for Rebecca Vardy fan. Her media operation has posted record profits of £1,000. Hooray, well done, Rebecca. That's the dreariest wag you've ever seen. BKYV Media saw her bottom line rise from £420 in 2017 to £1,225 last year. The academy she runs with her husband, Leicester City and England footballer Jamie, has also shown a modest profit, £1,000. That's called failure in my books. That's called failure. Perhaps it should have said £1 million or something like that, but it didn't, so it doesn't matter. Mel B, in all the papers today, saying to avoid an embarrassing court showdown and reveal details of her sex life, she's paid £1.8 million to the nanny. Otherwise, she'd have had to cough up millions and millions. A business associate of Mel said she was just happy to clear this mess up once and for all. Yeah, because she didn't want it to go to trial because they're in all over the place. So, believe you me, she's had to cough up, and she hasn't got the money, has she, really? Here we go. Grab and go. Bacon sandwich, bacon roll, sausage roll. £2 in a cafe. And one cafe owner here is worrying. It's Mama's Cafe in South East London. They're worried about the cost rise. They're getting warnings from all the suppliers at the cash and carry. Everything's shooting up. And this is now another thing. Oh, dear. Bit worrying, isn't it, really, when you've got sort of, the world bacon shortage. We just get it in from somewhere else. I mean, I've never been into a place yet where they've got sort of empty... We're not living in Russia, where they've got empty supermarkets. Also, picture here of Irina Shayk. She's a supermodel, apparently. For that reason, she can look vacant and she's very thin. That's what supermodels are nowadays. And poor Millie McIntosh... goes to the launch of a Brazilian musician's new album. The trouble is, Millie McIntosh is just very plain. That's the best thing you can say about her. She was thrilled to meet Anita, whose album Kisses was on sale. She just sort of tries to look sexy, but just looks a bit old now. She's getting on a bit. Scarlett Johansson fears she could die in a car crash like Diana, after being followed by a pack of American paparazzi. They don't care, the American paparazzi, at all. And, cabin crew from airlines, including EasyJet, Air Tours and Virgin, are selling their knickers, shoes and tights to fetishists on eBay. I mean, really. I thought the dog thing was bad enough the other day. It just gets absolutely worse. Liam Payne's Hollywood hopes have been dashed by Steven Spielberg. The One Direction star has been dropping hints about a move into acting for a year. Even landed an audition with E.T. director Spielberg, but it didn't go to plan. He says, the first thing I ever auditioned for was the remake of West Side Story, done by Spielberg. I got a message saying, you need to go and meet SS on Thursday. So I had to go and audition in front of him. He just kind of rolled in, and I was like, this is wild. This is the craziest thing. Why do they all think that, you just think, oh, I've done a bit of singing. Oh, I'll be an actor. I'll be an actor. Like, with no qualifications at all. But he did get to meet Steven Spielberg. So that, of course, is the plus point, I should imagine. This weekend... good for gardening, today could be good for gardening. I might have to sort of nip out this afternoon. I think I might either be going out for lunch or I might not be going out for lunch. Daily Express, world's first look at the black hole. But it's a long way away from us. We don't need to worry just yet. Don't worry, you get plenty of warning if it comes anywhere near us. Because I should imagine even before it gets to within 100 million miles, we will have disappeared completely. Darcy Bussell, she quits the panel. So Len... these are the odds. Karen, I don't know who that is, 2-1. Brendan, no chance. Arlene, see, Arlene would be good. And Len, 16-1. But Len's already done it, hasn't he? Why would he want to do it again? I've got no idea why. But I think you could drop Bruno Tonioli. His sort of ridiculous antics have now sort of gone beyond stupid. Something very dangerous about sort of an old who stand up and go, you have sex appeal and all these. Well, I never see that kind of thing. I want this diamond of light. Who's going to buy it? Graf have not put a price on it. It's called the Lacidi Larona. It weighs in at 302 calories. Even after Cutter spent 18 months honing and shaping it. Can you imagine? I mean, it's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. It was found in a wine. You imagine they found it in a wine. That'd be even better. They found it in a mine in Botswana in 2017. The biggest gem-quality rough diamond unearthed in more than 100 years and the second largest ever found. It means our light, Lesedi La Arona. They reckon it could be worth about 150 million. 18 months to cut it. You imagine the terror on the face of the man who's got to cut the thing in case it splits. That would always be the problem. Trendy pushchairs in black market crime wave. Natalie Rant's £600 pushchair was stolen from the buggy park at a London nursery. Yeah, what they do is they just sell it on to another parent, you know, unless people start writing on these things and making sure that they are theirs. The man who plotted to blow up a mosque was on a benefit bonanza up to 1,200 quid a week. How can these people get this kind of stuff? It's just ridiculous. And then the 999 crews who got given bus lane fines. That's in all the papers for today. Not so good, not so good. Justice for speedboat victim. The Mail are asking, why has Darcy waltzed off Strictly? And The Guardian have got a picture of what can only be described as a donut. It's the only picture, that's what they've all got in the papers. Nobody's got anything better. Before I go, let me tell you what's coming up on my free podcast for today. On the Little Bit Extra, I'll talk more about Darcy Bustle's exit from Strictly and all the wonderful tributes being paid to it. Yes, tributes. Like she's died or something. She's done 7 years. She's leaving to do something else. Ridiculous. Get a grip. You'll also hear more about the latest bad news from LB and why I'm rather disappointed that the defamation case didn't end up in court. Plus the truly horrifying story ripped from Chav daughter Danny Dyer's book about something her mummy does for her, which involves waxing strips but no clothes. Yes, you heard right.
closed indefinitely. It's after the news.
And Judy Murray goes to buy 2 donuts. She gives them a Scottish £10 note, and they go, "No, thank you." And of course, that's right, because as we all know, Scottish banknotes are legal currency, but not legal tender. So, in other words, unfortunately, Scottish boy's got a bit of a cob on this one. So he did tell me, not with him, because that would be carrying too much money, a Scottish £5 note. And he never goes out with much money. He's always like Darren. Darren, you could open Darren's wallet and there's nothing in it. There's never nothing in it, is there? How do you exist? Do you put stuff on? Absolutely nothing. Isn't that absolutely amazing? You put everything on cards. Oh, right, okay. But you never use cash. How bizarre. Yeah. Do you not like cash or something? I use cards, but not very often. Although my accountant says, use cards, we've got a record of it. So for certain things I use it. The rest of the time it's cash. I'm one of those sort of people years ago when they used to give you a 10-shilling note. 10-shilling note, God, I'm so old. A groat inside a birthday card. I wanted it in pennies or something because it looks more and you could eke it out. You know, if you're going on holiday, you go, right, I'm going to spend 3p today and 6p tomorrow. And that's how you do it. You do the same with a box of fireworks. You buy a little family set and then you take them out and you look at them and you decide which one you're going to let off first as a kid. Nowadays, I mean, I've still got rockets in my hall, which have been there for about the best part of 2.5 years. Big rockets, you know, like really, really nice. Do they go off? I don't, I'd no idea. Producer got quite worried about it. I don't think they go off because it's dry gunpowder. I mean, I don't think they're likely to sort of a sudden self-ignite. Or do you mean go off like they don't, go damp? What, in my place? Nothing goes damp in my place. I promise you. I don't have any of that kind of nonsense. Actually, we have an update on Ollie, the AP. There is an update to the story about the date. He's now issued via his agency a statement which has come through. Because you remember, let me bring you up to date now. Ollie, the hairy one, has not actually been on a date in many a good year. I mean, seriously, I think it's been quite a long while. So he was a little bit excited when he found somebody on Tinder. Sorry, not on Tinder. He found them at a party. And we've had a look at a picture of her. She's stunning looking. I mean, seriously, I'm not sure whether or not he was wearing some sort of mask or something at the party, and perhaps she hasn't actually seen what he looks like. Anyway, cut a long story short, he had a few bevies, and he got a little bit confident, as you now know, and so they arranged to go on a date, which would have been yesterday. The problem is that he suddenly forgot that he had a friend, which is easily done, isn't it, when you've only got the one? And he and this friend is another girl, apparently, so that's 2 girls in his life. We're all getting a bit worried. He's beginning to sound a bit like a gigolo. And so he said, and she said, "Oh, I'm having a party, and it was Thursday, last night." So he went, "Oh, right." So he then said to the Spanish girl, "Hola." That's not her name, that's just what he says every time he sees her. It's a case of, I can't see you tonight because I've got a better offer. I'm going to this birthday party. He didn't phrase it like that. I'm going to the birthday party. And so she went, "Hola," and left it kind of at that. Again, punching above his weight. Anyway, then the girl whose birthday party it was from last night phones him to go that she's not very well, so the party's cancelled. In the meanwhile, bringing you up to speed on this, Ollie's girlfriend has gone into a steady decline. She's now sitting sobbing in the corner. He then has to sort of, approach her, and so, terribly sorry. Can we put it back on again? No. But don't worry. All is not lost because Ollie then goes back home and sort of sits there, thinks about it. And we now have a statement from him to bring you up to date for those people that worry about this kind of thing. The date is to be postponed until next Thursday following lengthy talks. EU citizen, in brackets, the girl, has a right to a date and will get one in due course, won't she ever? We are aware it's not a favourable situation, but a deal, a different date, is on the table. This country, Ollie, in brackets, will not crash out. I believe in a strong and stable future relationship with the EU, in brackets, her. So that's the latest situation for Ollie. So it's going to be on for Thursday. Okay, and he was debating whether or not to take her to somewhere a bit posher. Before, it was going to be, if you remember, Pizza Express, and I thought we could all go down there and sort of, sit at different tables around and just watch what goes on, as in sort of hidden cameras. I mean, to be honest with you, I think he's heading for a no deal. I don't think we'll ever resolve it. I think probably we'll have to throw it open, and we'll probably have to go for a general election, and we'll have to make sure that things go really well. But apart from that, we really don't care. But I think it'd be good. But he's punching so far above his weight. I mean, seriously, she is staggeringly attractive. I mean, really, even by his standards. And she's in radio. And traditionally, don't normally, do you? She could be in well, I mean, the picture looked as though it was sort of, it was what I call a posed kind of picture, wasn't it? It's not like your normal one, sort of caught at a party, or Thomas's. I don't know, but who knows? I should imagine that old man down there has probably had his eye on her. You know the one I'm talking about? Yeah. There's so many of that's the sort of thing he'd sort of go, "Oh, come here, pretty little thing." Like, yes. Yeah. She should be here, to be honest with you. But we couldn't risk it with Ollie, because he works here as well. And as you and I know, the one thing you don't do is on your own doorstep. Because when it all goes... No, you don't. No, seriously. Because when it all goes pear-shaped, everybody suffers. Everybody suffers. People don't talk to each other. People want, go around, they look in the other way, that kind of thing. So you never on your own doorstep. I've never had, well, nobody's ever offered. But no, nothing like that. I've tried. God knows I've tried. I've had more meetings with HR over the years than anybody in living memory. Steve Allen came up and put his hand on my shoulder. Yeah, fantastic. So that was a lunch date immediately. You want to see the photo? Josh will like the photo. She's really good looking, isn't she? Is that your type, Josh? I'm surprised you've not met her. She's been around. And, never on your own doorstep, though. But, I mean, that's a lovely picture. But it's a very, it's the hair coquettishly put to one side and the little look, which we like. We like things like that. So, that's what happens, because everybody in London, if you're single, you're looking for somebody. People spend their entire life looking for somebody. And then once you've actually found them, you've got to blooming well hang on to them. Because it's easy to lose people. I have a friend of mine who, and I can't tell you actually, because it's only because I've just seen a picture of him. I can't tell you anything else. But it's the first time I've seen him with his partner in a picture. I've known about the partner for years and years, but this is the first picture I've seen of them together. It's a really odd one. And I looked at it, oh right, that's sort of, because normally they don't talk about that kind of thing or anything like that at all. Okay. Do you know who that is? He does. Oh right, okay. And yesterday we did Andrew Scott, who's lovely, who is gay. He hates the expression openly gay. He said, you don't go openly straight, openly gay. So, but the one thing he's very good about, he has a partner, but he said, that's all I tell people. I've got a partner, end of story. Why would you want to know things? I mean, I don't want to go into it, I don't have a partner at the moment. Mind you, Christmas is around the corner. I always pull at Christmas. It's always the way. But I don't want to go out with people at Christmas, because you've got to buy them a present. And generally speaking, by the time we get to the January sales, I've gone off them. I've got a very low boredom threshold. And then there's Valentine's Day. It's just expense. All the way through at Christmas time. I remember going out with somebody one year. I think the year was about 1964. And I said, Don't buy me a Christmas present, please. Because I don't know what to buy back. And you think, if they spend £100 on you, are you supposed to spend £100 on them? And in the end, they bought me a gold chain. I don't know where the gold is. It's gone somewhere. And I didn't know what to buy them. So I had to find out how much the chain was worth to sort of buy an equivalent present, because you don't want to spend too much, do you? Because you know damn well the relationship's not going to last. Mind you, 35 years on, it's kind of still there. Not as a relationship, but sort of as really good friends. So, that's just my advice. Don't get embroiled in anybody you meet in a bar. Don't get embroiled in anybody you meet when you're drunk, because when you sober up in the morning, you'll deeply regret it. Don't take them for an expensive dinner. Because London... I remember Dale and I going out, and we went to Manchester, and everybody talks to you. They just talk. People up north talk to you. Everybody talks to you. And so we'd go out to a club, and people would just come up and start chatting. In London, the thing that sort of really got us was people who have to be flash. They have to tell you what they've got. You know, I've got this job, I earn this much money, I've got, you know, and you think to yourself, why can't people just be sort of honest? You know, I fancy you. Want to go out for a quick drink? Not an expensive one. And then back to my place. Well, that's it. But it was constant. We were speaking to the guys in Manchester, and they were saying it's constant one-upmanship in London. You know, if you've got sort of this sort of car, they've got that sort of car. They know this celebrity, you know that celebrity. So it goes on backwards and forwards. It's always entertaining, always very, very interesting. Still to come, Judy Murray and her very expensive donuts, 2 for £9. Who sells £4.50 donuts? Have you ever... I mean, I couldn't believe that. That seems an awful lot of money. I do like a donut. I don't have them very often. I've had some posh ones. Shell says, if you've never seen it before, you're missing a programme called Naked Bodies. Oh, yes. Have you noticed, though, that some of them are sort of people who genuinely take their clothes off for a living? Some of them are life models and things like that. The theory is if you're embarrassed about your body, it can be cured by stripping off amongst other people with great bodies. It's interesting. They had one on there a short while ago who didn't identify. She was on the women's programme, but she didn't identify as a woman. It was all... I get a bit confused with things like that nowadays. But the programme's interesting, and then they sort of say, so what do you think about so-and-so's bits downstairs? And they start talking about them. It's very odd. It's very odd. Shane says, I hope they give Julian Assange a damn good bath. Well, he's in prison at the moment, isn't he? So I'm sure he'll be, you know, I mean, perhaps he'll have a shave or something. Ghastly man. 13 million it cost us. 13 million. From how he looked as he was dragged out, one assumes the Ecuadorian embassy was putting on an amateur dramatic production of The Aviator, and Julian Assange coveted the lead role, says Johnny. I mean, he was carried out. I thought it was hilarious. I thought they should have done it years ago. Years and years and years ago. The reason it cost so much money is because we have to have a policeman stationed outside there 24 hours a day, just in case he walked out. Whereas, in fact, it was quite the opposite. They walked in and dragged him out again. So that's good. That's good. But, I mean, we should have done it donkeys years ago. What's it like in London? Is it cold? Says Ian. Bit chilly this morning. Bit chilly, but nothing too much to worry. I was hoping it was going to be better than yesterday. I'm looking for a little bit of sunshine today. I'm also looking forward to actually going home when I finish, which is a bit of a rarity because every day this week I've had interviews. So we've done 5 interviews. I think between the two of us, we're heartily sick of seeing each other. You know. Oh, you're agreeing with that bit, are you? Okay, fine. Well, there you go. Always looking for new staff. Always looking for new staff. But it is, when you see somebody every single day, you kind of think, we've done 5 interviews this week, which might not seem a lot to you, I promise you. But when you do them every day, and we've got to set the studio, and then we've got to decide which studio we're in and how it works. And because yesterday Andrew Scott was in, and the newsroom were so excited. So excited. He's like hot property. And you could get to see him live. He's going to be down at the Vic, which is down at the cut at Waterloo. He's doing I can't which one's he doing? Can't remember which one he's doing. I'll let you know about it later. Lovely. Gary and Simone. A long night on the road with the London Ambulance Service. Do you know, I watched a bit of that the other day. Not your ambulance, but somebody else's ambulance. I wouldn't want to do things like that. Dealing with drunks, people who are throwing up when you're trying to... oh, God, honestly. It really is just absolutely dreadful, isn't it? Perhaps we should ban alcohol. That'd be quite interesting, wouldn't it? Steve, where's the best place to start my Thames River cruise? Westminster Pier, Embankment, Festival, Bankside or St Catherine's Pier? I do Charing Cross. Charing Cross Pier, do that one there. Most of the boats pull in. There. And it's quite nice, actually. You can do a pootling up and down. I love going on a boat. Boats, trains, I'm not particularly fussed about anything like that. Bought a lamb doner kebab in Twickenham last night. Never again. We had the police all over the place. I walked out this morning. There's blue lights everywhere. And I'm thinking, what the heck is... Drug dealers. In Twickenham. They were in a car. And the police pulled the car over and obviously did something to it. There must have been about 8 or 10 police officers there for 2 blokes. They were both handcuffed. I was sort of just standing there observing. It was very entertaining. I love stuff like that. Great weekend. Ian says, I'll be down in London next Tuesday to see Mum and Dad. We're going away for Easter down the caravan. I used to have a producer who had a caravan. He hasn't got a caravan now. Yeah, no, kebabs, I never... Have you ever seen the way they make kebabs nowadays? It's just like you mince all the meat up and then you put it round, you make like a round thing, you stick it on the spike, and then they put bacon in, and then they put another one, and then they build them up and up and up and up and up. And there's a company that probably loads of companies that make them and sell them. Some people make their own, and then they deliver them, and then they put the thing on there. And, and that's it. We've all had our fair share of kebabs. All had our fair share. To be honest with you, you need to be 3 sheets to the wind to enjoy one. You're never going to be going... I went to a restaurant once, and I wasn't 3 sheets to the wind. But instead, we had this... And they brought this huge mound of kebab meat. I've never seen so much kebab meat in my life. And they used to do a version of it in Iceland, which was sort of like processed meat. It was... it was kind of the same, but not the same at all, which was wonderful. 84850, does Scottish Boy... fancy a drink with me, says Daryl. No. What is it with everybody and him and Scottish Boy? Listen, he's more than happy. I've just bought him a chocolate. It was going to be an egg, but it's an R2-D2. It's very good. He'll be sharing that in bed tonight, I should imagine. Okay, I'll put this bit of chocolate on my non-hairy chest, and then somebody can wait till it melts. Whee! How exciting is that? Looking to go to Scotland for the weekend... can you ask Scottish Highlander of his humble cheap home, is it on Airbnb? No. I don't think his mother will really cope like that. They are living... it couldn't be an Airbnb. It's one room. It's one room with a hearth and a fire in the middle, and they do all their cooking and that. And you could do an Airbnb. Has Mrs. Woman chucked the sister out? Oh, right, so they've got a spare bedroom. You've got 2 spare bedrooms, have you, or just one? You've got... 3 spare bedrooms. They could be an Airbnb. You imagine going up there. It's not a good location. But the trouble is the place is basically a shrine to Scottish Boy and his sister. So there are family pictures all round the walls of when he used to be attractive and when he used to look cute and all the rest of it. And then it all went a bit pear-shaped. And he kind of went from sort of... It's like my godson. It's his birthday. And he's going to be 21. It only seems like, a few years ago he was born. And he went from, small, and we go, is he ever going to grow? You do that. And then all of a sudden, he shoots up. He's like 6'3". 6'3". Really amazing. Yesterday's fiasco at the embassy is typical of the police. Send 7 coppers to arrest one old man. They could have tasered him, I suppose. He didn't want to go, but the embassy didn't want him in there. But they should have said that years ago. Why they let it drag on to the tune of 13 million quid, I have no idea. Also, what have we got here? A&E Times are the worst on record. Elton John's in a wheelchair. The jockeys who've stripped to raise awareness of testicular cancer. I don't quite understand the point of stripping for testicular cancer and then covering your bits with your hands. What's that about? Why don't they demonstrate how you check for testicular cancer? But they don't. They don't do that now. I don't know why. So they've got a picture of 3 jockeys I've never heard of, and they're covering their bits, and you think, no, take your hands away. Because then, and you can demonstrate to people how you check for testicular cancer. You're supposed to do it in the bath. You're supposed to do it when they're warm, because it's a lot easier like that. Clipper boats are far more fun, says Vince. Borough to Greenwich, enough time for a large wine. A large wine. I like that. Is there any other kind? And Dion says, I think you must have been DJing when I used to go clubbing mid to late 70s at Cheeky Pete's in the Gunnersbury Tavern. Great nights from what I remember. I'm 60 now, says Dion. Yes, they were. We packed them out. I did Cheeky Pete's for God knows how many years, actually. I found an old photo the other day of me on a poster. They used to make their own posters down there. And that was good, actually. Jim says, has the Scottish Boy person turned into some sort of gay icon? No, definitely not, no. He's an icon for something. I suppose for repatriation, I would have thought. He's part of the poster campaign for that one. No, he's quite happy. He wanders through life, being sort of, fairly cheerful or so. I don't know. We just sort of, he's my producer for the best of Steve Allen. So if there's anything the matter with it, you can blame him, because he actually puts it together. And for In Conversation, he started putting it on his thing now. Oh, no, producer of Steve Allen's In Conversation. I think if I'd produce it. Because it was good yesterday. It was very good, very good. In fact, we've had some really nice guests this week, And this week, and you will be hearing at about 6:15 this morning, a couple of clips of 2 of the guests who are going to be with me this week. One from Shawaddy Waddy, who is Dave Bartram, and the other one, who is a comedian, a presenter. He was ever so nice, Joe Lycett. He's got a new show which is currently on the television. Steve, Meghan won't do the baby parade outside the Lindo wing because she's terrified of coming out empty-handed and having to say, sorry for the wait. Looks like it was just a bad bout of colic. Do you know that there is actually a rumour that she's not pregnant? This is how stupid some people are. They're actually going, of course you know it's not true. And you think, what? Of course she's pregnant. Of course she's pregnant. I don't know if she's had any children before. Has she had children? Oh, agony. And it isn't wind. We know that. But I do honestly think, I mean, if she doesn't want to parade the child, don't parade the child. Everybody else does it, and they go, oh, of course, this is Meghan rebelling. It's not. They just, she's probably had enough of it, I should imagine. Come outside, lots of pictures. Harry will stand there in that same suit that we've seen a million times before, or his jeans. I don't think he's got a very big wardrobe, Harry. I don't think he doesn't look like he's into clothes, does he? Not in any way, shape or form. Good to hear you live for once, usually listening back. Spiking is the best, says Waj. The bad news, incidentally, the baby privacy thing is bad news for those people who hang around outside the hospital in Paddington for 3 weeks. You know, there's a couple of them wearing, I haven't met it, I've seen them. Have you met them? Are they odd? One of them was in a Union Jack suit. You've met him, right? You do get odd people, don't you, that they sort of go, hello! And you can see the royal family going, where's security? Where's security? They must get quite panicky, I should imagine. It's happened before. The taxi driver caught with 60 grand's worth of cocaine, jailed for 12 years. And I watched that. Have you seen that? 24 hours in police custody. They had one the other day. He was a surgeon. And what he'd done is he'd faked a robbery at his house in Ireland to claim from the insurance company. And he wanted 250,000. So the insurance company raised doubts over whether or not it was genuine. Cut a long story short, it turned out he was Brassic. He'd asked for 50,000 quid up front, and he was very litigious. And he was a bit of a nasty person. He wasn't banking, I think, on the police going over to Ireland to check the house, and they found a lot of the stuff that he tried to claim for. And at the end of all, I thought he just would have got probably a rap on the knuckles, and he was trying to claim that the police had turned up like the Gestapo and all this kind of stuff, which they hadn't. They just knocked politely on the door. It was fairly straightforward. He was a bit of an idiot. Anyway, at the end of it, he went to prison for 8 years. 8 years. Because he was basically a crook. He was trying to get money from all these things, and he said, I lost this set of glasses. So they found the set of glasses on the wardrobe, and he went, I had three sets. So I went, so they've actually taken 2 sets, have they? I mean, none of his stories made sense. He was a compulsive liar. He seemed to have an answer for everything. Any more secret dates with the smoking hot Susanna Reid, Steve, says James. I'm not at liberty to discuss my private life on the programme. It's like I'm not medically qualified to discuss that. So I can't offer advice or career. Actually, I could offer career advice. I think I'd be very good at that. When I passed, says Liz in Colnbrook, the Asda petrol station, the petroleum station, she says, the petroleum station in Chertsey, I noticed petrol's gone up again, and diesel, it's now 120.09 for petroleum and 129.09 for diesel. That James O'Brien's selling his car because it's diesel. I think because he was one of those people told to get a diesel car. They were encouraging you to get one. Now they're going, don't get a diesel car. And you think, do you know, honestly, you can't believe a thing anybody ever tells you now, can you? The only thing you can believe is this programme. We're the only people that tell you the truth. Well, not the only people, but the only people at this time of the morning who tell you the truth. Everybody else is giving you a load of old flannel. We tell it like it is. We tell it like Julian Assange. Get out now. Go to prison. To go directly to it. We've got him, and we've got the speedboat bloke as well back in prison again. It's looking quite promising, isn't it? Who else do you want to see in prison? There must be a load of people, mustn't there, really? Pope Benedict's looking fairly promising at the moment. He's come up with some very odd stuff. He thinks that the Catholic abuse scandal in the 60s, which was also in the 50s, the 70s, the 80s and the 90s, was blamed, well, he's blamed it on the 60s sexual revolution. What revolution would he be talking about? I wasn't aware that there was a... You mean the permissive society? Good Lord above, honestly. I mean, you can't move for sort of church porn at the moment, can you? I mean, there's all sorts of stuff out there which is very weird, very weird. But you can't blame the abuse scandal on the sexual revolution. It's got nothing to do with that at all. There were paedophile priests going back donkey's years, some of which are long since dead and we will never find out about. I think they fired 250 of them a few years ago. It was that bad. It was that bad. And, Josh, I did get so sorry. I'll just read this. No, I'll make it wait a bit longer. No, he's over the weekend, actually, is Josh, I believe. But, I quite like hearing that. I said to you the other day, it's almost bizarre, isn't it, after this amount of time, that you still go, that's somebody saying my name, which is quite funny. Shane says, it must be about time for Scottish Boy to take the washing back to his mother. Yeah, I mean, he just basically, it piles up, I think. And somebody say, when Scotty Boy goes home, does his phone consist of 2 tin cans and a piece of string? How old do you think he is? We've already told you, he's not that ancient. He's not as ancient as us. We used to do that. Did you ever do that with your friends? You'd have 2 tobacco tins, because my dad smoked a pipe. And then you'd drill a hole, you put a piece of string between them, and you could speak into it, and they could hear you the other end. That was the idea behind it. Donald, who's always in a very angry mood, says, it's not the whistleblower Assange, just whistleblowing? I think there's a bit more than whistleblowing. Who chose to have 13 million spent on overseeing his visit at the embassy. Don't blame him. Well, of course I have to blame him, because if he wasn't in there, we wouldn't be spending 13 million quid. So, in fact, it's firmly at his door, absolutely firmly there. Look on the bright side, the 13 million kept loads of London folk in employment for doing, they had to stand outside there. Do you think police officers really want to waste their time? So, in other words, if it was round your neck of the woods and you go, somebody's just broken into my house and set fire to it, and can I have the police round? And they go, sorry, really busy at the moment, love. Call us back later. We'll let you know if we can get anybody round there. That's, we've got enough crime crisis going on, probably in your neck of the woods as well. He says, but don't forget, you supposedly don't object to what anybody earns. Well, he hasn't earned anything. What's that got to do with it? It's got nothing. This is what we spent. £13 million on having police officers 24 hours a day standing outside there waiting just in case he shows his face and makes a bolt for it. That's not got to do with what anybody earns, because they're police officers. They're not paid depending on the job they do, are they? Goodness sake, honestly. Is it as the morning goes on, you get more mad? I thought Meghan wasn't having the baby in the Lindo wing. No, she's not. They're not going to show you the baby anyway. I think she's having it at home on a rug. So they'll have to have a team of people in there. You can't just have one person. There'll be a team of people. They always do it in the hospital because it's always been done down there. It's kind of tradition. And we know all about tradition, don't we? 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And Len in Manchester says, you are the cause of my insomnia. See, I don't mind that. I don't mind being the cause of your insomnia, because I think today is actually a very good day. When I woke up this morning, I was so excited. So I went, it's Friday. It's Friday. What am I going to do today? Nothing. Nothing at all. I don't have anything to do. I might take the car out I might get it washed, actually, because it's rained a few times. And you think, oh, it's rain. Keeps the car clean. Does it hail? Seriously, it's all dust all over it and everything else. So I might have to go and get the car washed today. But then I'll have a look at what is the weather forecast? I can't remember. Is it okay? Sunny spells? Oh, okay. Warren thinks Theo Usherwood is hot property. Good. I mean, honestly, this is he's very tired property, and Warren also says, here we go again. How are you? I hope you're both okay. I think he's referring to Scottish Boy. He says, does he still want to come to the barbecue? I've forbidden him from going. He's not going to the barbecue. It's as simple as that, Warren. I'm sorry, it's not going to happen. Don't look forlorn and cry. You're not going, okay? There'll be very expensive people there, celebrities. He always tries to do the same thing. Just at the end, just as I'm sort of ushering the celebrity out, going, thank you very much. He pops, in he comes, and shoves his hand through the melee of other people around there. Go, oh, thank you very much indeed. Get off the celebrities. He's done it a few times. He did it the other day with Prue Leith. We had it with Stephen Mulhern, and I said, don't touch the celebrities. And then we got it the other day with Andrew Trott, like he's something to do with them. Like he's involved in the process. I'm the one who sits in the studio chatting to them for half an hour, making small talk and making myself look interesting. But he's the one who, all of a sudden, out of nowhere, this hand comes through people to sort of say, thank you very much indeed for coming in. Shall I walk you downstairs? I'm Thomas, by the way, and I work here, and the producer. In fact, he always now he did it the other day. He introduced it. He said, "I'm the Steve's producer." I thought, oh, for goodness sake, honestly, it's almost vomit-inducing. It's seriously got to that stage. I've never heard of things like that. Never heard of it. Seriously, it's outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. He's obviously got no shame, and as I said the other day, the longer he's on the programme, the more he grows in confidence. Oh, seriously, it is. It's like if we were in sort of Julius Caesar's time, I'd have stuck a knife in his neck ages ago. It could be Brutus, et tu Brutus. But, no, it's quite funny when he has to shake their hand. Oh, hello, Steve's around the corner. And all of a sudden, I'm kind of like the spare part. Don't worry. Oh, yeah, Chris is coming to the barbecue. Oh, absolutely, yes. And loads of my other friends here as well. Dave's coming. Beth. O'Brien's not coming because they don't want diesel cars there. And it's celebrities. Yeah, he's a celebrity. Well, he's sort of a celebrity in his world. In the world of book. He's got another book coming out, hasn't he? Isn't he doing another book? I think I can't remember. Somebody said he was doing another book. Oh, no. Oh, the paperback's out. Right. How many did he shift? He shifted quite a load. He hardly mentioned it on the show. None of us do, really. Martin says, are you and Scottish Boy working over the Easter? I think so, yes. I think so. It's all as normal. They always put me in for Easter anyway. They always sent a thing out saying, who doesn't want to work over Easter? And I'm on as normal. Who's producing? Here's. Yeah, look at that. Woo, the dream team. Who's going to be APing? Ollie. Is it? Oh, we don't know. We don't know. Oh, Henry Riley. Oh, right. He's okay. He's okay. Why are we laughing? No, that was damning praise. No, we like him. He's probably listening. And, because he works, all over the place, really, doesn't he? And yet, the funny thing is, when you consider how sort of high power he is, he's, so Martin, yes, we are. Yes, we are. Working over Easter. It doesn't make any difference to us. Listen, we just love being here. We just like being here. And so, for a week, Scottish Boy becomes the producer. So does that mean somebody else is doing In Conversation then? Or you're doing In Conversation as well? Oh, are you? How have you managed that one? That's a difficult one, isn't it? Yeah. Oh, okay. And, Michael says, who's this barbecue? I'll come for a sausage. There you go. Michael's going as well. We're all going, except you. So funny. Actually, I remember the first time I went to the barbecue and Tony Blair was there because they have security. All ex-prime ministers have security. So you've got these unmarked police cars on the drive next door. There was a police marksman upstairs and all this kind of thing. It's for security. And I'm thinking, he's just sitting down there in a relatively small space, just chatting away to people. It was lovely. Seriously. It's just, but I mix in those circles. What the heck? Did you ever meet Quentin Crisp? I did. I interviewed Quentin Crisp years ago. He had a show. He was living in a hotel in New York, but he came back to do this one-man show a long time ago, and he was very fey. Very fey. Quentin Crisp was the naked civil servant. It was based on his life. He was gay in a time when to be gay meant that you took your life in your hands walking down the street. And at one point he gets surrounded by some soldiers, I think, in the naked civil servant. And they were sort of messing about with him and things like that. And he said, "You can't hurt me." He was famous for that line, "You can't hurt me." He'd had so much ridicule over the years. He had purple hair. And even when he was fairly old, I wish we'd kept the interview. I was going to say years ago, we didn't keep everything. But that was, that would have been an interview to hear again, wouldn't it? Quentin Crisp from the... I think, actually, perhaps we should have a series called From the Archives. Billy says, did I see you on Cromwell Road in Earls Court with your Jag? I don't drive a Jag. No, definitely not. Definitely not. And some here, this is a particularly stupid one. Why is Steve always talking? Is there not anybody phoning in? It's not a phone-in, Sweet Pea. You must have gathered that by now. You can't be that thick, surely. It's not that difficult. Have you not gathered by sort of 45 minutes in that we talk? No, we are one of those rare programmes that actually gets a huge audience with no phone-ins. Which kebab shop did you go to? Yeah, that one. Yep. 4 boys were arrested a few weeks ago in Twickenham, running after 2 boys who they were going to stab. I couldn't believe the size of the knife, says Debbie. Well, we had so many police cars this morning. It's interesting. Matthew says, have you invited Kelly Brook to the barbecue? If so, it's not my barbecue. It's not. I wish people would stop thinking it's my barbecue. But we would be inviting Kelly Brook. Absolutely. You'd like that, wouldn't you? Oh, sorry, you're not going. Ha, 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 ha. I'll take photographs and send them to you so you can see what fun we're having. Here's Steve with the Prosecco. Here's Steve with the food is always excellent. Always excellent. More of your texts and emails in a moment. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Has anybody else had that that sort of £10 note refused by shops? A Scottish £10 note. Always an interesting one. Because people sort of say, well, it's legal tender. No, it's not. That's not the expression, is it now? I've now forgotten what the blooming expression was on it, but it's not. So they're legal currency, but they're not legal tender. So that's why. So if you go into a shop and you go, oh, you've just come back, you might have come back from Scotland, and what's he on about now? What's he? No. They're legal currency, but they're not legal tender, okay? This is from Scotland. Remember the place you used to live? That's what they're actually saying. So the Liberal Democrat Deputy Leader, Alistair Carmichael, has lodged a bill so that they can make it legal. So legal currency, but not legal tender. I'm still getting over the fact that Judy Murray was prepared to spend £9 on 2 donuts. I'm hoping they were the size of dinner plates. Make it much easier. Right, we take a short break. I'm going to try and hit the out times for the breaks, but don't get too excited by it. It doesn't always work, actually. And then we'll take some more of your texts and emails. We go through the papers, and there's some good stories. They're all sort of Julian Assange doing his, shouting obscenities and everything else. Stupid man. Anyway, at least they've got rid of you, which they should have done years ago. 13 million quid, that's cost you. 13 million pounds. God, what a waste of money. Nice to have your company, Oh, somebody's used that one before, but I suppose you could always resurrect it. I wonder if there's any sort of copyright on somebody's catchphrases. 12 minutes to 5 is the time. Thank goodness for your spike this morning, says Rachel. I've got all the girls this morning. The other day it was all the boys, now we've got all the girls this morning. So Rachel says, I'm having a deja vu here, sleepless night, training course to run in a few hours now, and lying here giggling about poor Scottish boy. My friend Christopher said he was the funniest person you've never heard. Which is, and then tried to poach him, if you please, to give him sort of a little boost up. We're trying to sort of not mention that in the building. It's too embarrassing. I have a vivid image of him in my mind. Where can we see a photo of him, or is that not allowed? It's not allowed. It's not allowed, Rachel. I mean, there are photos of him that exist. You're not on Facebook, are you? He says no. And you're not on Instagram either, are you? He's not on Instagram. So as far as I know, the only photographs that you could see are on his Twitter account. That's the only ones. But I mean, he doesn't really have many. They're quite old, your photographs, aren't they? Most of them are in sepia. He doesn't have anything that looks vaguely. There's one of him looking sort of vaguely. I think there's a cruise ship in the background or something. He's probably started to swim back to it or something. And he's sort of got his shirt off. I don't want to sort of build your hopes up on this one, but, He's very tall, though. He's taller than me. Taller than me. He's about 6'1" or something. 6'4". 6'4", you really? You're not 6'4", are you really? Lord above. I'm hopeless on height. Even the producer cast doubt on this at 6'4". 6'4" sounds like Jamie Theakston size. He's like up there. So you're not that. He might be. He just stood up actually to demonstrate. Yeah, you're 5'11". See, I'm 5'10" and a bit. I'm 1.8 meters, which I think is about 5'10.5" or something stupid. I wanted to be 6 foot, but I'm not apparently. No, please don't text him with how tall you are. That's for BBC Radio Shropshire. Do they have proper money in Scotland? They better do, because some of my money's up in Scotland. Correct me if I'm wrong, but if a note says sterling on it, I thought it was illegal to refuse it, says John. No. It's not. That's the anomaly with that one. So they're legal currency in the UK. You can use them, but they're not legal tender. So that's why somebody can refuse them. It's as simple. That's the way it is. That's the way it is. Ian says, I had a Northern Ireland £20 note. No shop took it. I had to go to the post office and they changed it. They said it's legal tender. The shop should have taken it. No, wait a minute. Legal tender. They're not. They're legal currency, but not legal tender. That's the difference on it. So in other words, you know, if somebody gives you one of those notes, you don't want to take it. It's as simple as that. Kevin the Milkman says, can't wait to see you at the barbecue again. Anyone is going to be there. Poor Scottish boy missing the social event of the year. It is, and he was going to buy a new outfit. He said, I'm going to buy some new shorts, Steve. And full kilt and everything. We were going to have a little demonstration of Scottish country dancing. And, very interesting. One here from Jimmy says, I can picture you there in that Roman Senate dressed in full garb and giving out brutal justice. Stevenus Elenus. Thank you. Actually, one of the co-presenters on the breakfast show from next door, he was dressed up as a Roman centurion yesterday. Sonny J came through the door here. I was just going downstairs and he walked through the door and he was wearing a Roman centurion outfit. I wasn't sure whether I was asleep or somebody had cracked me over the head with a coconut or something. And I said, what are you doing? He said, don't ask. I said, they're paying you for this. He said, not enough. I don't know where he was wearing it. I can't think of any Roman films out there at the moment, are there? He came back in, he had the Roman outfit. I mean, seriously, what the rest of them were wearing, goodness only knows. Kelly Brook was wearing, I don't know, just one of those bras that emphasises things. Whatever. The fire alarm has gone off in the hotel that I'm staying at Moreton in the Marsh in Gloucestershire. We all wandered downstairs into the lobby in our PJs. Of course, I'd have been standing there in my pants. All nervously stood there, deciding if we really needed to go into the cold and the dark, and then the blasted thing was turned off, and then the shock kicked in. I started to shake, and I suddenly realised you were on. Listening to you now, I'm back to my calm self, and we go back to sleep. Of course, the alarm is from the Almighty, because we're not going to Brexit. Thank you for being there. So that's lots of love. And Sister Trace listening in Gloucestershire, which is lovely. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. So it's Assange all over the place. Can't meet him doing the thumbs up thing, and I'm thinking, yeah, whatever. Meghan will ditch 49 years of royal baby tradition. Doesn't want to do it. They'll do it when they're ready. If they don't decide they want to do it, well, then don't do it. I secretly fear that this is Harry getting his own back on the press, who'll be waiting desperately for these pictures, and there won't be any pictures because of the way that they've treated her, and he doesn't like it. So he's obviously exercising. I mean, you know, this is breaking with tradition, because they've always done it like that, and that's what I fear for the royal family. I fear that the whole thing's going to go to pot. Not necessarily, but you know what I mean. It's going to be one of those sort of things where people are going to start behaving badly once the Queen goes. And Prince Philip. You know, there's nobody really there with any authority. The only person who could sort of have any sort of authority could be Princess Anne, but she's not going to come into it, is she? So it's a bit embarrassing. But if they don't want to, you know, to show us the baby, fine. She's going to hide it away from the public until days after the birth. Fine. That's your decision. It's got nothing to do. I couldn't give a stuff. Makes no difference to me. One baby looks like another baby as far as I'm concerned. It's only when they grow up they look a little bit different. But if that's what they want to do, fine. But it'd be funny if they turn round and Harry then goes, because they don't think ahead. They really don't think ahead. You know, if he goes, oh, well, I'm doing the Invictus Games, and the press say so. We've seen it before. And they don't bother with it. You know, that's what they thrive on. You can't have it every which way but, because it makes it very, very difficult. Freed, the Britain held for the horse insult in Dubai. Do you know how long ago that was, the horse insult? 3 years ago. 3 years ago. Why are we wasting time with it now? You don't want to go to Dubai anyway. Ghastly place. Ghastly place. And 84850, Scottish boy could go and get Mrs. Woman an Easter morning egg. Yeah. When is Easter? I'm now... is it this weekend or it's next weekend? Oh, right, okay. Next weekend. It's exciting, isn't it? I don't know what we do. I'm not going to be having... Yesterday when I bought them, the girl in Marks knows me. I bought them both Easter eggs. And said, oh, very nice. I said, not for me. I'm a diabetic. It kind of is my excuse for everything now, really. Steve, you should really let Scottish boy's voice be heard, as it's hard working out what he's saying, says Richard. I can't share it with you. I'm not allowed to... Legally, I'm not allowed to share it with you, because he isn't on a presenting contract. What he's actually on, he's on a freelance sort of a contract. kind of thing. And so he's not allowed to speak. If he speaks, then we have to pay extra. So, and you know me, I don't want to pay extra, thank you. Tribute's been paid to a legendary Second World War hero and veteran of 64 bombing raids. Squadron leader John Savage, that's an interesting name, was one of the RAF's most distinguished pilots. He survived the war, and he was 100. He was only one of 55% to survive the war in Bomber Command. His wife, Rosemary, is 94. He lived in Datchworth. How lovely. How lovely. We send our commiserations there. And a former British switchboard operator at the communications headquarters for the D-Day landings is to be awarded the highest French honour. Marie Scott was just 17 when she helped process secret messages for Operation Overlord at Fort Southwick. Fort Southwick in Portsmouth? Southwick? Don't know. But anyway, she's 92. She's going to be presented with the Légion d'Honneur. Légion d'Honneur. And as part of the anniversary, she will travel with the taxi charity for military veterans to Normandy. There you go. Look at her. Lovely. I love people like that. It's like all the people who worked at the place where they used to decipher and decode things. Bletchley Park. Which, if you've never been, go. Steve, I think you're developing an obsession with the Brook chest. Outrageous suggestion. Good heavens above. Just that, you know, she's in the building and we talk. It's very hard to miss, actually, because it arrives in the room before she does. I only say that. Yesterday she was coming and she was holding her... We all have these things that we sort of hold in our hands to get us in and out of the building and go through doors and open lifts and all the rest of it. And I thought, where's her coat? I worry about it if she's not wearing a coat, covering up her ample assets. Christopher says in Weston-super-Mare... Now, have I ever been to Weston-super-Mare? Do you know, I don't think I have, Christopher, but it sounds lovely. He says, you're helping me stay awake by allowing me to wonder why stores don't accept older notes, simply to take them out of circulation. Are they too put out at the thought of taking it to the bank? I got one the other day. I went to... You know what I do? Every day, I empty my pockets of change, and I put it in a plastic jug. It used to be in a tall spaghetti jar, but to be honest with you. And then, once the jug fills up, I then empty it into a bag, and I go off to Sainsbury's or Metro Bank, and I empty it into the machine, and it turns it into cash. Okay? Which I've done for years and years and years, because it's just one of those things. I don't like standing there counting out money. I prefer to use a fiver or something like that. And I went up there to Sainsbury's the other day. In fact, the first Sainsbury's, the blooming machine wasn't working, which annoyed me. So I went to another one. And it worked in there, and I had whatever it was I had. When she counted out the money, one of the notes was so crumpled, I then decided I had to get rid of it as quick as possible. So I went and bought a pasty in there, and I gave the woman this crumpled £20 note, because I only like flat, nice-looking notes. I don't like crumpled notes, so I didn't hang on to this one at all. Michelle and Roger, they're in Oslo. They are Oslo Spikers. Oslo's incredibly sunny and chilly cold, so today we'll have a barbecue on the fjord, at the sauna on the water in swim shorts, as one does here. You make us laugh every morning. And now we've got you on DAB radio. Whoo, fantastic. You can get us on DAB in Norway. Well, the producer's slightly incredulous at this one. So how does that work? No, you can't. You can't pick us up on DAB. We've decided. We don't think that's possible, actually. Steve, would I have to jump on a plane for the barbecue? No, we're not holding the barbecue on a plane. That would be a bit pointless, wouldn't it? Otherwise, you know, the thing would be rolling up and down, the hot coals would be all over the place. And very shortly, we'd have a little inferno going on. So, betting ban on credit cards. This is in the paper this morning, because they think that if you go in there and you haven't got any money, you'll put it on a credit card, in which case you can get into trouble on a credit card, because you might have £3,000 worth of credit. Northern Ireland notes are legal tender to spend in any shop. They're not. They're absolutely not. Sorry to tell you. I can only tell you that they're legal currency in the UK, but they're not legal tender. So it's a legal currency, but not legal tender. It's the same as the Scottish notes. So your bank manager presumably should be pensioned off for being a complete idiot. I'm not on Twitter, says Rachel. I'll add making an account to my to-do list so I can have a look at the cruise ship and the semi-shirtless photo of Scottish boy. For now, I shall have to lie here picturing him, a 6'4" vision in a mustard roll neck. It's beginning to sound like stalking, isn't it, really? He doesn't have the mustard roll neck. He has two. He has the mustard roll neck and he has the purple roll neck. In fact, to be honest with you, having worked with him for this amount of time, I know his wardrobe. I know his wardrobe. I mean, I don't know his wardrobe. So good luck with that one, Rachel. And somebody says, I usually have a number of Northern Ireland banknotes when I come home from there every summer. I use them in the self-service machines at the supermarket, no problem. Well, they might go in there. I don't know. But I'm telling you, they're not legal tender. Legal currency, not legal tender. Apparently in Japan, says Jim, a lot of banks have special ATMs which can exchange old banknotes for brand new ones. Lovely idea. Mind you, I had a note the other day. My God, it wouldn't go into the blooming machine. It went in, it came out. It went in, came out. Went in, it came out. And I thought, oh, maybe it's a fake, but I checked it and it was absolutely fine. It's like whenever you change your money up in one of these Coinstar machines, which are in the supermarkets, mainly Sainsbury's, I think. Sometimes at the end they go, check the return section. You put your hand in, there's all these pound coins. I don't know if they're fakes or not, so I put them through again. I'm like that. Potato and leek soup, the bachelor version with more potato than leek. You see, I mean, I don't want more potato, I want more leek. I don't mind the potato bits as well. Thank you, Beverly. It's by Waitrose. I've had it. Not quite as smooth. Oh, the bachelor version. Well, I do have a Waitrose soup. It's very smooth, though. It's obviously been mashed to pieces. But she says main ingredients have to be shown first. Yes, you're quite right. I live a sheltered life. No, you must get out more. Noel says, you're very chirpy this morning. Why do LBC never put out a tweet announcing your show? This isn't a replay. Replay. Is he on to... Oh, he's found out. How's that? I thought we managed to keep that quiet. Do you think people know that some of these shows are Sorry. Do you think people know that some of these shows are pre-recorded? No. Oh, God, I don't know what to do now. Now we're in a bit of a pickle, aren't we? That's cool, I tell you. 2014 will never be the same again. Don't know what to do. Do you think... Oh, what, the best of Steve Allen is... Well, it is. It is reading off a script. Can we do that line again? No, I can't do that line again. Wait a minute. So, no, we are actually coming to you live, Noel. Can you just put that into the edit thing? God, I hate doing these things. I mean, I tell you, sitting here lunchtime now, waiting for the canteen to open so we can go and get our lunch is a bit of a pain, really, this morning. But we'll do our best. We'll do our best. Oh, I meant the internet radio, not the DAB, says Roger. Oh, well, don't ruin it. We were looking forward to it being DAB, thinking you've managed to find something in your DAB radio that's not in everybody else's. Steve, Scottish money isn't even legal tender in Scotland, says Chris in Oban. That's all they use. I mean, do they have Scottish £10 notes, £20 notes, £50 notes, £5 notes? You don't have 50s, do you? No, you've never seen a 15. Have you not? Oh, I'm going to show you some. I told you yesterday morning that I always go at the beginning of the month and I take out money in £50 notes. I specifically asked for £50 notes because it's very good for birthdays and putting in a card. You know, I know, believe you me, when you've got godchildren, it costs you an arm and a leg. And then I see if I can survive the month without actually spending them. So, in fact, I took them out at the beginning of this month, and now that we're up to the 12th, I still haven't spent them. There is a Scottish 50. You just don't see anything where you are, do you? And you walk around with, you know, like horses who've got blinkers on. They can't see to the side. Do you use a sleep mask? I mean, honestly, you've never seen... Oh, Josh leaving? Oh, look at that. Look at him, bless his heart. I said to him earlier, I said, looking forward to seeing you tomorrow with that weight loss. But where are you off to? Are you going straight home to bed? Or would you be doing a diversion via Kentucky Fried Chicken or McDonald's? Last night... Did you buy pods? That's really good. That must have taken some willpower. Did you have nothing to eat, like cheese and pickle sandwiches, when you got in? Straight to bed. Slept till 2 in the afternoon. That's very good, isn't it? Mind you, your mother's always trying to knock you out with those knockout drops, which she puts in your last glass of hot milk, which is quite sweet. So you were in over the weekend. Very busy boy, aren't you? You must be saving up for something really special. Another T-shirt? I don't know. You know, you saving up for that, or you saving up? Are you going on holiday this year? Where are you going, Josh, on holiday? Where would you... Going to Zantes. Zantes. Oh, it's a group of you. Oh, the lad. Is it boys' holiday? Yeah. Hello, darling. What's your name? Mine's Josh. Zantes. I think I've heard of it. It's a Greek island. Wow. Is it one of those hedonistic places where it's people on sun, sea, sand, sex and suspicious parents kind of thing? Drinking to... Oh, you're not going to embarrass yourself, Josh, are you? Yeah, you probably will. Could you send photos? Because we like to see photos of things like that. When are you going? We need to know. June. Oh, it's not far away. Not for it. Ibiza in September. Woo! Living it large. You are living... Is that with the same boys again? And... Oh, different... How many groups are you a member of? You're a member of a lot of different groups. You have people you go to Zante with, and then people he goes to Ibiza with. Very exciting. What do you keep in your rucksack? Was it another outfit or something? I mean, it'll be food. You watch, it'll be food. What's he got in there, Scottish boy? What's he got? Oh, an empty bottle. What's that for? What have you got? He's got the oddest things. He's got deodorant in his bag. I don't think we want to go on that one, actually, Josh. It's not nice, is it? Do you bring your own batteries, or what? See you later. Missing you already. Mean it. Bless his heart. He'll be listening to the programme as he pootles out of London. He's got like one of those noddy cars. It looks flash, but you pedal inside, which is quite cute. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. So I will tell you more about the bear jailed for life after attacks. It's a bear. Spent most of its life living in cages anyway, poor thing. Also, the snobs who've whinged at Nando's being classed as a top diner. It's only chicken. It's very, very expensive chicken. Very. I forget how much a whole chicken is in Nando's, but it's bloomin' expensive. It really is. Steve, I'm in an even better mood than you. Was greeted today by my operator with that message. Out of the blue. Brilliant gift for... I don't know how you pronounce that, actually. I don't know. Oh, that's nice. Where's that from? That's what Monica's been given. Is it? £380 extra in your account. You've been there for the rush to work, first date, surprise visits home and everything in between. To show our appreciation, we're adding 380 quid to your account. We'll do it on the 27th of April. Blimey. It's nice, isn't it? Is it genuine, do you think? Is it genuine? Wow. Nick, for some reason, O'Brien showed me a cheque somebody had given him the other day for 200 quid. Oh, my goodness me. Pre-recorded. Potato and leek soup, £1, 1915. Is that what that's a £1, is it? A Scottish £1 note. Isn't that nice? I love things like that. I'm very into... Not necessarily because it's money. Derek says Scotland has a £100 note. Well, they certainly used to. Yes, I don't think they'll have it now. But it's very interesting when you look at the notes over the years. I'm waiting for them to change the... what notes have we not changed? £20 notes. I wish they'd hurry up and change those. They're the old ones, aren't they, at the moment? £20 notes. They're not plasticky. No, I want plasticky, I think. Zante is known as Zakynthos, south of Corfu. See, look at people who know things like that. Is that amazing? Is it full of students? I don't want to go anywhere where there's younger people than me. I only want to go to a retirement village. I wouldn't like it. I know I wouldn't like it. I could tell I wouldn't like it immediately. The idea of being on a party boat or something like that, I'd be going, oh, for goodness sake. You know, it just wouldn't appeal to me. Just would not appeal to me. Daily Star, this morning, Sheila's sacked over N-word tweets. This is somebody from... Oh, actually, before I mention that, do you remember Hello, Hello? And you remember the painting which featured in there, which was the fallen Madonna with the big boobies. It's just been sold. It's just been sold. Only they made several for the show, but only one survived, and it went for a low fan, Alistair Asherton, for just under £18,000. £18,000, because he can say it's the only one. You know, left, the fallen Madonna with the big boobies. X Factor judge Louis Tomlinson looks set to quit the show. He says, I had an amazing experience on the show last year, and it's going to get in the way of my mission for this year, which is releasing the album, probably going to be less likely. He also revealed that Simon Cowell had not called him to invite him back. He wasn't very good. I mean, I don't assume that if somebody's in a boy band, and they were a boy band, you know, very, very successful boy band, that, you know, that they can not do anything else. They can, but he couldn't do this. He didn't really contribute very much to it, and there is an art to doing it. He's too young. TV bosses are going to war with the snowflakes, ruining modern comedy shows, because people are complaining, oh, you can't have that, you can't have this. And so they're gonna bring more out. The BBC's head of comedy is called Shane Allen. led the calls for a new golden era of comedy unhindered by political correctness. But you see, that's all right, but it's got to be funny. It's got to be funny, and so much of the comedy that they're bringing out now is not as funny as the comedy that we had years and years ago. Look at all those programmes. You know, the Royal Family was about the latest thing that we'd had. And one of the stars of Emmerdale, that's Sheila Iqbal, has been fired. The actress, 24, I mean, this has made her, you know, almost unemployable, I would have thought. She made her debut on the ITV show only last year, appearing in a handful of episodes as Aisha Richards. She'd only just made a surprise return as Manpreet Jutla's daughter. But now Sheila has been sacked after a series of tweets emerged in which she repeatedly used the N-word. She posted them back in 2013 when she was 18 and at college in Rochdale. Once ITV bosses found out about the offensive comments, they took a very serious view and removed her from the show. Because Emmerdale's done 8 weeks in advance, so they can actually do it. Last night she begged forgiveness, says, "I'm terribly sorry, take full responsibility. The only consideration I would ask is that I've recently received hateful tweets telling me as a Muslim my Emmerdale role means I am committing sinful acts." Yeah, that's not... We're not dealing with that issue. We're dealing with you using the N-word. And the trouble is, if you write anything in a tweet, in a text, in an email, any of these social media things, and it doesn't matter how long ago you did it, somebody will find out and they will highlight it to your bosses or whoever, and you can get yourself into serious trouble. So they wasted no time at all. You tweet something like that using the N-word, out you go. You knew that you'd done it, you know, because you did it. All right, doesn't matter whether you were at college, university, whether you were going through a bad period about drink or it doesn't matter. You tweeted that word, and that gets you fired nowadays. Friday, you can get really excited about Friday. You can jump up and down and go, yeah, it's the weekend. Unless, of course, you haven't worked during the week and this is your first day at work and you're working the weekend, in which case you're going to be very depressed about things. But no, we all like Friday. I like the week. I'm here over the weekend as well. But I like Friday because I look on this as the beginning of my weekend. I can have sort of a bit of a break today and then I've got tomorrow. So I look on this as like a 2-day holiday. I think it's fantastic. Matthew thinks that Louis Tomlinson was excellent. Sadly, they didn't. Sadly, they didn't. In fact, Simon's not even bothered phoning him back. That gives you a rough idea where we're standing on this one. The Bank of Scotland produced £50 and £100 notes and 3 banks have their own designs on all their notes, says Jim. A proper Scotty. So the Bank of Scotland £100 note, we're having a check on that one. It does exist, does it? I could live with that. Oh, that's nice. There's a picture of the Scottish one from Ian. Scottish £100 note. How exciting. How exciting. I want one of those. Imagine going in there and buying something and then going, I've only got £100. That must make it difficult for change, mustn't it? Good. Graham said, I used to go to Scotland for a month every year. I changed all my notes on the way home at Newtown. Stuart, there's a very obliging Barclays Bank there. Yes, I think they realise that, you know, you don't have to take the blooming things. Geraldine says, I could cry. I was meant to go to Zante next month, but because I punctured my lung, I'm not allowed to fly for a few months. And Ron reckons that Zante and Ibiza, the 2 biggest sex-themed resorts in the Med, I suppose Josh is going to get a suntan where the sun don't shut. We don't like to think about that. We try not to think about that, and then, you know, and sun tanning and all the rest of it. I should imagine, though, he's dreadful when he's had a few sherbets. I should imagine it only takes a little bit of coloured lemonade and he's off. The £20 note goes plastic in 2020, says Graham and the Wirral. Thank you. Christopher says, I've tried to avoid Coinstar machines since they charge fees of up to 11%. You must visit Weston, one of the few seaside towns which isn't very run down or exclusively touristy. I used to love when we used to go to Bournemouth years ago. Oh, I used to love that. That was so exciting as kids. You know, then you go down the hill and you go, we can see the sea, we can see the sea. Like we'd never seen it before, which we hadn't. We'd only ever seen Bathwater. And you saw this, and there were always flower beds with a flower clock in the middle. Welcome to Bournemouth, or whatever it happened to be. And we were so excited. When are we going to the beach? When are we going to the beach? Wait. We've got to go to the caravan site first. And then we'd all traipse down to the bit. We were so excited as kids. We loved stuff like that. Assange looked ridiculous with his Uncle Albert beard. He'll soon be enjoying the company of American males in the States, says Paul. Yes, although it's going to take ages. You don't think this is going to happen this week? All they'll do is he'll hire some lawyers and they'll put it into a disputes procedure and we'll be sitting on him for ages and ages. Years. It'll be years. We're actually making a prediction. We think 2.5 years. That'd be a rough idea. Kevin the Milkman says soup is so easy to make. If you make your own, you can put in as much leek as you like. Also, a couple of rashers of fried bacon added as garnish to really add to it. Oh, that sounds quite nice. Actually, I have done it with bacon before. I just generally cut up bits of bacon and just clip them into the soup, and then put it in a big mug. And it's I must take a big mug. And it's delicious, absolutely delicious. Really, it's just absolutely wonderful. There's something about it. I don't know if it's good for me, bad for me. I couldn't care less. Apparently, Twitter boss Jack Dorsey takes daily ice baths and only eats one meal a day to help him focus on running 2 companies. Wow, very good if you can do something like that, isn't it? I'm afraid I'm not that disciplined. Thank you, Poppet. Nice, lovely. There was a skin on the water the other day. I just thought I'd mention that. I don't know whether or not you're picking up from a puddle or something. I'm just mentioning it. I don't want to make a big deal.
I think they changed the filter the other day.
They changed the filter? Okay. It's lovely. Very nice, thank you. You have to tell him, honestly. I just like seeing the look on his face. He always looks slightly mortified by things. Right, we've had a good old slurp. Here we go. Picture of... the only paper that ever carries pictures of Gemma Collins is, unfortunately, the Daily Star. And so they've got her serenading her lover, James Argent, as he hugs her and buries his head in her chest. I think he died as a result. I'm not sure if he's actually been seen since. But he puts his arms round her, but of course he can't. He can't. She picked up the microphone and sang to them whilst dancing with Arge. Ugh. Tacky, tacky, tacky. But she's also turning up in Celebrity Juice tonight, where they find out whether she's a diva. To be honest with you, she's not. Just a rude, foul-mouthed person whose language doesn't even bear thinking about. What have we got here? It's a picture of somebody. This is Swedish star Zara Larsson has reached out to masked hitmaker Marshmello for a post-Easter work. I've never heard of these people. Who are they? No, we don't worry. Katy Perry hasn't signed up to do a Skegness pantomime. She was checking out the New York musical Wicked. And I love Wicked. Have you ever seen Wicked? Go see Wicked. It's great. So really, really... Of course you would have seen it, wouldn't you? You've probably seen everything in the West End, going back to The King and I. No. What was the last thing you saw at the cinema? Here we go. What was the last thing? Captain Marvel. Is he a superhero? She is. It's a woman. As a superhero, don't be so ridiculous. How does that happen? Who's she played by? Brie Larson. Yeah, I know she's an American actress. They just tell me I have a program where I talk to people. I know who the celebrities are. So did you like that film? Did you have a giant sausage? Popcorn. I love popcorn. They used to bring it into Leicester Square in huge plastic bags. I often wanted them to break. You know, so that we'd have popcorn all over the place. I love popcorn. Somebody left some on the side the other day I ate it. I have to be brutally honest. I've eaten luxury popcorn and I've eaten bog standard. And to be quite honest with you, I like the bog standard stuff. That's actually quite nice. So here are the jockeys stripping off for testicular cancer. This is where one is called. Is it Oisin Murphy? Is it pronounced Oisin? It probably isn't, is it? It'll be one of those Irish spellings. I don't know why. O'Shane, Charlie Bishop and Tom Marquand. And they stripped off past their jodhpurs to raise awareness of testicular cancer. So that's very exciting. So how did you pronounce it? O'Shane? O'Shane 23 says, as lads in the weighing room, there's always a lot of banter, but it can sometimes be hard to talk to people about the serious health issues. I don't need to signpost my gags. Sometimes I like doing it just for the sheer hell of it, I think. Just for the sheer hell of it. There's a picture here of a giant jellyfish, the size of a bin lid. I don't know if you've ever seen, there was a seed that they put on one of these Planet Earth things with millions of jellyfish. Millions of... They went as a swarm. And really frightening. But this one pitched up on a beach. Dawlish, I think, which is Devon. And we used to see them years and years ago because they'd sort of wait until the tide goes in. And when the tide goes out, sometimes they're left stranded. This one was 2 feet in diameter. But actually, that's nothing, because sometimes the things they have hanging underneath can go to 25, 30 feet. Seriously. I mean, I can't remember if those are the bits that give you the sting or all the rest of it. We were told to avoid jellyfish when we were little. Steve, TV on with the sound off, and the Pope looked as he kissed two people's feet when he can barely get up and down. Never seen a Pope do that before, says Jackie. Well, he wouldn't let them kiss his ring the other day. He deliberately pulled his hand away, because he must get a bit sick of it, I should imagine. When I lived in Blackpool, says Michael, the shops and venues accepted the Scottish and Northern Ireland notes, also in Liverpool, and then, and I've seen them being accepted in Llandudno. Right. Well, they don't have to accept them. They're the same as the Scottish notes and the Northern Ireland notes. They don't have to take. They can take them if they want to. Perhaps some people don't have a problem with them. Anthony says Scottish notes are Toy Town money. You wouldn't think that if you saw the £100 note. Frinton-on-Sea is the Zante of Essex, says Pablo. And another one here. It says, can almost guarantee that you'll not read this one, but huge speculation online that Miss Markle is not pregnant. Have you been listening to this programme or something, or are you completely deaf? What did we say, not 20 minutes ago, that there was an internet speculation from Looney Tunes people? They say she's not pregnant, surrogate for health reasons. Predicted months ago online that Lindo Wing would be avoided because of that, and that's exactly what we've been told, all to be kept very private. What a load of codswallop. What an absolute crock of Watset. Ridiculous. Footage from New York coming out of the Mark Hotel at night. No bump. Oh, for goodness sake. You'd be telling me next people didn't land on the moon. Come on, Beverly, honestly. Not a troll, but not the brightest penny in the box. So, you seriously think they're going to get away with pretending that she's pregnant? Why would they bother doing that? Why would they bother doing that? I mean, you have to look at the stupid people who put this stuff on the internet. They're generally three sheets to the wind, and they smoke wacky backy. I mean, come on, God's sake. It's too stupid for words. I'm assuming you're sitting on a cloud playing a harp at the moment, because you probably died 3 years ago and nobody's told you. Ron says, are you like me? Of course I'm not. I'm called Steve. I'm nothing like you. I'm Piscean and I don't eat fish. Nothing like you at all. He says, well, you knew all the sounds in the top 20 during your DJing days, and now know nothing in the current top 20 streams. I know some of it, because we've got lots of music stations here. I know about Ron Granger, because they played him on Classic. I know a lot of the tunes that are played. I know Oasis, and they're very good. 25 years ago yesterday, Oasis had their first hit, which was called Supersonic. Ha, 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 ha. I know these things. And I recognise some of the tunes that they play on Capital, but hardly any. Hardly. I'm really not very good. I don't know any. I hear them in the toilet for a brief minute while you're washing your hands, but I still can't identify things. But no, I'm very good. Tony Dibben runs our gold service. Morning, everybody. It was very interesting. I was watching the other day because, in London, we have the Hammersmith Bridge, and it is now closed indefinitely. It's a Victorian bridge. It's basically falling apart. And shame on Hammersmith Council, because they've known about this for donkey's years, and they haven't spent any money on it. Obviously think, we can spend it on something else, dating for dwarves or something, and so it's now going to cause a lot of disruption, lots of disruption. West London is going to grind to a halt. I mean, to be honest with you, I think in the summer we should just put benches on it and plant pots and have a little cafe up there. People can go and sit on it, but it can't take buses and taxis and cars and all the rest of it. But you can walk across it, which is okay, but most people don't. So if you want to pick up a bus, you'll have to either walk across it or take one of the other buses, which is on diversion. And that's a pain, isn't it? Oh, the other day, honestly, they always say this, the next bus stop is closed. What they mean is you're going on a roundabout tour of the surrounding area. And they're currently doing that down in Richmond. But I've been over Hammersmith Bridge many, many, many times. But because the council failed to invest, they were asked the question by the reporter, why haven't you spent any money on it? All they've done is just done a little silly painting job. This thing's falling apart. The council, is he on with Nick later? Go, I hope Nick gives him a rough time. People down in Hammersmith and over that other side, over Barnes and round there, you're going to be absolutely fuming. Absolutely fuming. Steve says, Shane, I had testicular cancer in 91. The only symptom I had was an ache down my leg after the operation and radiotherapy. I'm still here to tell the tale. Yes, people, you have to check, but people don't talk about it, do they? Imagine you turn on the radio in the morning, somebody saying, okay, this is how you test yourself for testicular cancer. People go, ooh, not sure about that. They actually did it on the television, where they actually had somebody demonstrating it with a live model. And people are more interested in the fact that somebody, I think he'd been on one of the Love Island programmes, Was it Chris Hughes? Big surprise there. Who sort of stood there stark naked whilst they sort of played around with his testicles. The way it goes, isn't it, really? But they always do it, and they actually make it sound as if it's a bit dirty. But it's not really. It's like wives going, go to the doctor. And when you get there, the doctor goes, what is it? And the man goes, nothing. And the wife goes, tell her! You know, because we don't do it. Well, you know, as men, we're just not very good. Me, can't shut me up. Can't shut me up on things like that. Heather says, thank you for making me laugh and motivating me this morning to get up. Off to work, day off today, but into work. I've been listening with earphones since the spike and have mastered stifling giggles and outright laughter, but sometimes it's impossible. I worry Mr. H will have me put in a home very shortly. Have a lovely weekend, everybody, says Heather, who's our Norwich nurse, who I met in Joe Allen's only a short while ago. But, yes. I went into the newsroom the other day and I was chatting away to Hillary, who's my boss's AP. And she said, we need a laugh in this day and age. We do need laughs. There's not much to laugh about, is there? There really isn't, especially with this blasted Brexit thing. Although, as everybody else has pointed out, which I did first, what on earth Theo's going to do when it's all over? We've got no idea. Perhaps he can make ashtrays or something. We used to go to Bournemouth, says Penny, as kids too. Do you remember the zigzag path down the cliff and the cliff lift? My neighbour's just taken their children off on a luxury holiday to South Africa. Growing up in the 60s and 70s, holidays were always spent in this country. Kids have so much more today. Yeah, we didn't do overseas for quite a while. I think I was about 14 before we actually went to Spain. Up until then, it was holidays in this country. You know, we went caravanning. Some people went tenting, tenting. What do they call it? Yeah, tenting. They went, camping. That's what it's called, camping. I couldn't even remember what it was called because we didn't do that. I did have a tent, but we had it put in the garden and you'd sort of set it all up and it was quite nice, actually. It was a Blacks of Greenock tent. I can always remember that because I remember thinking, and it had a sewn-in ground sheet. That was considered really flash. But all the holidays we took were to seaside resorts and to caravan parks. And you'd just sort of pitch up and then you'd have a holiday. And that would be it. And we never thought we were hard done by, I promise you. People were far more grateful. Everybody's shaking their heads going, you're so right, people were so much... Nowadays, you get kids, I don't want to do that. What? Well, I don't want to do that. I don't want to go and see a castle. Just want to go and play on the beach. Well, no, we're going to see the castle. We don't want to go on the castle. It's always... You've got to entertain people nowadays. In my day, we entertained ourselves. We didn't, if your friends came round and you wanted to go out on your bicycles, well, then you had to tell your mum where you were going, not that you ever knew. And then the rest of the time you could amuse yourself. And we didn't have computers. We didn't go and sit in front of the television. You didn't just sort of sit there staring vacantly into the distance thinking, I hope there's something decent coming along in a minute. We actually entertained ourselves. We couldn't wait to get outside. Nowadays, they can't wait to get in and sit there in front of the computers. But I bet most parents have got no idea what their kids are looking at. Because the computer is generally in the child's bedroom. And I remember saying to a lady once, I said, do you know what they're watching? She went, no. I thought, well, maybe you should check. A friend of mine, he was married, and I think it was his second marriage, and the lady he married had children, and they were, I think, 14 and 13, I think. And he went online, because one of them had a problem with the computer, and he inadvertently looked at the history. And this kid was looking at all sorts of stuff he shouldn't have been looking at. And he said, I'm not going to tell your mum. He said, but you should be very careful. I can just click on this bit here, and there's your history. I can see everything that you've ever looked at. Woo! Off to northern France this morning, Steve, to cycle 106 miles over cobblestones. Thoughts? Pain. A lot of pain, Will. A lot of... The producer's quite jealous, because he cycled through Belgium and France a year ago for what you're doing, but only to watch it. Only to watch it. Called Paris-Roubaix. So it will, seriously, your bum will ache when you get to the other end, and your legs. It's quite tiring cycling over cobbles. 106 miles. Yeah, hold on very, very tight. Siobhan says, talking about meeting famous people, we met Maureen O'Hara, who was celebrating her 90th birthday in a local restaurant in West Cork. And while her family sang happy birthday, my 3-year-old nephew took off and flew towards her to blow out the candles. She was lovely. Had a nice chat as my sister was pulling my nephews by the neck. Come here, you little so-and-so. Johnny says, went to the hospital with a swollen testicle after a bad tackle in football. Turned out I had cancer in one of them. I'd like to get one removed. I was 20 years old. I'm now 39 and still all clear. Lots of people are like you, Johnny. Lots of people You know, they only have one. In fact, I believe there was a song about it with Hitler. Hitler has only got one ball, I think it went. Rommel has two, but very small. And Himmler has something similar. And poor old Goebbels has no balls at all. They used to sing that during the war. I don't know why I repeated it then. Nice pubs in Hammersmith Bridge, especially the Dove, Riverside pubs. Yep. But it's you know, when they say closed indefinite, they think it might not ever open again. Unless they're just going to why don't they just pull it down then? Put up something else. But it's got to be pretty sturdy. But they haven't done anything. All they've done is painted it. A little bit of a waste of time, isn't it, really? Jason says, my alarm is 5:30, but the last year's changed to 4 every blooming morning. Just to listening to you waffling on. Fantastic. But you do waffle on about the GC and Jordan. Could you find somebody new? Unfortunately not. There isn't anybody new until they actually pass on and we end up with somebody else dreary. We've had a go at Chloe Sims, because she's just completely off her trolley. I mean, she is. I mean, when you listen to her talk, she's another one with a 3-year-old voice. Latest boyfriend, you know, she was sort of making nesting noises at 36. And there's pictures in the paper today of some of these celebrities, the Z-list ones, and what they looked like before they started interfering with their faces. And when you watch them on Towie, they've troweled on so much makeup, it's impossible to say what they look like without it on. And they've all got emotional problems. There's something the matter with every single one of them. Every single one of them has got something the matter. It's either they can't keep a boyfriend, they can't do this, they can't do that. And you think to yourself, God, you're so useless. You can't wait for them to grow up. One of these days, although Chloe Sims heading in that particular direction, isn't she? Attempting to grow up, but doesn't quite have the intelligence for it. You know, she got a boyfriend, and then she started going, oh, perhaps we get married, babe. You know, and he was going, I think not, dear. I think you're just a friend with benefits. Because that's all they do. They bed hop. They seem to do it on all the Geordie Shore is even worse, because they're ugly. You know, by the time you get to Chelsea, they're exactly the same as all the other people. It's just that they live in better houses. Because when you see some of those houses that live in Essex, my God. I mean, seriously embarrassing. One of them, was it Diags, who was going out with, who's the one who just got the cheap pound range? Kate Wright. Apparently she got the cheap, sorry? Jess Wright. She got the cheap pound range of makeup. How hilarious. And they went out there. Her family was so vile to him. Literally so vile to him. You think, oh, disgusting, Wright family. Disgusting. Jagger's back after his heart operation. Yeah, loads of people are back after heart operations. And Les Dennis has signed up for a walking pilgrimage so he can get fit for his kids' benefit. I like Les Dennis. I like him. I like him a lot. I think he's very good. Also, A&E waiting times are the worst on record. Well, it's because the country is very busy, and there's loads of people who don't mind sitting there for 3 days waiting to see somebody. You know, you can see them sitting and think, what's the matter with you? You don't look... And it turns out it can be something that can be solved by getting a cream or an ointment or an embrocation from the local chemist. You know, you can go and get these things. Or, what's the matter? Headache. Go to the chemist. They should have somebody standing on the door of A&E at every hospital. What's your name? Okay, well, in fact, you don't even know names. Why don't you just ask them? So, what are you here for? Well, I stubbed my toe. Go to the chemist. Don't be so stupid, wasting everybody's time. Dallas says, can they do us all a favour and close the Houses of Parliament indefinitely too? I am 100% fed up with Brexit. Yes, I'm also fed up with Brexit. It is closed because they've actually gone on holiday now because they work so hard, don't they? The amount of times it crosses to the House of Commons to see an empty chamber. It's very disappointing. Mind you, the House of Lords is the same, except they're asleep, because they're all fairly ancient. What are we going to do here? What was the Sun's front page? Oh, Meghan. The Meghan story. And also Ange wants Brad back. That'll be Angelina Jolie. Also the dirty protest as Assange arrested. WikiLeaks, they've called him. And he's a rather stupid, ignorant man. What's even more disturbing are the people who seem to think that he's worth spending time on. He's got some very odd people. Very odd. Kim Kardashian's training to become a lawyer. Of course you are, dear. Of course you are. Well, good luck with that one, as they say. So, Julian Assange, who are his celebrity visitors? Nigel Farage was one of them. Dame Vivienne Westwood, I think. Dame Vivienne Westwood. Also Michael Moore. Is Michael Moore the American filmmaker? Is he the big bloke? Oh, he's oh, right. Also, Assange has to take vitamin D tablets, apparently, because The lack of natural daylight. He suffers from a heart problem, a chronic lung complaint, high blood pressure, a frozen shoulder, dental problems and depression. You'd think he wouldn't have stayed 7 years in there, would you, really? He'd have come out a lot sooner. Pamela Anderson. Are they good friends? Oh, Lord. Do you think she knows? Or perhaps she's not aware of these things. She took food in last time, because he used to have food brought in, because he didn't trust him. He thought somebody was trying to poison him. Surely not. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. 12 minutes to 6 is the time. It's Friday morning on LBC. Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. Mark says, after your black hole report, I checked it out. A light year is 6 trillion miles, and it would take 134,000 years to get to. Yeah, but they're still heading in our direction. There's 134,000 years. I mean, there's no chance, is there? Even with sort of Star Trek or anything like that, you're never going to get on a spaceship that's going to be, I mean, lovely though it might be, and people love to believe that kind of thing, that it's going to happen in their lifetime, and it's just not. But I'd love it. I wish it was all like Star Trek. And you go on your holiday and it would just say, okay, this leg we're going 150,000 miles out or something. My weekend, says little Julie, doesn't start till 3 p.m. Saturday as working tomorrow. But I wish my fellow Facebook spikers a lovely weekend and your good self with the team. I think so. Scottish boys going off to sort of, I don't know. They're sort of doing, he doesn't know. They're just going to a house and then they're going to do walking in the countryside and so you have to take sturdy shoes. Can't trip around in your heels and all the rest of it up there. You'll have to take some trainers or something like that. Because I don't know what... that's what I was going to check on, wasn't I? That's what I was going to check. How do I do this? I can't remember how I did it. Wait a minute. What did I do? Oh. How do I talk to the phone? What do I push? Hey, Siri. Oh. There you go.
I'm here.
So exciting, so exciting. Is it going to rain today?
It doesn't look like it's going to rain today.
Is it going to rain tomorrow? Is it going to rain tomorrow? Oh, so annoying when she throws one of these strops every so often, and we have this sort of... Oh, here we go. Hey, Siri.
I'm not sure I understand.
Oh, she hates me, I can tell. Is it going to rain tomorrow?
It might rain tomorrow.
Oh, God, that's it. Wait a minute, I'm going to try again. Is it going to rain on Sunday?
It doesn't look like it's going to rain on Sunday.
Just tomorrow, then. Just tomorrow. So, there you go. I never believe it. It's quite clever, isn't it? Don't you think that's clever technology? Voice recognition now. So much better. So much better than it ever used to be. 9 minutes to 6. Steve, I think the people of Barnes will be quite pleased as they'll be cut off from all the commuter traffic and fumes. I shouldn't imagine they're bothered about things like that. The houses are set so far back from the road. And, but it also just means they've got to do such a long detour round. You'll have to come in either from sort of Putney way or you'll have to come in from sort of Richmond and go along the river. Oh dear, I can't think of anything worse. Right. Julian Assange should take cod liver oil first thing every morning for that frozen shoulder. Works like a dream, even with octogenarians, says William in Newcastle. I love the way he seems to have a whole history of illnesses, and he's been sort of wasting, so a doctor's been treating him in there. Perhaps they shouldn't have done. Tom and Dave getting married in East Dulwich this Saturday, and our little 3-year-old granddaughter is a flower girl. And our 21-month-old grandson is a page boy. We hope the sun shines. Rain tomorrow. Rain tomorrow, which is not so good. That's Anita and Jim in Bickley. So good luck to Tom and the other half. I mean, perhaps it won't rain that much. What bothers me most about Julian Assange, says Lisa, is that he's not answered to 2 allegations of rape and sexual assault here in Sweden. I sincerely hope they reopen both cases. If he's innocent, then he should have nothing to fear. I mean, to be honest with you, there's loads of things. I mean, under Swedish law, though, I have to tell you, one of those claims can be reopened, but one is too long ago. They have a cut-off point, don't they? So, and he's been hiding in an embassy for 7 years, so he's not going to be facing that charge. That's not going to come up at all. To be honest with you, I really don't think he's going to be tiddling off to America anytime soon. They'll put it into a disputes procedure. Although where he gets his money from, I don't know. Perhaps some lawyer will work for free. Because I can't think he's got anything, unless they charged him rent. I think the embassy should rent out his room. Sorry? People donate to him, do they? Oh, my goodness. Oh, well, there you go. None stranger, as they say up north, nowt queer as folk. I had a man round yesterday, says Carl, to sort out my pipes downstairs. Anyway, his sister's husband got talking to a bloke who sold the sandwiches on the train. Apparently he heard you were doing I'm a Celebrity this year. I can't comment on it. I'm not allowed to. Two nuns riding their bikes down a cobbled street. Oh, how did that get out? How was that go? Oh, stupid. Two nuns riding their bikes down a cobbled street. Maybe not. Boredom, Steve. I quickly learned as a youth not to say I was bored, as my mother would give me a stern look and go, if I was bored, it's because I'd failed to find something interesting to do. We always found something interesting to do. Seriously, even if it involved going to your toy cupboard and sort of sorting it out, or going through and finding a toy you wanted to play with for 5 minutes. Ridiculous. Chris says, I was on my tablet until you started taking over Siri, asking about the weather. My tablet now answers to you. Yeah, I've got all of them, seriously. It's also after Alexa. Good morning, Alexa. Yeah. Alexa, what's the weather tomorrow? Always fairly entertaining. We always like doing things like that, because people go, oh, I can't believe it. You've just said that. My Alexa started talking to me, which is great. So A&E times are the worst on record. However, more than 21 million people were seen within the 4-hour target. That's what the criteria is, a 4-hour target. I've never waited 4 hours, and I don't mind. I don't mind, because I always think, but I am ill. You know, there are other people who aren't actually ill, and they go. I think they just go there to waste time. I'm sure they go there to waste time. The actress Angelina Jolie is keen to win back Brad Pitt. Don't know why. But her surprise marriage U-turn is behind the reason why she's dragging out torturous divorce negotiations. Well, if you're into why don't you just stop the negotiations then? Make it a lot easier, isn't it? Fleabag star Phoebe Waller-Bridge may pen a third series of the hit BBC show. So popular, really. And Jonathan Victor is a dentist who said he liked his coffee strong and black, like his women. Now, that is an old Joe Allen gag from years and years ago, allegedly, supposedly, to have come from Joan Collins. How do you like your coffee? Like my men, strong and black. You know, and it's the same kind of thing. Anyway, he's been cleared of misconduct. He also described food and wine as orgasmic, but insisted it was a silly attempt at humour. There is no humour anymore. You know, food and wine is orgasmic. Well, of course it is. You know, you have food that's an aphrodisiac. Have you seen these parties? I've never been to one. I'm hoping to be invited. Where the food is laid out on a naked person on the table. And, yes, exactly. I don't think they do hot food. You know, although to me it wouldn't make any difference. But, I mean, so somebody lies on your table naked, and I think it works for both sexes. Oh, sorry, every one of the 4 sexes. No, this wasn't a dream. No, and I saw all the food laid out on this. But they did it on one of those come dine with me's. Which was, they didn't show anything, but obviously, you know, if you were there, you'd have seen things. I don't know, like what. And, oh goody, we're having meatballs. And they'd sort of go, and then they started sort of eating off this person. And I thought, why would you want to do that? It's very strange. Honestly, there are stranger things in heaven and earth, but by God, that's one of the weirdest ones. It's very unhygienic, isn't it? I know. But you do get people, you can have a naked waiter come round to your house, or a naked cleaner will come round and start hoovering. I don't want anything like that. So unnecessary. The betting ban on the credit cards is not actually in. A few people were writing to me saying, are you sure that you can't do that? And the minister has hinted, this is Jeremy Wright, he intends to take action on the back of the recommendations from the Gambling Commission on the issue. So what they want to do, I mean, this is the case of a woman who racked up a debt of more than £100,000 using 9 credit cards in just 2 days, gambling online. So it should be cancelled. I mean, if it's a debit card, fine, not a credit card. I use debit cards, and that's easier, because if you haven't got the money in the account, they're not going to be able to take anything, are they? Talking about the hotel fire alarms reminded me of the Ventac. Ray Allen with his doll. Doll? What are you talking about? He was a living person, was Lord Charles. When the hotel fire alarm went off at 2 a.m, Ray Allen and Lord Charles both mustered in the car park, both wearing pyjamas and dressing gowns. Yes, he had identical outfits made. He was the best vent. I mean, I know some really good vents, but of his period, Ray Allen and Lord Charles. He also had Ali Cat and a couple of others as well. He was just sensational. I mean, really was. I fancied being a vent at one point. But it's unfortunately for me, I remember buying something from Elliston's, and it was a bird warbler, and you put it in your tongue, and it vibrated, so you could go on all that kind of stuff. I swallowed mine. I swallowed it. It was just absolutely ridiculous, and it took about 3 or 4 days. Every time I sort of opened my mouth, I was whistling, which wasn't so good. Kevin the restaurateur says, I had testicular cancer with complications, age 28. And we used to host charity lunches at the restaurant. After one of these, I spoke with a doctor on LBC about how to catch it early. He says, 4 weeks later, I was cooking for you on the Saturday night show. Small world. See? Never knew. But it's the checking, isn't it? It's the check. Nobody does it. You know. Steve, Amazon have people listening to your conversations with Alexa so they now upgrade them. Yeah, I know. We heard about that this morning. That's slightly disturbing, isn't it? Slightly disturbing. And Julian says, come on, the least you can do with Alexa is said, Alexa, play Jingle Bells, or it's beginning to look a lot like Christmas. Thank you, Alexa. Something festive. Driving Home for Christmas is one of my favourite songs. If you go on Celebrity Get Me Out of Here, Steve, I might watch it. I don't know how this has got out. I seriously don't. This is supposed to be confidential. And, Steve, you're very funny and I love you. Thank you. Coming up very shortly, the news at 6 o'clock this morning. In the next part of the programme, nice to have your company. Welcome to Friday. It's LBC. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. With you till 7, then Nick Ferrari is here. Still to come, more of your texts and emails, 84850, steve@lbc.co.uk. And we'll have a couple of clips as well of two of my special guests this weekend for In Conversation. One, a very successful comedian. It's his time at the moment. That's Joe Lycett. And the other, the lead singer of a very, very successful band, Showaddywaddy, who are still going. Difference is now, Dave Bartram manages Showaddywaddy. Plus, Judy Murray's refused Scottish tenor. We've already established with just about everybody that according to the Royal Mint, the phrase legal tender is a narrow technical term referring to the settlement of debts. So in other words, Scottish notes can be used if a business accepts them, but there is no legal requirement for them so to do. There's a guy called Mr. Carmichael, and he wants to put an end to it so that we can take, Scottish currency as legal tender throughout the UK. Because at the moment, you don't have to. This is after Judy Murray went in to buy a couple of donuts, which cost her the best part of £9, apparently, which seems like an awful lot of money. So the Scottish banknotes are legal currency in the UK, but contrary to popular belief, they are not legal tender. In other words, you could proffer one to a trader, and he could go, I'm sorry, I can't take that. That's up to him. That's his decision. Some people would take them, some people don't. Little Julie reckons that Alexa, her little Alexa is not falling for playing Christmas songs. She's still broadcasting you. Maybe Scottish Boy should say something. Well, you don't think he could? Can you imagine if he sort of did it and all of a sudden Alexa changed her tune, which could be very entertaining, couldn't it? Which equates Lake. Charlie is going, for some reason, Charlie Girling is going on holiday off to Jordan. To Jordan. There's an unusual destination. Still reeling at the excitement of the hot priest yesterday. Andrew what do I mean? Yeah. Nothing to do with you. Nothing to do with you next door. Yeah, he was very cool, wasn't he? Andrew Scott was very hot. They were all... I came back as I was sort of going out the building, because by that time I'm dressed in my outdoor clothes, because it's an act. This is not the same Steve Allen that doesn't, have to explain that to you, because I'm like Lorraine Kelly. Well, I'm not really. She's much shorter with bigger boobs, but I mean, at least I'm heading in the right direction. Actually, she's not on at the moment. It's the, how you? She's doing it, and Andrew is going off to record. So when you see him on Lorraine today, it was recorded yesterday. But no, he was quite charming, quite lovely. She'll just do her usual plastic presentation, and so you won't actually learn anything. You'll learn loads from my interview with him. Loads and loads. Do you remember, and we get this quite a lot in this country, people all of a sudden go, I want to sell my house, I'm going to put it up for raffle. And so they sell tickets at 25 quid each, with the prize being a house worth £3 million. Well, you can't just do these things, because what you have to do, you have to go to the Gambling Commission, because you're effectively running a raffle, and you just can't run a raffle like that anymore. So a house which was pulled from the raffle is on the market for £2.5 million. It's a 6-bedroom house near Ringwood It was meant to be first prize in a competition last year, but not enough £25 tickets were sold. The people who actually do it try to do it so they can cover the cost and they get a bit more back. Instead, the Winner Mega Home winner got £110,000. Some entrants claimed they'd been cheated, but the owners, Mark and Sharon Beresford, denied wrongdoing. Hamptons International are now selling the house $500,000 below its previous £3 million valuation. The raffle, which raised £750,000, is being investigated. £750,000. And so the winner got 110,000. Where did the rest of it go? Where did the rest of it go? I mean, I don't quite get that. That's a bit bizarre, isn't it? Also, Britain's Got Talent, Flipping Magic, Ant McPartlin and Declan Donnelly trading places on tomorrow night's episode. Ant is famously always on the left, but a magician called X gets the 43-year-old host to swap positions to show their bond. As Dec is seated to the left on the ITV show, Ant says, "Oh, wrong way round." Could lead to a split. Wait, so they've got a magician called X. This, to me, looks like the Masked Magician. This was a bloke in America who made various programs over there. He is actually a professional magician, but he decided he gave away the secrets. He was a complete idiot and a buffoon, and he's been unmasked on loads of occasions. So he would basically say, here is the trick, here is the effect, here is the illusion, and then he would go, "But this is what you don't see." And he would then do it. He was a creepy little so-and-so. Honestly, he really was. You know, why would you want to do that to somebody? Why would you want to do, people use that as their living. Dreadful. Will says the Google version of Siri and Alexa is Hey Google. But I prefer to say Hey Dougal. Works just as well. See, we've got a Scottish theme running on this programme, haven't we? The name Thomas is a recurring theme in my life at the moment. It's very, very odd. Long weekend next week, says Sabrina. Shall we have everyone message in with their favourite Easter eggs? I know you'd love that. Thank you, Sabrina. Sadly, we're not BBC Radio Shropshire, nor do I think we ever will be. They're still sort of struggling with it. And Ant McPartlin used to sneak off to booze. No kidding. When he was performing with Declan as PJ and Duncan, the former tour manager. Mike Foe says in an explosive documentary to air tonight, that he turned to boozing in the 1990s to deal with his newfound fame. Why would that be, to deal with your newfound fame? Why would boozing be that kind of thing? Because I always thought that you can't tell. You seriously can't tell. I've watched him doing these things and I thought, and going back, and I thought that's when he would have been boozing. But, really very, very odd. Very, very odd. But, anyway, he got fined £86,000. Kerry Katona, they've got her on it. It's on Channel 5, this programme. They've got all the Drearies. Peter Andrex, Kerry Katona. She tells the programme she's annoyed at how Ant's been forgiven and allowed to return to television. She says, if a man falls off the rails and goes and does a statement outside the police station, "I'm sorry I've had this issue," everybody applauds and he's back to winning awards. So, just because people don't like you, dear, that's what it is. Ant and Dec are very, very popular. Okay, he fell off the rails. He paid £86,000. You'll like it on sort of a dating programme and nobody says a thing because we couldn't care less. Couldn't care less what you do. Really don't care. Rak-Sue won the X Factor in 2017. Oh, and God, the name is Rak-Sue. Where do they get these people from? Honestly, it must be falling off the bandwagon here. They've got all these different people. DJ and producer Mark Ronson releases his fifth album. Subo's got one out. I think it comes out very, very shortly. And a year on from his death, the family of superstar DJ Avicii have released a single, SOS, which will feature on the forthcoming album. Okay, have a forthcoming out, unless they had old material that they were going to use. I love reading all this stuff, actually, because it's always because I haven't heard of half these people. There's one here, somebody talking about a producer called Salam Remy, who wove his magic with Amy Whitehouse. Shame people never helped her more, wasn't it, really? And also 4 people hurt by a drinks trolley on a BA plane. As they're sort of running the drinks trolley, it has a mind of its own and heads down there, hurting some people who weren't very happy about it at all. And where that goes, they've now sorted out the problem. Strictly's cast and crew are backing veteran pro, creepy man, Tony Beak, to replace Darcy Bussell as judge. The 52-year-old dancer has been on the show since it began and is a firm favourite with viewers. Have you asked us? You're not a firm favourite with anybody I've ever heard of. Nobody likes him. He's too creepy. He's a bit sort of Mind you, don't worry. Sit him next to Tonioli. He'll take him out. When I say take him out, he'll, this sexy passion you love for this woman, you just show it. And then you get Tony going, well, actually, he's so creepy. Seriously. Like a little oil slick all by himself. Don't take, England, Greggs, don't take Scottish currency, but Greggs in Scotland take English currency, says Colin. I don't know, do we know that? We don't. He doesn't know. Seriously, he doesn't care now. He's lost the will to live. He's trying to think about what he has to pack to take away for the weekend. Socks, hiking boots, pyjamas. You're upset that they're not legal tender? Why should they be? They've never been legal tender. They've never been legal tender. Don't be upset about it. It doesn't really matter. We're not going to start a war over it. I'll still talk to you at the end of the weekend. Well, maybe not so much. But I mean, it doesn't make any difference, does it? It's not going to make any. It's not going to change your life. It's not going to change my life. You get so uppity about things nowadays. The Channel 4 sitcom Derry Girls has been commissioned for a third series, says Pauline. Funny, brilliant and politically interesting. Being set in Northern Ireland at the end of the Troubles. Billy Wells, my next door neighbour, had a pleasant day celebrating his 90th birthday. Family and friends are grateful to you for the greeting, says Dev. Bill Wells. So there you go, Bill. Great to get to that age, isn't it? Really is great. Did you know that Israel were trying to hit the moon? They were going out. Did you know that? Oh, I didn't know that, actually. The probe crashed. So obviously not. It was a privately funded Bereshit spacecraft had sent Mission Control a selfie of the vessel descending towards the lunar surface, but moments later, horrified scientists watched as its engine needed to slow the descent, lost power, and communications stopped, and it hit the surface. Do you know, it must be like sort of some river that they've drained up there on the moon. There's going to be all these sort of dead craft up there in all sorts of little bits and pieces, and unfortunately this one is in pieces. I mean, it was, when you actually look at it, they were hoping to inspire people across Israel. And I'm sort of looking at it and you think, okay, that's really good. I mean, it's clever, whichever way you look. Of course, there's some people who don't believe it. But I'm looking at and then all of a sudden it goes, and then all of a sudden it just crashes onto the surface. I'm still waiting for somebody to pop up out of one of the holes and go, make it marginally more entertaining as far as I'm concerned. Still to come, The Sun helps a war widow give Pete's a chance, and here she is trying a nice bit of pizza from Aldo Zilli. There's a man who can cook a pizza. Steve, guess who's presenting the One Show tonight? Peter Andre. Oh dear, that'll be a bit tedious, won't it? I don't know if they do it because it's such a naff show anyway and nobody really cares about it, or it's because Peter Andre is so bad at presenting. He's tried everything else. He can't decorate, he can't run a coffee shop, and he can't hit the charts. What's left? Oh, pizza presenter. No, he's not. As you will see, I'll have to watch it now. I will have to watch it now. It's now become very entertaining as far as I'm concerned. And perhaps that's what they're working on. Let's watch Car Crash Television with Peter Ondrex. Morning, everybody. Nice to be company. Coming up 19 minutes past 6. Yeah, give or damn, you know. My 18-month-old Emma calls our Google device Doodle. And it responds, says Lee. Next, she'll be asking me to play Life's a Happy Song by the Muppets. Been listening for 7 years to your show now. Great show. Thank you. And when you do your sexy, passionate Bruno Tonioli voice, I find it rather attractive, says Ian. Oh, he's so irritating. There are certain people on television. Tony Beak is one of them. He's just irritating anyway. That inane grin. It's a bit like Mark Wright. You know, you can't do anything about it. It's a bit like Peter Andre until you start talking about the children, and then Peter Andre comes up with the biggest pile of rubbish you've ever heard. She's sort of using the kids to sell clothing, and he's going, you can't use them for this. Well, she is using them. She is. Apparently the house is still filthy, contrary to what people have said, and she thinks she's going to be buying a car soon. Interesting. Do you realise that when you say, hey Google, all of us listening on Android phones get the Google app opened? Really? You shouldn't do. You shouldn't do. Yeah, no, the producer's got one. It doesn't do it for him at all. Steve says it's not fair. All these things landing and crashing on the moon. Has anybody spared a thought for the clangers? I have done my impression of the clangers already. Thank you. I once spent a Scottish £10 note at a newsagent in London. I got a Northern Ireland fiver in my change. Yes, people try and offload them. It's like sometimes if sort of somebody is given money, you look at it and you go, oh, that's a foreign coin. You try and offload it in your change. Seriously. Have you watched any of the brain surgery on Channel 5? No, I can't watch stuff like that, Sandy. I really can't. I'm not good with opening up of chests. Oh, no, thank you very much indeed. I'm bad enough with 24 hours in A&E. I feel like I'm living it myself. I have to look the other way. The moment they start doing injections in the eye, oh, no. Thank you. In Conversation tomorrow morning on LBC between 6 and 7, which is just after the best of Steve Allen, which tomorrow I believe is dating advice. So my first guest on In Conversation was the lead singer of one of the UK's best-loved revival rock and roll bands, Showaddywaddy. With the band, he sang all the hits, 3 Steps to Heaven, Under the Moon of Love, and he got what it takes. He's now manager of the band, having stepped down from being lead singer in 2011 after 38 years as the frontman. It's Dave Bartram. He came in to talk about the band's latest greatest hits album, Showaddywaddy Gold, and the history of the group.
First hit was, as we speak, 45 years ago.
Really 45 years.
In the spring of 74. Hey Rock and Roll, a song written by Trevor and myself, chipped in on that one. It was a little bit difficult at times because, as I say, Trevor and I were pretty prolific, but I think ultimately the others like to sort of stick their oar in, and they suggested a few covers, but obviously success spoke for itself. So and common sense, I think, prevailed largely.
Such a nice man, seriously. I think he was genuinely thrilled coming in here, and we were thrilled to see him as well. That's singer and band manager Dave Bartram from Showaddywaddy in conversation with me this weekend. As well as Dave, I'll be talking to a comedian and a TV presenter, best known for his frequent appearances on quiz shows 8 out of 10 Cats Does Countdown and Would I Lie to You. He's also a regular on the comedy circuit and recently took over as host of the Great British Sewing Bee. It's Joe Lycett. Joe came in to talk about his brand new show on Channel 4, Joe Lycett's Got Your Back.
It's taking on legitimate consumer complaints, people that normally have kind of battled going through ombudsmans and all of that and never got anywhere, and now they're at their sort of the end of their tether and have emailed me and asked me to help out. And yeah, the first couple of episodes have gone out. The first episode I took on banking, took on NatWest Bank, who
well done.
Thank you. Went to their headquarters with a choir and sang a bit of Rihanna to them. It's very complicated. And then on the last night's episode, we had the brilliant Richard Madeley, who took on EasyJet.
He's a sweetie.
He's so handsome. He was a great guest, actually. I really loved working with Richard. And we did a thing with the hotel chain as well, who are quite mucky.
Mucky?
We found in one of their rooms in this Bournemouth hotel, we found dust on the top of the window, which the deep cleaner that we got in to deep clean the room estimated it had been there, hadn't been touched for 6 years.
It's such a good programme. I saw it yesterday where they were trying to get money out of one of the big banks. And so they went in there to try and get, having already written to the managing director and having no luck trying to get money back for this lady who had lost it to fraudsters, saying, you need to let us know. We think there's been, the old one, we think there's been activity on your account, so, we're going to transfer it into 2 separate accounts so you're safe. Unfortunately, they thieved it. And so Joe then writes to the company. They weren't particularly interested. So he turns up with a load of people that you think that they're all queuing to get information, and they're in fact a choir. And they were really good. It was very entertaining. Well, of course, the security, what do you think you're doing? What are you doing here, mate? And they bundled them out of the building, until they later found out that it was a Channel 4 programme. Makes them look a bit stupid, but she got the money back in the end. Not everybody does. Not everybody. So comedian and TV presenter Joe Lycett, who's in conversation with me this weekend, along with singer and band manager Dave Bartram. You can hear me talking to Dave and Joe tomorrow from 6 after the best of Steve Allen, and on Sunday evening from 9. Or if you can't join me this weekend, you can listen to the whole thing by downloading the LBC app or the Global Player app. You should do. There's some really, really great conversations, actually, and we go back quite a few years. So, if there's a particular person, I think you can go onto the website and see who's actually in the files and in the archives. Can it? Oh, we think so. We don't know. And so many people are in there. So many people are in there. What are we saying? We think we can. We can't. We're not saying. We don't know. They don't have Apple phones. I have an Apple phone. That's right. Oh, you actually put this thing on here, didn't you, for me? Which was very nice. I got the LBC app. I've got the Global Player. And strangely enough, I've got the RBS on here as well. Where did that come from? I've also got Keynote, iTunes, GarageBand. God knows, where did these things come from? Numbers, TV, Starbucks. I can't remember. I've got money in Starbucks. I've got money. I've got money on the app. So I went in there the other day, and I've forgotten what my password is. I've got no idea at all, and so it doesn't now recognise my my phone, which is a bit of a shame, really. So I did try it on all sorts of things, and I'm just trying to see how much money I've got left. Wait a minute, not now. How much? See, it doesn't tell you how much money you've got in there, because perhaps it doesn't know it's me. But how remembers all these passwords? We talked about that the other day, do you remember? And they said a lot of people use the same passwords in everything. I mean, I have used similar passwords. It's numbers. I never underscore. I can't be bothered to do rubbish like that. Steve in Sainsbury's buying ice cream, sorbet or regular ice cream? Regular ice cream. I'm not a big fan of sorbet. I'm really not. I've had it in restaurants, and it's a bit okay. If it's something a little bit special, not just the usual sort of orange or lemon sorbet. I'm looking for something a bit better, Dave, who's in Ilkley. Here we go, the same gag, Ilkley Moor Bar Tat. We're never too sure what it meant either. Monica says, your talk about Scottish money reminds me of myself coming back from the Rock, which I visit a few times a year, sorting out the Gibraltarian coins with the apes from British ones. Always causes problems. I know, we went up there as well with the cruise ship we were on, called into Gibraltar, and went up to see the apes. They're quite dangerous, aren't they? I didn't realise. Just, you take your life in your hands with these sort of things. The downfall of a narcissist. Yes, ridiculous. Assange making a peace sign as he arrives at court in Westminster. Stupid man, honestly. And then they've got he has a private bedroom, visitor entrance, Assange's room, and then a bedroom and a shower room. I don't think he ever worked out how to actually operate the shower. I don't think that ever happened. Also Storm as Corbyn and Abbott. Well, I mean, whatever he does, she does. She follows like a sheep. Backing the whistleblower, and his lawyer is very close to Labour. There's something about Corbyn and Abbott, and I don't know what it is. I know they're an item, but there's just something about it, because every time I've said before, every time I watch her on any programmes, I just get the feeling she's being fed lines. She never seems to know, exactly what is going on. They ask her something and she sort of goes off at a tangent. A bit like, Hammersmith Council, who also went off at a tangent when they were asked a simple question like, why haven't you maintained the bridge, which has now been closed? Oh, that'll make you popular, won't it? But of course, councillors don't really care about things like that. Around our way, it's all graffiti, and the council have given up completely. I mean, I don't know what they're doing. Perhaps they're sitting down drinking coffee or something. Geoffrey Rush, actor within Pirates of the Caribbean. He could be in line for millions of pounds in compensation over false claims that he groped a co-star. Good Lord. And so we'll have to wait and see what happens there. I don't know where this is being heard out. This is in Sydney, isn't it? This is being played out. Why you won't see Harry and Meghan do this on the day the baby's born. In other words, ta-da, you paid for it, and here is the thing. She's not doing that at all. They've obviously decided that they're going their own way, completely separate from the royal family. Seem to be loads of things that they're doing which don't seem to be in keeping with everybody else. Perhaps it's the way forward. Meanwhile, Harry was handed baby gifts from well-wishers. You know that he's going to give them away. They're not keeping anything. So you give him something, it'll be re-gifted to somebody else immediately. He opened a youth centre in Barking. He chatted with rugby coach Clive Woodward and his wife Jane, and then played a quick game of touch rugby. It has to be a quick game because he's got to go back to finish a jigsaw, I should imagine. Why don't they stay very long? Is it because they've exhausted the conversation by that time and they've had the photographs taken? None of them seem to stay long. I've seen things before. How old is Dame Maggie Smith? 84. 84. And she's going on stage alone for almost 2 hours playing Goebbels' secretary. And as the reviews say, she is truly magnificent. I mean, she really is. I saw her years ago in the Lady in the Van, and it's quite something to see her. It really is. I know people would say that. I'm the same with Judi Dench. There's quite a few of those actresses who've been around who you just sit there and watch for ages and ages. Ilkley Moor Bar Tat, Steve, means being up on Ilkley Moor without a hat. And now Bar Tat means without a hat. Ferrari's with you at 7 o'clock this morning on LBC with breakfast. MPs have cheered as they were told that they'll now get a week and a half off work as Parliament pauses for its Easter break, just one day after the EU Commission's president warned them not to waste the extra time given to them to find a Brexit solution. How can this holiday possibly be justified? Nick will also find out how thousands of kids are attending schools which are in illegally poor condition. What can be done about it? Plus, the WikiLeaks founder, Julian Assange, is now in custody after 7 years in the Ecuadorian embassy, with the United States having immediately demanded that he be extradited there to be prosecuted for leaking secret documents, should Britain allow it to happen. All of that and more with Nick Ferrari at breakfast this morning from 7 on LBC. Have you ever heard the story of the gingerbread man? Remember the gingerbread man? I can't remember the exact story, but I vaguely remember seeing a gingerbread man, but they are fairly popular. Anyway, he's turning, with the Co-op, gender neutral. So they've invited shoppers to come up with their new name. How about You're Ridiculous? That'd be fairly good, wouldn't it? The move provoked mockery online, with critics calling it politically correct nonsense. One suggested the name Snowflake. A Co-op spokesman said the chain plans seasonal costumes for Halloween and Christmas, so they'll need a name that works for any time of the year. I mean, just rubbish. I'm sorry, it's the gingerbread man. The gingerbread man. It's like, what did somebody say the other day? Oh, it shouldn't be Father Christmas, it should be Mother Christmas. Shut up! Shut up! Not interested. Christmas person of Christmas extraction. It's just the biggest pile of rubbish ever, and shame on the Co-op for falling for it. Oh, Mumsnet have handed over the details of that person who tried to bully a transgender activist. So that's good. They did it with 10 minutes to spare. Bit naughty, isn't it, really? But there you go. What can you expect? So Justice William Davis ordered them to hand over the name, address, date of birth and email address of the user by 4 p.m. The website was ready to challenge the order at the user's request, but received no instructions to do so. Good. Well, we should know who it is by tomorrow. I can't wait for that one. Can you? I can't. We all had fun, says Emma, back in the day. This is Emma Bunton. And this is after the claims that there's been going on within the group. To be honest, of course they had fun. How could you not have fun doing something like that? Must have been great fun. Great fun. Mel B's nanny got that 1.8 million to settle the sex claims trial, so that nobody has to find out, what Mel B gets up to. To be honest with you, I don't think we should know. And I'm delighted that David Matthews, a scrap metal tycoon, has chopped down 11 protected trees to boost the value of his £1.4 million home. He's been fined 170,000 quid. Good. He took a chainsaw to a 100-year-old specimen to increase the size of his back garden and the amount of light it received. He had full knowledge that the trees, which included a mature oak, a beech and a sweet chestnut, were protected by a preservation order. Despite that, he cut them down to add £137,000. So they fined him 170,000. Good. Ridiculous, man. Ridiculous. You mustn't do that. Mind you, last month, a wealthy homeowner living in Canford Cliffs in Poole became the first to be forced to reimburse the value added to his home when he butchered a protected tree. He was told that he had to pay back 21,000. Two great numpties, ladies and gentlemen. You knew there was a protection order on there, although I'm looking at his house, if you get all of that house for that measly price, 1.4 million, my God, and then he cuts down trees. Now you've got to cough up, mate, haven't you? Ha, 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 ha. Who else we got? Andy Garcia's birthday today. Andy Garcia. And also, born on this day in 1948, Jeremy Beadle. Jeremy Beadle was born on this day in 1948. He died in 2008. He was once voted, apparently, the second most hated man in Britain behind Saddam Hussein, because he used to do these programmes on the television. There was Beadle's About, Game for a Laugh, You've Been Framed. He was expelled from school, and he had a show on LBC, and it was very, very, very popular. Seriously, I first heard him before I even joined LBC. I've said before, and he was, I thought he was great. Very clever presenter. You get some really clever presenters who just know how to do things, and he knew how to do things. Plus, he enjoyed magic, so I'd often see him at conventions, and I was very shocked, because I literally only spoke to him about a week before he died, because I'd phoned to tell him that his producer had died. A guy called Bavin Cook, and then blow me down a few days later, about a week or so, Jeremy died. See, what odds would you give to Harry and Meghan selling baby pictures to Hello Magazine? I don't think they would do that. I don't think they'd be allowed, Andy. Well, it's not a case of I don't think they'd be allowed. That would be seen as extremely tacky. Not the sort of thing that is expected from the royal family at all. And Anne says, I couldn't care less for Harry and Meghan and baby. Most people don't publicly display their children, but they also don't take money from the civil list and instead live privately on their own resources. Yes. How delighted I am, says Heather, my Norwich nurse, to hear Dave Bartram's to be your In Conversation guest tomorrow. He was lovely to interview. As a 12-year-old in the 70s, Dave Bartram was one of my future husbands when I grew up. I'm going to marry him. Mr. Bartram was totally oblivious to this, ran up a big phone bill on dial-a-disc for Under the Moon of Love. So great to bring all those happy memories back. Well, they've got a gold album out. It comes in gold vinyl, or they've got the CD. It's got everything on it, absolutely everything. Many of it they wrote themselves, so it's great. You can buy cheese Easter eggs in some of the supermarkets, says David. Cheese Easter eggs, oh dear, not sure about that. A great app for keeping remembering passwords is Datavault. I don't like to commit anything to any sort of writing just in case anything is hacked, so I've got, Steve, my passwords, and I have one here. I just keep adding numbers to it. So there's no point in changing it, because the producer needs access as well. And the assistant producer needs access. About everybody needs access to it. So it's only my work computer, so they have to do that, and then they filter everything through, which is nice of them. We need to stop this nonsense. The Gingerbread Man's a fairy tale, or a folk tale, about a gingerbread man who ran away from various pursuers, eventually to be eaten by a fox. We can't change the story. He wasn't a gingerbread ballerina or a gingerbread clown. He was gingerbread man, says Holly. I agree with you. But there's all those little sort of people out there who want to change it, you know, and it's a bit silly, isn't it, really? We've turned into this sort of, mamby-pambies. They call them snowflake. Well, can somebody explain to me as well? Because I heard James O'Brien yesterday, and he keeps mentioning unicorns. What in God's name is he on about? Are these the mythical creatures with the horns? But why would he keep mentioning unicorns? What? It's a Brexit thing. Okay. Oh, right, saying what was promised couldn't be delivered like unicorn. Because he said on air they didn't exist. That's outrageous. Outrageous for all those little girls listening at the moment. He's only joking. Nasty man. Fancy saying things like that, unicorns don't exist. I've seen them myself. They did a programme on the television the other day. What were they looking for? The abominable snowman. They seem to think there's some bloke with all fur wandering around somewhere called Sasquatch or whatever he's called in different places, different parts of the world. He probably talks to Nessie on a regular basis. And they go, but they haven't found him as yet. Of course they haven't. He doesn't exist. But to say he doesn't. But to say that unicorns don't exist is absolutely scandalous. And he's got 2 girls. They would know. Because he kept mentioning it the other day, and I kept thinking, I'm obviously missing the point on the unicorn stuff. And so it's to do with Brexit. Right. So it's all a fantasy. Oh, right. Oh, well. Some you win, some you lose. Also, has Queen Bee Oprah bagged the royal baby rights too? Well, they like celebrities, don't they? That's the trouble in the royal family. The moment they came out from underneath their sort of little cloud, they go, we like celebrities, we like hanging around with celebrities, and celebrities like hanging around with them, especially if you're American. Killer driver who drove the wrong way up a motorway. He was driving, a guy called John Norton, into oncoming traffic for 4 hours. 4 miles. 4 miles. Because of a brain cancer he had. He didn't know. It's a bit like sort of dementia, I suppose. Dreadful, isn't it, really? The computer genius who brought us the black hole image, and she's just 29. There's always clever people out there, aren't they? And she's obviously a clever person. Also, Rupert Everett, who was one of the first Hollywood actors to be frank about his sexuality, is furious that openly gay actors are still not cast as straight leading men. To add insult to injury, he says straight actors are lauded for their braveness if they play gay roles, as Sean Penn did in the 2008 film Milk. It's still very biased, he says of Tinseltown. Sean Penn is called courageous and win tons of awards for imagining he's a passive homosexual, but it just doesn't work out the other way. That's the thing, that it's for the most frustrating on the whole for gay actors. Yes, I mean, you can think of actors in America. Can you think of gay actors who are out? No. We all know, don't we, the stories of so-called straight actors who are really gay, but they get married and the wife becomes a beard. I wouldn't mention any names on this programme, but there's certainly quite a number of them. Welcome to Friday, which is good. Steve, what with the gingerbread rubbish? Do we now have to call women woo? As the men will be banned soon, says Peter. I mean, the whole thing is just so ridiculous. It started years ago. We used to laugh about it on LBC. People would phone up and go, you can't say manhole cover. Can't say blackboard. There were all these... And I started thinking then, this is a slippery slope. It's now got ridiculous. The gingerbread man is to be no more. Yeah, and then we had Bar and the sheep thing. It just became so ludicrous. I thought, dear God, small wonder we got knife crime on the streets and the old place is going to pot. I'm going to see Shawaddy Waddy, says Dine. Great Yarmouth in August. Can't wait. I shall be listening to In Conversation. Yeah, he did 38 years, Dave. 38 years with them. Now he manages the band, but he goes to the shows, so you'll see him. You'll see him, he will be there. Mike says, thank you for the warning about tonight's One Show. Has to be the worst presented show of modern times. What exactly is a Peter Ondrex? It's kind of an in-joke, really. It's kind of an in-joke, because as we say, everything that Pete does is failure. He's very precious, you know, very, very prickly. Because if you go on to YouTube, you can find him getting very upset about I think it was a Kay Burley interview. She was doing a perfectly normal interview. Piers Morgan did a perfectly normal interview and then asked about, you know, the kids. And here's the bit that, you know, where the ex-biddy, you know, slags you off and says this. And he went, I can't. It's something to, it's with the lawyers, which of course was a load of old hogwash. It wasn't with the lawyers at all. Just that Pete doesn't actually understand some of the questions. And so then they tried him on the that programme, where Pete didn't have the faintest idea. He couldn't use a hammer. He looks at it, you know, like, I don't know what that is. Then he tried a coffee shop. That failed. Then his music doesn't get into the charts because it's just so... he's got a hardcore of fans, but they're not enough to get him into the charts. And then he does his little shows, and then... basically, he said to Australia because he was all booked in to do a series of shows, and the reason was that he had the show to do back here, the show. But then, of course, you'd have known that when they booked him in for the show, and he was going to rebook them again. He didn't. Now he's a big film star. No, he's not. In fact, basically, he's just drippy old Peter Andre, who sort of will pitch up to anything and give it half-hearted attempt, but be really about it. It's a little bit whiny. But the Piers Morgan thing was great. You know, Piers, you know, I don't talk about things like that. Are you serious? You've done nothing but talk about the children. They feature in every one of your programmes. Good Lord above. They went to your concerts. We saw them on the television. God in heaven, honestly. These people, they tell lies and then try and prove them. Steve, no joke, says Philip. I saw Maggie Smith in a play in the early 60s at Streatham Mill Theatre called Strip the Willow. She played strip poker in it. It was written by her then husband. All right. So there you go. You learn something new every day. So the front page of the Daily Mail, the uncanny parallels of Diana and her Crown actress double. Seems ages ago, doesn't it now? Julian Assange, yawn, boring. He could spend decades in US prisons. The judge brands him a narcissist. Silly old fool, honestly. He's also in the Sun this morning. Whiffy leaks, dirty protest, so they say. They'll be glad. Well, they were glad to get rid of him. They should have got rid of him 7 years ago. Harry and Meghan have infuriated royal household staff at Windsor by banning them from using a car park because it overlooks their new home. Everybody's calling them NIMBYs, meaning not in Meghan's backyard. They must be really miserable. Honestly, why can't they be happy about that? I've never understood why people are not really happy. You've got that much money. You've got people bowing and scraping left, right and centre. And we coughed up $3 million to get this house ready. They could have stayed at Ken Palace. Bought a little Barrett home out in the country. Sheila's sacked over the N-word tweets. This is from Emmerdale, a foolish person. Very foolish. She did them years ago, about 6 years ago. But they've now come back to haunt her. BBC, Sky and Channel 4 vow to bring back good old-fashioned sitcoms. Yeah, I mean, are they going to be old sitcoms or are we going to have new sitcoms which won't be funny? Because they never are. It's only the original ones that are best. The Daily Express. Assange booted out of embassy and now faces jail. Yeah, I love the way he's giving a thumbs up. They had to drag him out, didn't they? Screaming like a banshee. Why Meghan will ditch 49 years of royal baby tradition. She doesn't want those men fiddling about with her, so she's called somebody else in, and they might be doing it at home or they might not. Either way, you won't see a picture of the baby for days. They'll decide when you get to see a picture, which, as everybody's pointing out, I mean, I thought we paid for these people, you know, so she has a bit. But I'm thinking, why would you worry about it? Why would you worry? Somebody says, why doesn't Dave still sing as lead singer? He did it for 38 years. 38 years singing. And so he's passed it on to somebody else. So there you go. Seems fairly obvious, doesn't it? Assange on the front of The Guardian faces 5 years in US jail as standoff ends. Good. Well, it'll be the same as his little place that he had at the Ecuadorian embassy. The government stood down an army of 6,000 civil servants who've been preparing for a no-deal Brexit at a cost of $1.5 billion. Wow. Amazing. The Daily Mirror. Dale Star axed over racist tweet. She might find it difficult to get work. You know, once you've done racist tweets, they had no hesitation in getting rid of her really fast. To be honest with you, I haven't seen Emma Dale for a while, so I wasn't actually aware. Why is Darcy left Strictly? She wants to do other things. They've offered her little bits and pieces. The worst thing is that some people are saying, oh, Tony Beak could get it. You know, the one who calls himself Anton Dubek. A more creepy person. We don't want somebody like that. You know who it should be? You know who Matthew Bourne's recommended? Matthew Bourne, who is more successful than Tony Beak will ever be if he lives to be 900. Bonnie Langford. Bonnie Langford. She knows dance. She's committed. She's a professional. She will sit there and she'll give it 100%. She would be there. That's from Matthew Bourne. And you don't get better than Matthew Bourne, just recently honoured, you know, with a man who just is so clever. And so why not give it to Bonnie Langford? We don't want Tony Beak. We're bored with him. Bored. Really dull. Meghan, I won't parade with baby. Well, don't parade with baby then. Don't. You think people care? They don't care anymore. Hollywood icon Hepburn. This is Audrey Hepburn, remembered as a style icon. They now say she was a heroine of the Dutch resistance. Amazing what comes out, isn't it, really? Also, Julian Assange, unrepentant. Oh, God, boring. And Johnson. This is Boris Johnson holding talks with DUP as pressure increases on May. They had a sweepstake in the office over who's guessing who could be the next leader of the Conservative Party. There's some very odd ones. The Telegraph, Darcy Bustle, Last Dance, how Strictly lost its sparkle. Well, it's about the judges, whereas it shouldn't be. It should be about the dancers. Also, Sudan fears army rule after Bashir is deposed. No deal plans axed after Brexit put on hold. And a picture of twin astronauts who could have given scientists a valuable clue to slowing down ageing. Apparently, Miriam Margolyes is going to America to meet some pensioners who've learnt how to halt the ageing process. As if. I don't think it's ever very likely that you can halt the ageing process unless you're just a person of a happy disposition, in which case it's easy peasy lemon squeezy. That's it for this morning. I'm going to wish you all a very, very pleasant weekend. Let's hope we have some nice weather. I'm going to float around and just have a nice... I'm just going to be lazy. Put my feet up. Cheese on toast. Usual sort of thing. And I'll be back with you tomorrow morning between 5 and 6 in the morning. If you're up at that time, and I know lots of you are, it's the best of Steve Allen. It's a good one. And then after that, it's In Conversation with Shawaddy Dave Bartram and Joe Lycett, the comedian. And then I'm back with you on Sunday morning between 5 and 7. And we'll take the first look at the Sunday papers. I wonder if we'll find out who the person is who's been abusing... it's a troll. Been abusing that transgender person. Can't wait to tell you who that is. That'll be exciting. Very exciting. So, just time to let you know what's coming up on my free podcast for today. On a little bit extra, I'll let you know about the rumours that the Strictly dancers want creepy old Tony Beak to be the new judge. Also like to make it clear why I don't want the role myself. You'll also hear about the vile Gemma Collins' latest stupid antics. This thick blob really thinks she can get away with anything, but you won't find me throwing tea over the producer. Maybe Scottish boy, but not the producer. Plus, I'll let you know more about Meghan's baby privacy decision, and no, I still don't care. And more between now and 7. Plus, boy mauled to death at a holiday park by a dog. The woman whose dog was responsible for it immediately gets out as fast as possible. She's now been arrested. Mel B's former love to find fame and fortune in her own right, because it's fame by association. In my book, So You Want to Be a Celebrity, I talk about either you're famous yourself through being on a reality show, or failing that, you have an affair with somebody, and then you capitalise on that. And for some strange reason, you've got... The other day we had Jordan's nanny, who's the one who we're told had an affair with one of her husbands. I've lost track of them. And anyway, she's back working for Jordan, who's just a bit simple. And she was the one looking after Harvey when Jordan was away in Spain on yet another jolly, because she doesn't actually work, as we all know. Cheryl's a big turn-off. They keep speculating who's going to be the judge. Who's going to be the judge on Strictly? And I'm going, who cares? Why don't you just have 3 judges? Why does it have to be 4 judges? You don't need 4 judges. 3 judges would be fine. You could save our, poor, hard-done-by licence payers a fortune by not having another judge. Why not just have 3? No, it's better to kind of, and they went, oh, Cheryl would be very good at it. You thought, Cheryl No Talent Tweedy? What are you, mad or something? She hasn't been in the charts in God knows how long. She doesn't know diddly squat about dance, as she's demonstrated before. And they said, oh, she was much admired as a judge on the X Factor. I thought, you're joking. She didn't contribute anything. It was like poor old Robbie Williams and his dreary wife. They're apparently not on the show anymore. Which is good news, actually, because I think they overpaid them way too much money, thinking that Robbie Williams would be, a great person to get on there. Unfortunately, he's a bit simple, and we didn't gain anything from him or his wife, and so they've decided, because they weren't going to get any more money, to walk, which is great, as far as I'm concerned. Who cares? Who cares? But fans of dance and fans of Strictly Come Dancing have said if Cheryl gets the job on the panel, they will desert the programme. Well, she doesn't know anything. There's no point in putting her on there. She doesn't know anything about dance at all. What else do we have? We had Sarah Ferguson. Do you remember some years ago we had somebody called the Fake Sheikh, Mazir Mahmood, and he used to write for the News of the World. Then they disbanded. Then it turned out that, there were all sorts of little shenanigans going on. But at the end of the day, Sarah Ferguson was one of those who got set up by the Fake Sheikh. And she was basically paid money to get him an introduction to Prince Andrew. And that was where it all fell apart. Anyway, dreary old Sarah, has never sort of managed to do anything by herself. She's always had to use the royal family as the lift-up. And she claimed £40 million against the Fake Sheikh. She said that because she'd been embarrassed by this, she'd lost all this work and endorsements and everything else. And anyway, so she decided she was going to take him to court. She's decided differently. Now. She sort of said, no, we're not going to pursue it any further. I thought, no, because you wouldn't be winning on this one. You wouldn't be winning on it. It was all recorded on tape, hidden cameras. Very clever. Not very good quality, though, I remember thinking. Also, stripping off the people on the all-new Monty. The pen salesman's on there. It's very sweet, isn't it? So that'll be nice. That'll be his only gig he'll be getting. The jihadi bride, Ms. Begum. Apparently, she was known to sew suicide vests onto the people who are going to blow themselves up. And she wants to come back here. Definitely not. The old shipwreck from the 1700s, about 1740, I think, discovered due to shifting sands. Because the sand saved it, and then it reappears again. All of a sudden, people are going, wow, this is really exciting. Also, Samantha Morton. Bit of a diatribe going on The One Show. The other day, the presenters didn't have the faintest idea what she was talking about. They actually put poor old Peter Andre on there, and he doesn't know anything. Everything's failed. The Peter Andre's 60-minute makeover, that was a disaster. Peter Andre's cafe, that was a disaster. Peter Andre's singing career, that was a disaster. Peter Andre's career selling concerts in Australia was a total disaster. And Peter Andre, every so often, that Peter be really good to try it on The One Show, whereas in fact Peter is so dim it's almost an embarrassment. He didn't know anything that was going on. To watch him with Samantha Morton, she was just allowed to plough on with it, and so she did. Pete just sort of sat there with that vacant look on his face. It's not good enough. It really isn't. He's over 40. Then we had in Essex, in the Only Way is Essex, which is always very entertaining. It's the only show that reassembles a lot of geriatric people, and they sit on there and they can't talk like that, and they also, a bit. And the latest one we got is like, she's like Chloe Sims. Chloe Sims is like really old, and she's almost, she's practically, ancient. If you have a bad word with her, she turns to dust. And so she was having a bit of a thing the other day about her boyfriend, because don't want to marry me, like nothing like that. And of course he doesn't want to marry her. Who'd want to marry that thin broomstick? Nobody wants to marry her. And so she bursts into tears. And we have the complete drama queen, like she's 15. She's 36, at least. And so he doesn't want to go out of it. And all the others crowd round her and try and comfort her. Like, it is seriously like old Mother Hen is dying. And they're all around the outside, go on, hurry up. Go on, make it into the next world as quick as possible. Tell us what it's like when you're over there. I mean, it really is. It's the biggest embarrassment I've ever seen. And then, to add insult to injury, on Celebrity Juice, which is a programme I loathe, as you know, poor old, the bloke with his hair's dropping out, so he's grown it fairly long at the back, puts on stupid hats and outfits that don't suit him, and apparently it's a character. Seems to be operating throughout his entire life. Anyway, he was on there, still attempting to pull a programme together. They give him a load of booze. Holly Willoughby was sort of slur all over the place. And so the other night they had on there with... the language is atrocious. I mean, the F word is quite liberally thrown around on it. And they managed to get together Arj and Gemma, who did nothing. I mean, all he did is, I think he sort of said, are you two together or not? Yeah, we're together. And then Arj went, yeah, but we weren't a short while ago. Like, that was really important. Gemma is 190, by the way, and Arj is about that round the waist. And so they sat, they weren't funny, they weren't interesting. There was nothing that was going on apart from she's a diva. And to demonstrate the fact that she was a diva, she was given a scenario. I mean, obviously, they had to make it simple. So here is a researcher. They brought on a pretty little researcher, and he had to say, there's your cup of tea, Miss Collins. And so she went, it's cold. And apparently what divas do is throw it back in your face. So she threw it in this researcher's face. She'd have been on that floor within 5 bloody seconds. I'm telling you now, you can't do that. That's called an assault. That is called an assault. It's not called being a diva. Being a diva is, I'm not touching that. It's cold. But no, she threw it in his face. As I say, I'd have had him lay her out on the floor, actually. Or pin her out on the floor, cover her in honey, and then get some of those nice ants from the desert, which would make a meal of her. My God, that would be a meal. That would be a meal. Also, what else we have? I'll tell you the people who are stripping for the all-new Monty. You might not be a bigger fan of them. Also, Ella London is this person. She's in the papers. Why? Why would Ella London be in the papers? I mean, she's of no consequence to anybody. The reason is that she only wears yellow. Yellow is her favourite colour, so she's got a yellow car. Woo! Scary stuff. Yellow dresses. Woo! Really scary. Her hair is yellow, because it's cheaply dyed. She's also got a yellow flat with a yellow table. It's her favourite colour, so she's Little Miss Sunshine. No, she's not. She's somebody in need of help. Seriously, she needs help. We have a woman round our way. She likes the colour pink. Unfortunately, it comes out as purple. And she's painted the house purple. And they look after kids and all the rest of it. It's one of those sort of places. When I say looks after kids, it's not a home for remedial people on the run because they've got drug problems. This is for little children. They go there. It's got a nursery, but it's all pink, everything. The neighbours must be absolutely, beset with themselves, I should imagine. And she's got pink hair and all the rest of it. There's such a thing as taking it a bit too far. And that was a little bit too far. But it doesn't matter, does it? EastEnders have failed to include enough non-white actors. And it's true, but there again, unless you're in certain parts of London, that's exactly what the ratio would be. The difference is that it's EastEnders, and they have to show diversity. I thought they showed diversity quite well. I seriously did. I mean, I could be wrong. There might not be enough non-white actors on there, but that was like that argument we had the week before about Coronation Street when they were saying, oh, a black family's moved into the street, like we were supposed to throw our hands up and go, a black family? And then somebody pointed out, what difference does it make? What colour? What colour somebody is? You don't go, and by the way, there's a Chinese family moved into the street, or there's a gay family moved into the street, which of course would be more likely. There's more gays in that programme that you can shake a stick at. It's only one little street. They've got one who makes knickers in the factory, nobody wants to go out with because he's far too effeminate. And then there was a gay vicar. Well, I never saw the church. Where's the church going on? We need to see all these sort of things, don't we? And listening live, says Ali, on the coach to Disneyland. How lovely. How lovely. Disneyland at 5:15. It'll be closed, don't you? I mean, it'd be nice when you actually get there. Hope the weather's good. Yesterday we had snow. I was sitting in the car park at Sainsbury's, doing my usual thing, sitting in the car park at Sainsbury's, and I thought, I'll nip in, and the girl behind the hot food counter was like Little Miss Misery. It was a case of, I stood there was no, oh, sorry, I was out the back. She just wandered up. It was like a scene out of a sort of one of those sort of very dark comedies. Yes? Can I have two chicken pasties? Which ones? I don't know, dear. I really don't know. I'm terribly sorry. I'm registered blind. I have no idea. I'm just asking for chicken pasties. Which ones have you got? And so I bought 2, which was like pizza inside a pasta. They were quite pleasant, actually. I felt like saying to her, do cheer up, dear. It can't be that bloody bad, can it? Although, secondly, for her, it probably was. Martin says, do you know I was watching Ideal World the other day, and they were doing a lovely thing with plants, and they were offering 4 plants. What were they? What plants were they? Oh, God, they were very nice, whatever they were. 4 of them, 4 coloured pots, red, green, blue and yellow, I think. The whole lot, free pre-post and packing, 20 quid. I thought, you know, if you need a bit of sort of cheering up, you know, I thought for 20 quid, that was actually really good value. And then it was 35 quid if you wanted to order 8. So I didn't. I thought there's no point. No, I've got loads of stuff which is coming out. Although actually, after we've had all this blooming weather, dreadful. Little Julie says, thank goodness. I thought my Alexa was having a wobble when you went silent. Me too. Me too, because the trouble is, if it's on the computer, you have to sit there until the computer has seen its agent, had a word with the union, it does all, you know, and then eventually it comes to life. So, fellow Spiker Sue, a very happy birthday for yesterday, celebrated with a trip to see Wicked. My favourite show. One of my favourite shows. I loved Wicked. Well, in fact, a friend of mine's the producer, so I have to like it. And thank you for keeping me going, says Nicholas in Hanwell. And Martin was watching Bill and Ben, the Flower Pot Men, and they had weed on. I know. We used to laugh at that, actually. Bill and Ben, Flower Pot Men. And then there was weed in the middle. It would sort of pop up. And then we had Muffin the Mule. I think that was about 6 months. And there was an awful lot of problems that went on with sort of children's television. But Bill and Ben, and here's weed. But on the, what was the other one? We had Flopsy, Mopsy and Cottontail, the Wooden Tops, with the biggest spotty dog you ever did see. And they were all string puppets, string marionettes. It was hilarious. But we love Teddy. Weren't sure about whether Teddy was off his face on weed or not. Bit difficult to tell. Oh, no, it was Bill and Ben, wasn't it? Teddy didn't come into it. But they all lived in boxes. Whatever it was, they were boxes. And they were fairly... Morning, everybody. Every day we find something unusual in the newspapers. Last week, it was in Danny Dyer's book, where she talks about the fact that her mother waxes her in the downstairs department. Her mother. What sort of perversion is that? Have you ever heard of such a thing? I was talking about this to a friend of mine, another radio presenter, and he said, what's that all about? I said, I don't know. When she needs waxing down there, her mother does it. Oof. Really peculiar, really peculiar. However, there's a British man here who went to Spain, and his willy was allegedly cut off by his flatmate. I know. He's a 33-year-old English teacher. He doesn't want to press charges. So he can obviously live. It is claimed he offered to pay the man £173 to do the procedure so it could be filmed and go viral on the net. So anyway, he's had his organ reattached in hospital and his flatmate was arrested. The clip is said to have been filmed in Zaragoza, has been erased. I mean... Is that another perversion? Perhaps I'm missing the point here. Missing the point. And a bulldog mauled a boy to death in a seaside caravan park. Paramedics battled in vain to save this young man, and they couldn't do it. 3 hours later, police arrested a woman on suspicion of manslaughter in Saltash. It's just unbelievable. So she... this woman claimed she was a victim of domestic violence, begged for money to pay for a train ticket, and that's how they caught her. So, I mean, you know, dear, I give up. Seriously, I mean, sometimes, you know, you sort of think, I mean, sure, we're all in the real world. Naomi Campbell has ended her romance with Liam Payne. Apparently, she was the one to call time on their fling because they were living different lives. Yeah, I can understand that. It was just a sort of one-night stand that went on a bit longer, wasn't it? Which is great. You know, I think that's fine. That's if you want to do that. What they talked about, God alone knows. Really very embarrassing, isn't it? Also, we've got the telly Loose Women on a big night out. They're going to become looser. They'll do an evening stage version at the NEC. Panellist Syra Khan says there won't be any cameras so we can say F if we want to. Well, I'm sure you will, dear. You look as though you're foul-mouthed. This is the one who offered her husband could go and get sex elsewhere because she'd gone off the idea. She really is a very sad attention seeker. Andrew McLean says it'd be nice if we could have a few little Chardonnays. Well, you don't seriously think that Colleen Nolan's going on stage without a few little Chardonnays, do you? God, blimey. And Colleen says, we can't always do that on television and say exactly how we feel. Really? You surprised us. We thought you did that. That's why, you know, you sort of disappeared for a while. Tony Slattery has had a lifelong struggle with bipolar disorder. He's let himself go. You know, his other half looks so much better. But, you know, it's not, even if you've got bipolar, you don't have to let yourself go that much. But he says, what plans for my 60th? To survive. So, it's an odd one, isn't it, really? It's a very odd one. It's like, I used to know Tony, not really, really well, but we'd you know, organise listener nights for things that he'd done, and he was always good on the television. Then I think he developed a likeness for certain little things which he shouldn't have done, and that kind of sort of pushed it a little bit further. And then he started sitting on television sweating, and everybody was going, he's not well at all. Great British Bake Off's Prue Leith. She's very flirty. Very flirty. My poor producer for In Conversation, Scottish boy, she was definitely flirty with him. There were no two ways about it. I thought it was hilarious. I said, did you notice that? He said, yes. Bless his heart. Also, what have we got here? This is Helena Watts. Apparently, massive shout out to my awesome pal James Ingram. I don't know who Helena Watts is, actually, who raised 40 grand for charity to jog on to cancer. It was headlined by on-off Lovebirds Gemma Collins, 38 now. I mean, frankly, you know, middle 40s, she's going to be very quickly. And James Argent, who's just a simpleton, duetted on stage. But Gemma, along with her 8 bodyguards, she didn't have 8 bodyguards at all. Don't print lies. It makes you look stupid. You know, that was a thing that she said, I need 8 bodyguards, because, like, you know, the public want to get to me. Listen, it's the public who put you where you were, dear. Although quite a few members of the public would like you to disappear back where you came from, which would make it easier. What do we got? Judge Darcy Bussell, stepping down on Strictly. And the retired ballerina... What a stupid phrase. She was poised and elegant. There's much debate about whether she left because she wanted a 40 grand pay rise. Well, you should check your facts. She didn't. Wasn't interested in that. She's got other offers. Also, Call the Midwife star Miriam Margolyes has revealed that she's scared of Dame Judi Dench. She said she's very direct and doesn't suffer fools. Love it. I love it. A Place in the Sun host, Sarah Demergy, has revealed she'd suffered abuse from a string of court... I've never even heard of her. They say, oh, it's a television presenter. I had to go on and find out what she'd done. Very difficult. But she fled conflict in Beirut as a child, daughter of a Lebanese Muslim dad and a British mother. But she's stepped up security at her home. So there you go. Easy tips from Mrs. Hinch. She's a hairdresser from Essex. You know, we all clean. It's not difficult, is it, really? But there you go. Plus. William Shakespeare lived on the site of an office block whilst writing Romeo and Juliet. I love it when they find all this stuff in London. I love it. I get so excited. Take that. Howard Donald has revealed he likes to make his inside shine with a dose of colonic irrigation. La, 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 la. Well, you know, you shouldn't, Howard. You really shouldn't. I promise you. Because what it does, it takes away all the bacteria that you need inside, and it also means that you could have huge problems in the future. So don't go for it. Only telling you. I'm not medically qualified normally, but I'm just telling you about that one now. Also, so that the people who are going to be stripping off for something, dreary old Jack Fincham, little problem with cocaine a short while ago. Do you remember that one? And he went, oh, I'll never do it ever again. And I was thinking, people always say that, don't they? Plus Joe Pasquale and Jason Cundy are all going to strip off. And they've all had the waxing everywhere for men, things like that. My friend Toby Tarrant was talking about that the other day, and I offered to send him some cream to make it easier. I got no reply for some strange reason. I can't imagine why. But, have I had a wax? Yeah. Of course. No. Not all of it. No. Yes. Yeah. No. Have you? I bet you have. No, actually, I don't think you have. I don't think you would. He will. He will by the end of the programme. You watch. Would have persuaded him. Come on, let's go down and get it done. Yeah, we get a discount for 2. Thank goodness, Steve. Did you enjoy your cheese on toast yesterday? And how could the Isle of Dogs be the best place in London? What about our manor? Cheese on toast and the Isle of Dogs be the best place in London. I have no idea what you're talking about at all. I didn't have cheese on toast yesterday. And the Isle of Dogs? I don't think I've ever been to the Isle of Dogs. Don't think I've ever been there. So, I don't know, Matthew. I don't know what you were reading. Nothing to do with me. Nothing to do with me. Rebecca says, again, nice to be on an early flight so I can listen to you on the way to work. Only a short flight to France. Let's see how many rude passengers I collect today. It seems the trend at the moment, complain about everything, be rude about your flight. See, I want to go... Oh, sorry, come here. Open the door, shove them out. You know, it's so much easier that way, isn't it? What's the point of hanging on to these people? I was watching back the EasyJet stuff from Luton, where you get passengers. This woman sobbed like, you know, I've missed the flight. And I was just laughing. I shouldn't have been, but it was very funny. Steve, Channel 5 tonight, Titanic. That's a repeat. I've seen it, Irene. Draining the wreck, looking at the ship to date. Yeah, no, it's been on before. I've seen it, where all the water goes. Where all the water goes. And have you noticed on every reality show on television, when women invariably burst into tears within the first 2 minutes, the existence of pocket tissues seem to have totally escaped them. Despite their wealth, they seem to rely, says Ian, on the absorbency of their fingertips or a handy dinner napkin to deal with their tears. Oh, they're so pathetic. These people need checking by sort of, you know, certifiable people who know what they're looking for. Do you think, says Sue, GC and Peter Andre could be the next X Factor judge? Peter's far too drippy and she doesn't know what's going on. So I think it's not. Rosa says, went to Joe Allen's on Thursday on your recommendation before we're going to see Fiddler on the Roof. Joe Allen's was amazing and so was The Fiddler. Yes, it's got fantastic reviews, hasn't it? Andy Nyman starring that. And with Judy Kuhn, I believe. I love Judy Kuhn. And Steve, the Nolan's family home was once in Ilford. It's now a doctor's surgery in the town centre, says Jem. Ilford's gone right down, hasn't it? We were hearing dreadful things about that the other day, with sort of fights and prostitutes in the street and all. Honestly, not the kind of thing we want, is it really? Not in this country. Definitely not. Although everything's got bad. Kids TV, Mr. Ben was my favourite, says Susanna. The fancy dress shop, then later Joe 90, the legend. He was, wasn't he? Dum, 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 dum. I love that. Steve. Another one here. Wait a minute. Let me just quickly... Oh, no. I'll tell you what we do. We'll do the news and we'll come back to more of your texts and emails. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And still, the Strictly fans who say that if Cheryl Tweedy's made a judge, she won't. She hasn't got any idea. There's no point in putting her on there. She did ballet when she was a little 7-year-old. That doesn't qualify for doing that at all. They're trying to find a gig for her. Why don't you stay at home and look after the kid, dear? There you go. That's what happens. Have company. Nice. It's Sunday morning. There's a piece in one of the papers today on Kirk Norcross. Why is Kirk Norcross crawling out of the woodwork now? Apparently, he says he's happier now with his life away from the spotlight. Apparently, on Towie, he claims he used to be in tears when they asked him to do things and begged them not to make him do them, but they did. And in a chilling parallel with Love Island's Mike, who took his own life, he admits he tried to take his life just months ago. So he goes through this interview. You know, he claims that the producers plied him with booze, so he'd have sex for ratings. Well, he has exhibited himself on the internet on numerous occasions. He says, reality TV turned me into a monster. He dated Amy Childs. That must have been a meeting of the minds, I should imagine. Lauren Poppy and somebody else. He says, when I was on Towie, I was known everywhere. I used to buy £70,000 Ferraris. Well, how many, dear? What, 7, 10, 15, 20? 1, okay? £20,000 watches. How many, dear? How many? Just 1? And £500 jeans. Good Lord. He says, now I'm happy with a £20 pair from Top Man. What, you mean that the £500 jeans haven't even lasted? So you've had to buy cheap jeans from Top Man. And he says, I'm setting up a jet washing company and working laying BT cables. So he talks about this, you know, and so it goes on about poor me, poor me, poor me. He says, we all had overnight fame, nobody told us about it, and he dated Geordie Shore's Vicky Patterson, and bosses made him dump his then girlfriend. She made me promise me, and so it goes on. It's just dreary, dreary, dreary. The only thing he fails to mention in this entire interview is the fact that his father owns Sugar Hut. Okay, where they film and where he's been picking up. And, of course, his father's dated roughly the same kind of women that he has. I think his father's dated Chloe Sims, but there again, who hasn't? Let's face it, she's certainly been around the block a few times. So he does the whole interview without mentioning his father owns Sugar Hut and still owns Sugar Hut. You know, it really is. It's, you know, the crying wolf bit can go on a little bit too much. Ed says, on the news this morning, they said the best place to live in London is the Isle of Dogs. Well, might as well say the best place to live is on the moon. But there's nothing out there yeah. Oh, Reggie. Yeah. Where does the cheese on toast come from? Don't tell me that was your favourite food on the Isle of Dogs or something. I don't know. And Steve, I was most surprised the other day after I tweeted you. One of my followers, says Dean, on Twitter, who's also a spiker, heard you read it out and thought that it was me who tweeted you. Has everybody gone mad this morning? Is it the entire place has gone completely round the bend? The blue moon flies at dawn. You know, the cat squeals. Have you seen the beggar, says Matt, outside the mini Sainsbury's in Richmond, singing and banging a drum? I avoid people who sing and bang drums. You know, bang, bang, bang. No, I'm not interested in people like that. I don't give any money to beggars. I really don't. We've got one, God bless, she's written at the end of it. She's more English than you and I. You know what she's got? Drug habit. Drug habit. That's what you're feeding, a drug habit. Don't ever give to beggars. You're not helping the situation at all. Give to a centre that can look after it. Don't give to them on the street. They'll just waste it. Booze and drugs. Very bad, isn't it? Some will still be awake when we leave here. Seriously, it's 7 a.m. and you think, shouldn't you have gone to bed early last night? So I haven't seen the peculiar beggar. However, David in Nottinghamshire went to see Uncle Sam's American Circus. Terrific. And you see, I don't think it is Uncle Sam's American Circus. We have Circus Bazaar at the moment, but I think it used to be the Russian State Circus, because some of the lorries are in exactly the same livery. And what they do is they just sort of overpaint them or put posters along the side and it becomes another circus. I love the tents, though. The tents are fab. Really, I mean, you know me, I love circus. And I found a book the other day, which somebody has sent me in, which was really nice. I'm going to tell you what it's called, because I've only just started reading it. And, sorry, so much mess. And this is a lovely book by, John Clifford Culine, and it's From Fanfare to Funfair, a travelling family's journey from Victorian theatre to 1940s fairground, and I'm so excited by it. I can't tell you how excited I am by funfair books, circus books, anything like that. And I've got some lovely, which my brother found me, saw some at Christmas, some Bertram Mills circus programmes in immaculate condition. Really pleased. Very, very pleased. More of your texts and emails in a moment. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. James and Arthur are gaining ground amongst punters betting on the name of the royal baby. Who cares? I don't want to be sort of dismissive about it, but she said she's not going to show us until she's ready, and I'm going, that's fine, that doesn't bother me. I'm not one of these people who wants to stalk the royal family, just see a picture of a baby. You know, it doesn't really matter, does it? It's what you know, people choose to do. I mean, they're obviously not doing it outside that hospital in Paddington, because otherwise you get the same mad people standing outside there who seem to haunt every member of the royal family, which is quite sweet, but at the same time, they obviously want to do it differently. Reality telly star. She's not a star, she's just another person from reality telly, and that's called Danielle Armstrong, the Towie favourite. She's just recently thrown a drink over her boyfriend because apparently he went off with somebody else, and so she's going to strip in honour of a pal who died of breast cancer. Why don't you just donate money, dear? You know, would that be too difficult to ask? So when she was offered the part to get her kit off, she couldn't turn it down. The performance already has been filmed and will be shown next month, and she said she's hoping the programme will raise awareness. I don't want to be rude to you, Danielle, but people are not watching that to see somebody raise awareness. They're looking to see if they can see your boobs. That's what it's about, dear. I mean, perhaps you haven't realised that. She says, I agree to do it. I'm hoping the show will encourage women to check their breasts more often. Well, I suppose the men are doing it for testicular cancer. You're not going to be saying that anytime soon, are you? Well, I don't know, you might do. She says, you'll see me talking about her on the show. It was all in honour of her. Just any old excuse to get your kit off, innit, really? But there you go. That's about as good as it's going to get. As good as it's going to get. Last year, they didn't raise very much money at all. They really didn't. It was very disappointing. It was, you know, considering they all got a fee for doing it, that's what they're doing it for. They're doing it for a fee, because otherwise she would have said, I'm donating all my fee to breast cancer. She hasn't said that yet. She will. She will. I'll keep banging on about it. And let's have a quick look here. What do we got? Did you watch last night's show? Comedian Kojo. He's been around before, Randolph. He's worked television. He's done loads of things. They're not all the innocents that you think they are. Many of these people have been... There's a magician on there with a mask on. They think it's a woman who was on the week before. It's just... Because you wouldn't know, would you? You wouldn't know. It's somebody on the television, and the Subo they had on, Susan Boyle, that was pre-recorded. You know why? Can't risk her. You can't risk her doing anything with an audience there. She'll start dancing around with a broomstick or a brush or something. I mean, she's like that. What's your name? Susan Boyle. She was like that. Was she very aggressive when it was with Simon, and then she came out, and then she started hiding behind curtains. And at one point, she didn't win. To get her off stage, she started dancing with Simon and pulling her skirt up. Off, get her off now. It's safer. And then the only reason they put her on there, you know the reason? Come on, let's be cynical. It's because she's got a new album out, and Simon wants to flog it because it's on his record label, because he owns all her stuff. So they get her out of this little house she's living in. She did move to another house. And then she, and so she went back to the old house, which was nice. She bought her dress the other day to appear on the programme, and they pre-recorded her. So much safer. Ask anybody in television. So Susan Boyle, that's why you don't see her being interviewed on programmes. It'll be pre-recorded. You imagine her on the One Show with Peter Andre, you wouldn't have the faintest idea. Not a clue. Would have been like sort of a peanut talking to a cashew. It really would have been about as exciting, I'm afraid. So they don't bother. Another one here says, I thought about you and wondered if you've seen the programme about lottery winners in America looking for their ideal home. I think it's called My Lottery Dream Home. Some of the houses they're shown for the money are nice. Some are just outrageous. I'd be like that. I'd be buying the outrageous house. I would be having Chandon. My place would be Versailles. It would be very much like that. That's my taste, or as I prefer to call it, and everybody else calls it, Jewish Regency. It's kind of it's a lot of red velvet and a lot of gold. There's a lot of gold and red velvet, which I absolutely adore. I have to taste. Not everybody's taste, but it's definitely, and mirrors with twigs all around them, and then lights into. I mean, it's really camp. You know, I mean, it couldn't be described as butch in any way, shape, or form. Over the bed, I've got a canopy. I mean, seriously, with big tassels, you know, like 10-inch tassels all the way down, and it's all swagged, and it's so revolting. But I love it. All the walls are colour washed. So there isn't a plain colour in sight. It's all rag rolled and different things. And stenciling. I've got stenciling down the hall. It's beginning to sound vile, isn't it? I know you're beginning to hate it. Oh, I do like a thick rug, you know. I've got lots. In the sitting room, there's a big oval Chinese rug with dragons. I specifically wanted dragons in the middle of the Chinese rug, and so I've got that. In the bathroom, I've got 6 rugs. I know, peculiar. I know, but some people don't have rugs in the bathroom. It's big enough for 6 rugs. And I've got rugs everywhere. All the way down the hall, Chinese rugs. It's beginning to sound quite awful, isn't it, really? I'm beginning to think maybe I should change the colour scheme. Perhaps we'll go for just black. And I had lights all the way down the hall as well. In the coving, I had lights, little tiny... I know. It's my fault, isn't it? I'm an idiot. Fool to myself. But I like things like... and theatre posters everywhere. Every wall, theatre posters. You can't move for theatre posters. All original. And everything. The doormat actually doesn't say anything. I was going to get one that said welcome, and I thought, no, because you're not. And so there's no point in sort of bringing people into your house, whereas really, you know, you want them in this end, straight out the door the other end, and fall into the street. And that would make me more entertained, I suppose. But no, I don't have a doorbell. I don't even have knockers, no. People just sort of like that. But I've got a camera on the door so I can see who it is, so I either turn the telly down and try and pretend I'm not there. We used to have a neighbour some years ago, very sweet. She was very old, but she was very old actually, and I could hear her coming along the corridor, and then all of a sudden I go, "Oh, Steve," and I used to think, "Oh no," you know, I'd just be standing there in my pants, and I did open the door once in my pants. Funny place to have a door, and she scuttled away as fast as her little walker would take her. She said, "Oh, I'll come back later. Thank you." You have to do these things. Goodness sake, honestly, life is far too short, isn't it? Far too short. Steve, isn't there supposed to be Love Island America soon? Shouldn't imagine so. Why would there be a Love Island soon? I don't know. I haven't actually seen it probably. 20 quid for a pair of jeans, says Kevin, the lorry driver. Doris gets mine from Asda. 7 quid. Other supermarkets are available. Thank you. And Colin says, you're so popular, if you sat and said nothing, people would still listen. Probably. Listen, I never like to look a gift horse in the mouth. There is no point. You never ever take it for granted. I was hearing something the other day which made my heart droop, I'm afraid. It's somebody who didn't appreciate their audience, didn't appreciate anything at all, and basically might as well just give up now because they've wasted everybody's time. But you never ever underestimate people. Good God, I've not wasted 40 years of my life to end up with nothing at the end of it. Thank you very much indeed. No. I've got an audience. If I have to drug you to keep you listening to the radio, that'd be my sort of thing. All over the internet, Meghan's pregnancy is fake. Of course, that's what people want to hear, isn't it? Oh, it's a fake pregnancy. She's not really going to have a baby. She'll just sort of find a baby. You seriously think that would ever work? I love it. I love it when people are so stupid. There was some bloke the other day, and he called up Majid. And Majid is very good. You see, I like the arguments. I'm big into the arguments. Nick Abbott can have good arguments, and loads of people can have very good arguments. And he started this thing, and he said to this bloke was going on about, I think it was Brexit, and then he started talking about Nigel Farage and everything else. And so quite rightly, Majid asked him some questions, and it was patently obvious from this bloke's voice, he didn't even understand the question. He kept saying, no, I don't want to talk about that. And Majid said, well, I've asked you the question about it. And I thought, he doesn't know the answer. He doesn't even understand the question. He's what's commonly known as a flim-flam. He sort of ball-watsits it. And he tries to pretend he knows what he's on about, but you could tell by his voice. He didn't have the faintest, it was as thick as a brick. It was so embarrassing. And then when he did come up with things, it was like, oh, he always wants to be the bride's bride, never the bridesmaid, and all this kind of stuff. I thought, oh, shut up. Shut up, shut up, shut up. Make yourself sound stupid. It was like I was watching Four in a Bed the other day. I love Four in a Bed. My God, there was some stuff on there. Sometimes I look and think, that's a nice mirror. I'll go for one like that. And then I think, where am I going to put it? So I buy it and prop it up against the wall. So now the only reason I can see myself is because I have to kneel down in front of the mirror. It's not a good sign. It's not a good look. But I've got stuff in there. I put in what is that? Oh, a carbon dioxide alarm. Why? I bought it because they were cheap. They were 12 quid for 2. So I bought 2 and I took them back and I'm thinking, where do I put them? I don't know where I'm supposed to put them. So I've just left them sitting by the side of the sink. And every so often it goes, beep, 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 like that. And this morning, the clock in the car's given up. So I thought it was 12:05 when I was driving in, and then it's radio controlled. Obviously not at the moment. Something's definitely gone wrong in the engine, but luckily I'm not medically qualified to talk about it. So that's fine. So should we take a short break? I think we're in the chase now, but I suddenly realize some of the people on there are so dim. I mean, honestly, I think you get better reaction from 3 and 4-year-olds. But the chase is Mark Lebet. This is the one whose wife was apparently playing away from home. He's been asked to appear on Strictly, and I'm a Celebrity. And you think, okay, fine. Why? Unless you really need the money. It says, it's celebrity editions of it. And also the celebrity, unless you really want the money. And also, if your marriage is going through a rocky period, you don't want to leave home, do you? And start sort of working elsewhere. But he's being wooed by ITV and BBC bosses. It's exactly the same. What did I read the other day? I died laughing. That's, the woman who used to perform on the internet. And she went on Love Island. I can't remember. She used to perform for money on the internet, and she's been a stripper and everything else. And she went out with Wes Nelson. I know, it doesn't help you don't know who Wes Nelson is, does it really? She was on, she might have been Love Island. I can't remember her name. But anyway, she's writing her autobiography. She's only about 3. And she's writing the autobiography, and I'm thinking, and she'll go, I'm going to be brutally honest about the time I was stripping. I'm sorry, darling, I don't know what you can say about it. It involves standing there, taking your clothes off for dirty old men who paid money to watch you. What else can you say about it? Don't tell me it's an art form. I won't believe it. Not in your case. And Megan Barton Hanson. That was exactly, double-barrelled Chief Chav. That's the chaviest name you could ever have, Megan Barton Hanson. All she was a performer on the internet. And so she's going to tell you about her dreary life, and so she ended up on Love Island, apparently. And you think, what else can you do? It was bad enough we had to read Danny Dyer's. God in heaven. These people. Dreadful, isn't it? 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Matthew says, Chloe Sims is a very attractive girl these days. Yeah, these days. If you looked at what she used to look like, she's, the trouble is she's, her face. She can't move her face. Ridiculous. John in Birmingham thinks that the pregnancy is fake and that's why she's not going to show the baby. Well, all right, ask yourself, if you have got half a brain cell, ask yourself, why would she pretend to be pregnant? What would be the point of that? What would be the point of that? I mean, because nowadays, if people, can't have children or they can't conceive or, he's got a low sperm count or something like that, it could be all sorts of things. But you never thought you'd hear that on a Sunday morning, did you? I know I didn't. And it was a case of, why would they want to lie about it? Well, she's pregnant. No, she's not. I mean, have half a brain, please. Did you check your neighbour was okay after answering the door in just your pants, says Julie. I don't care anymore. Seriously, I spend most of my time in my pants. Mike says, having come from Ilford, I can confirm it used to have many redeeming qualities. The only good part left is barking side. Even has a Rossi's establishment. How lovely. And Stephen Fleetwood watched a classic last night, A Kind of Loving, with the late, great Thora Hird. I know. I met the late, great Thora Hird. Lovely. After your burns, was there any cream you'd recommend, says Kevin? No. Only the cream that they give you in the hospital, which is Manuka honey. They give you Manuka honey cream, which apparently is very healing, and you just put that on. But it's a bit, you have to let it dry because it's a bit sort of sticky. But apart from that, no, I've got loads of creams at home, which are basically for sort of for burns and stuff like that. But I'm not allowed to recommend things to you because I'm not medically qualified. Alison, did anyone at Global ever get to the bottom of why you received no Christmas cards or presses when you normally get loads? I don't know. I'm going to watch this year. We didn't get any Christmas cards at all. It was really bizarre. I reckon somewhere there's a post office going, how many more of these cards have we got for him? Could be it, couldn't it? I lived on the Isle of Dogs during the war. Here we go. We're back with Ina and the Isle of Dogs. We lived in Glen Terrace, which is still standing. During the war, troops left the docks and they threw pennies down the quayside for us before they sailed off to fight. They just threw pennies on the floor. Great community to live in, and neighbours looked out for each other. Oh, Ina, it's not like that anymore. I wish I could tell you it was. I wish it was. Stephen Spikers, I wonder if the GC has employed Julian Assange's former security team. However, I reckon it's all just to get more column inches. What a sad world we live in. I love the way they carried him out. He just looked in a dreadful state, didn't he? I bet they're so glad to get rid of him. Patrick says carbon monoxide alarm, not dioxide. However, I guess you were right after all, as you did buy 2 for the price of 1. Yeah, but I don't use them. It's just utterly pointless things. Your decor sounds brilliant, says Zach. Unique, flamboyant, and full of eccentric character. Mind you, it does make you sound like you'd make Liberace's place look tame. Yep, I could possibly say that. I don't have a candelabra, but I do have lots of candles everywhere. I don't sit in the half dark. I've got sort of lights on, but nothing. I don't have main lights. I only have lampshade lights, whatever they call them. I don't know, table lamps and things like that. But I don't have anything. Not anything. In fact, I've taken them out. It was when I started painting clouds down the hall that I got a bit carried away. I thought I was Jocasta Innes. So I would sort of get these things and sponge, and I've sponged and stenciled balustrading down the hall with sounds ghastly, with Roman urns on the top with flowers. Seriously, it's crap. And the ceiling, I thought, if I do it all blue, and then I can sort of get a sponge and do clouds. It just looks like splodgy white things done with a sponge. It doesn't look at all like clouds at all. I should have actually taken off some of the paint and sort of left it there. And I sort of looked at it the other day and I thought, perhaps I should paint it again. I thought, I don't know. My brother did his whole hall one Christmas it was like going through an ice tunnel. The whole thing was white with lights behind it and all. It was very clever, actually, very messy, and he had all these tiles done. It was all very impressive, actually. He likes things like that, so he's probably inherited from me, I should imagine. It's, some people are very sort of plain with their outlook, but I've got even on the chaise longue, I've got sort of cushions at the end, but they're not normal cushions. It would. I have got one which is like a bolster, which is in gold, which sounds even worse. But my other cushions are all the ones from the London Transport Museum, which is all the train carriage material and the buses, all the material that's on the seats. They sort of it's a maquette or a flock or something like that, and I've got cushions like that. I know it's. No cigarette, no, without the cigarette burns and the bubble gum. But because I went down there and I saw them, I thought, oh, they look quite nice. So I've got them. And then I see another cushion. I go, oh, that's nice as well. Before I know where I am, there's no room for me on the settee. It's taken up with all the blooming cushions. So I have to sit on the floor. It's good fun, though. It is good fun. Well, I think it's good fun anyway. And then I suddenly realised the other day, I've got my camera on the front door. I've got a glass front door, and it's got a curtain over it, which I completely forgot about when I put the camera up, which is inside shining out, because all it's showing me is the back of the front door. I don't actually get to see if anybody's at the door, so I could hear the knocking, and I go, I wonder who's on. Turn the screen on. Nothing. Plus, we have 16 CCTV cameras in high definition. We've got them everywhere, all over the place. Seriously, you can't move on our place without being caught, and we have to record it. Unfortunately for me, I don't know how to play it back again, so I'm kind of stuck. It doesn't matter, does it? What the heck, it's my life. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. So why was Matt Stadling going on about this? Sorry seems to be the hardest word. Is he apologising to somebody, or trying to apologise to somebody, or has he just got a fixation with the song? I can't remember what it was. Was it anything really? The calls for the UK government to apologise for the, for the Amritsar massacre. Good Lord above. Oh, is that why somebody 1919? Yeah. Is that the same as somebody then sort of saying, would you like to apologise for killing Jesus? Was that just another Looney Tunes person or something? I know, dear me, honestly. You do get them, don't you? Simon Cowell rushes to comfort Susan Boyle as she returns to Britain's Got Talent. Of course he is. He's flogging her album. Come on, let's not sort of try and pretend. The crowd gave her a standing ovation. She was pre-recorded. Come on, lie to us. We know how it went on. Right. I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll take a short break for the news, and then we're going to go into Strictly Winner's secret fling with dancer Stacey Dooley, obviously believing, sadly, that she's a celebrity. So they say she's secretly dating Kevin Clifton after dumping her boyfriend. I mean, whether you believe it or believe it not, she's as boring as she ever was. And Simon Cowell's new mansion is haunted by the gay lover of a Roman emperor. Good heavens above. Sounds brilliant. This is Antonius, who was Hadrian's lover. He drowned or killed himself. I can't quite work out which one it was. I suspect he was probably killed. He was known as the most beautiful boy in the Roman emperor. And Simon Cowell says you can hear bumps and everything else in the house. Oh God, honestly, it's more a bit short, isn't it, that one? We've got the shortened version of it now. It's all gone a bit peculiar, the computer, this morning. David Emanuel, yes, the David Emanuel, says, I did send you a Christmas card. Why did you not get it? I know. We didn't get anything this year. There must be, as I say, the post office must be holding back or something. And for Samuel Gould, he says, I'm just about to leave my flat. Is it raining? Do I need a brolly? Well, we've had a look out the window, and we seem to be okay. We seem to be okay. No rain as yet. I think yesterday, I told you, I was sitting in the car in the Sainsbury's car park at Richmond, and it started to hail. I seriously sat there thinking, why did I get the car washed the other day? I should have sort of left it, actually. Much easier. But no rain today, Sam. You should be okay. You won't shrink when you come in. And what would happen if fat people stripped? Would they be well received, says Dorothy. No, don't, please. Don't. It's so unnecessary. So unnecessary. We don't need that kind of thing. Listen, I even have baths in the dark. There's no point. Steve, you could give Lawrence Llewellyn-Bowen a run for his money with your interior design skills. The funny thing is, I mean, I'm quite good at mixing and matching things and seeing things, and then it might take me a little bit of while to find out where they're going to go, but then eventually they go there. But I'm a hoarder. I'm absolutely a hoarder. I'm really terrible. In fact, I'm even worse than I thought. I cannot buy things in ones. I used to buy them in twos. Sometimes if I really like something, I buy threes. Can you say a big thank you to Sam, who's an ex-work colleague, says Jace. We had a lovely lunch on Saturday at Brown's for my 50th in a couple of weeks, and a stunning bottle of Tiger Gin given as a prezi. She calls me Tiger, but that's another story. Ooh, actually, it's like listening to Philip Chrisikos's voice a minute ago. Did you hear that? That sounded a bit throaty. I thought, oh, here we go. This is how it starts. Steve, easy money for you when you're finished. Go across one of four places, put up 0, 32, 15, 26, 3, 35, 12, 28, you make a profit, and breakfast if you lose, I settle the bill for you. I never gamble on things, as you know. The only thing I do is the lottery. I'm very good at doing the lottery. And the National. Coming up at 7, the Weekend Breakfast Show with Andrew Castle, up for discussion. Police opening fire after a car driven at officers in London. The Assange supporters to demonstrate outside Belmarsh prison. And a crime wave, fears from millions on staycations. What are staycations in Devon and Cornwall post-Brexit? A staycation. Oh, vacations here. Oh, right. Oh, I see. That's nice. All of that and more, the Weekend Breakfast Show with Andrew Castle from 7 this morning on LBC. That's a staycation when you stay in this country. I've been in this country for holidays, actually. It's very nice. Nothing to matter with holidays in this country. As a child, that's all we used to do. And then we saved up our pennies, and then we went to Spain. And I think that's about as far as we went. Because we'd already done the travelling before. So we did Egypt, we did Germany, we did Hong Kong, all for 2 years. Each posting was 2 years. Then we ended up in Yorkshire for some strange reason for 2 years, but that was quite nice, actually. And Kevin says, thank you for the response on the afterburn cream. Yeah, there is burn cream, which they will give. In fact, if you're under the hospital, they will give you a prescription for the cream that you need. I mean, I have got various creams. And in fact, I was due to go back this week for the burns unit, but I had to cancel it, so I've got another appointment to go and have a check. So it was done a few years ago now, and then what they do is check and see whether or not the stitching has taken, whether the burn has... I know, it sounds horrendous, doesn't it? But I had a look the other day, actually. I think it looks all right. Look, I mean, that's not too bad. You see it? You see, it's good there. Yeah, that's a skin graft. They've got a little machine, like a little, what was it like? Oh no, they took it from my leg and put it on there. So they've got machine, you know, like the things they use on the kebab machines? They go down, it's like that. Seriously, they have to give you an injection for the pain, and then on your leg, she goes, zzz, like that, and it takes a thin layer of your skin, which is almost transparent, and then they put it over here, and then they sort of pat it, and then you've got to hope that it takes. It has to grow, so I think it's taken quite well, actually. It looks all right. Okay. Do I have what? Leg hair? No. I don't have any hair. Look. Nothing. I'm completely... Nothing. Nothing. Do you have very hairy legs, then? No, but sort of hairy. No. No. I am a woman. Isn't it funny? You get some people... I used to have a friend of mine who was very, very hairy. I mean, literally had the hairiest legs. It went all the way up to his waist, and then it stopped. It was almost like there was a tide mark, and it didn't grow any foot. We used to laugh. We used to laugh because he didn't have any hair on his body, apart from these incredibly hair... It was like Christina Onassis. Somebody had wrapped 2 rugs around his legs, and that's what it looked like. Without the pattern, of course. And furious yesterday was I... Because they did a piece in in the papers, and they went, oh, have you seen the Heston Blumenthal Easter egg? And I went, no. And they said, you need to see it. So, knowing what I'm like for these things, and we've had trouble with Heston Blumenthal stuff and Waitrose before, they don't order enough. And so this time around, he's brought out a chocolate teapot, which is decorated, and it's 20 quid. You know, which is very expensive, but if you're giving somebody a really super egg, that would be a super egg to give somebody. And so I went into the one, it said, it had a picture of it, sorry, it was a real one, which was on the display in Waitrose in Twickenham, and it said, ask a partner, you know, don't ask a shop assistant, ask a partner, because they're all partners. And so I went over to this girl, and she was very pleasant. I said, do we need to pre-order the Heston Blumenthal teapots? And she said, no, she said, we haven't got any, anymore. And I go, oh, right. She said, each shop has got its own allocation. You think, well, how stupid is that? I mean, surely you make enough if you keep selling them. And so she said, they might have some in Richmond or Kingston. And I thought, do I want to drive all the way to Richmond or Kingston just to find a chocolate teapot? And I convinced myself not to. But I have a feeling today I might end up doing something like that. It's just that now I've seen it, I want it. Now I've seen it, I want it. But they're never where you think they are. It's so annoying, so frustrating. If you could interview anybody from history, who would it be? I don't know, actually. I don't know. There's so many sort of people that you would like to talk to. There's a lot of old Hollywood actors and people like that I would love to talk to, you know, because I think that'd be quite good fun. Marie Antoinette, I think. She lived at Versailles, didn't she? I'd like to ask her the day before the execution, how are you feeling? You know, they're going to take you out and behead you. They don't like you. They don't like rich people. But don't worry, because in years to come, they're going to open the palace up as a tourist attraction and we'll all pay a small fortune to blooming well walk round it. And that'll be it. That's what happened, wasn't it, years ago? I was telling, who was I telling a friend of mine this morning? The story about the Russian royal family who were executed. And we were talking about, they thought they were being transported. And they weren't. They were taken downstairs. They all sat in a room, all dressed in their travelling clothes, and the door opened and the Bolsheviks came in. They were drunk and they just fired indiscriminately. So unfortunately for the girls, they didn't die immediately because they'd sewed jewels into their clothes and the bullets ricocheted off. So the guards, who were very drunk, had to go round and put bullets through the heads of the children. I think the father died instantly and all the rest of it. They've only just rediscovered, about a year ago, the bones, because they just had to get rid of them, and they've reburied them again. They found the children and everybody else. But the reason I mention it is because there was a boy in America who claimed that he was an abducted child from years and years ago, and came back and said, yes, I am so-and-so, so-and-so, and they went, I don't think you are, and they did a DNA, and it turned out he wasn't. But there was somebody who, from the Russian royal family, Anastasia, a woman turned up and said, I am Anastasia, one of the sisters, and they went, you can't be. But they believed it for years. She lived in a forest. She seemed to have various sort of credible little bits and pieces, but it turned out she wasn't. But because nobody survived from the shooting, literally, they were shot, then they were taken out, dropped down a mine, so that they would after they'd killed them. They were thrown down a pit in the forest. Then they sort of rescued them years later, and sort of put them back together again. I mean, can you imagine, just when you're all sitting there waiting and the door opens and you think they're going to come and take us out to a bus or a coach or something like that. Unfortunately, not for them. So who would I want to interview from history? Oh, loads of people. Loads of people. Oh, I can't think of anybody off the top of my head. I'd like to talk to Henry VIII. He'd be an interesting one to talk to, you know. How is it coping with syphilis? You know, and, that'd be the sort of thing you'd want to ask him, because he was so bloated and he was so ill, and they didn't have the medicine that we've got nowadays. So, you know, if in those days you had toothache, you kind of suffered with it. You kind of suffered. And Henry VIII had everything. He had sores on his legs because of the weight that he was carrying. But yet still people paid at Hampton Court Palace to watch him eating. I think you would pay something like up to threepence to sit there and watch him gorging himself. I mean, that's like paying to go around Gemma Collins's house and watching her trying to do sort of, you know, cleaning the kitchen floor. I mean, that'd just be disgusting, wouldn't it? Don't want to do things like that. Ian in Folkestone, he says, I'll send you a picture of Frinton-on-Sea. Thank you. I don't necessarily want a picture of Frinton-on-Sea. I have got the internet. Nick Abbott couldn't believe you had a Bentley, says Lou. No, we went through that a few weeks ago. And his car's head gasket's gone. He's on the bus now. He keeps telling people, he's such a fibber. He keeps saying, oh, I've got a 20-year-old car. He's like loaded. He's loaded. I'm telling you now. Don't ever believe this, poverty kind of thing. We don't believe it. Won't believe it. But he did start saying, you know, how does Steve Allen have a Bentley? And you think, well, I don't know. How do people have anything? You know, he might live in a super-duper house, but I bet it's not decorated like mine. And if I win the lottery, I'm going to go even more berserk. I've decided. I'm going to have silver walls, like proper silver on the walls, just to be really tacky. I think the tackier the better, because then nobody can complain about it and go, oh, it's so tacky. And you go, you don't think I know this? I live with it every single day. So, do I have patterned plates? I do have patterned plates, yes. As opposed to what? As opposed to plain plates. Where do you get plain plates from? Well, like, just nothing on them. Oh, white on top and black underneath. What, on the underneath of it? Oh, right. What would be the point of that? It looks stylish, does it? Oh, okay. I've got Wedgwood set. And so it's like a geometric sort of pattern on it. Some of them. And other things as well. You just have white. What's the point of that? Do you not... Yeah. Why just not white both sides? Because you never exactly turn a plate over halfway through eating and go, oh, look, black on the other side. You don't do that, do you? So you would think to yourself, it's white here, white on the other. So you mean it's a bit like school dinners? School dinners was all white, wasn't it? What sort of cutlery have you got? Debenhams. Is that knife, fork, spoon, teaspoon? Oh, and a dessert spoon. Right. Okay. Yeah. Oh, you bought the set of 8? What, hoping you'd meet 7 other people, or what? How does that work? 2 flatmates, okay. Do you all eat together? Right. Oh, right, that's how you like to cook for them. That's so sweet, isn't it, really? It's okay. And, didn't mean it. It is funny though, isn't it, when you sort of think, you sort of cook for people, then all of a sudden maybe somebody leaves, and all of a sudden you have to get somebody new in, and you go, I'm not sure about this person. But anyway, it does help paying the rent. It's the only way you can do it nowadays. London is the best place for meeting people. London is really, really good. If you don't meet them at work, which is where a lot of people meet people at work, isn't it? Or the Christmas party. Very popular in this building. People love the Christmas party. I've never been. I think it's safer. I don't go to things like that. There's alcohol. They have loads and loads of booze. Apparently, MPs are trying to get the Grand National run again because some of them didn't like the result. That's so old. Do you know that joke is as old as Brexit? We have concluded Brexit, haven't we? No, we haven't. Steve, the reason I ask, I wrote a note for my partner to get burn cream from the chemist. She came back with Anusol, and she thought I'd written bum cream. You need to get new batteries. It's not working, is it? It really isn't. And Leo says, my wife says she always enjoys sex on holiday. That wasn't a nice postcard to receive, was it? Da, 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 da. It's like, I'm still having sex at 65. Unfortunately, I'll live at 43. It's dreadful, isn't it? Your friend with hairy legs, did he have hooves and small horns? Are you sure he wasn't Pan the Devil? Pan. No, he was just particularly hairy. I'm hairy, Steve, from toe to shoulder, and then the hair decided to skip my head. Well, it's probably like being on a roller coaster, isn't it? I should imagine. And Fion says, "Re your producer's hairy legs. It sounds like he's wearing the bottom half of a gorilla costume." Just saying. Yeah, I mean, it's well, we shall find out in the summer when he wears his shorts. We shall find out just how hairy he is, because otherwise we will not know. You got pink socks on today. It's okay. Pink. Why have you got pink socks? I'll tell you who else used to wear pink socks. David Frost used to wear pink socks on the television. He would always, whereas I was always told, wear socks that blend in, with your trousers, so you don't see flesh or something like that. You're not supposed to see flesh. And pink socks and bright coloured socks. I know there's lots of them, but not for me, I'm afraid. I'm creature of habit. Just black. Just black. Same with everything, really. So Brooklyn Beckham's gone off to Coachella because he doesn't actually do a day's work, does he? He doesn't really do anything at all, and he's gone over there with his girlfriend, which is lovely. Also Cardi B and Selena. And so apparently Brooklyn Beckham is now celebrity. Unfortunately, not the brightest penny in the box. Also, Kate Moss and lover Nikolai von Bismarck are planning to wed. Which is good news, isn't it? Well, I suppose good news for them. And the drug firm bosses are probing Viagra sales amid fears the little blue pill is being used by blokes who don't need it. What's the point? If you don't need it, there's no point in taking Viagra. It's for people who need it. It's not for people who don't need it. That would just be ridiculous, isn't it? But apparently they think, wrongly, that the sex drug will make them last longer. Well, how much longer? I mean, anything longer than 3.5 minutes with a cigarette break and a shopping list is about as far as I'm going to manage. Anything more than that, no thank you very much indeed. So don't take it. It's a waste of money. Total waste of money. Nurse Anne is trying to have a Sunday line, and I'm worried about your callers, Burns. Please. Yes, I worry about everything, really. But, no, I've just Googled the Waitrose chocolate teapot. Found some on eBay, says Sarah. One's being sold for 40 quid. Oh, dear. Steve, fancy that. Nick Abbott having to slum it in his Aston Martin. Yes. I don't even know what he's got. I've seriously got no idea. No idea. I didn't even know what sort of car it was. I just know that it's sort of old, as he keeps telling us. It's 20 years old, which is amazing. Supermodel Naomi Campbell has dumped Leanne Payne, with pals claiming she's tired of him. It's a bit like We Are of You, Naomi, isn't it, really? I mean, he's sort of, I don't know. Listen, if people go out with people, who cares? Doesn't make any difference, does it? Please direct them to the NHS website if you've got burns. Hoping you plan to sunblock on your burn patch up, and for scarring bio oil. I don't go out in the sunshine. I seriously don't. I'm well covered. I don't even walk down the street in shorts on. Seriously, I'm that bad. I wouldn't do anything like that. John in Croydon says, what, no fish knife and fork? In the canteen of cutlery, I do have fish knives and forks, because I inherited my parents' Mappin and Webb canteen of cutlery. So it comes in a big wooden box, and it's all silver plate, King's pattern, and it's got all the knives and the forks and the fish knives and the big spoons and the little spoons and the ladles, and they had it as a wedding present years ago. So it's what I call an antiquue, and I love it, and occasionally I use it, not very often. Steve, your discussion about painting your home reminded me of my friend, a gynecologist, who decorated his hall through the letterbox. Okay, that's another one. I tell you, they're all out this morning, aren't they? I seem to get the ones who couldn't make it through onto Matt Stadland's programme. You know, sometimes they're as mad as fruitcakes, aren't they? And very average, says Matthew. The Bench Hall Centre for breakfast. It was very average. Very average. I'm not expecting fantastic service. It's just breakfast. You know, I can just about serve myself. Peter says, did your Scottish boy offer to rub a haggis on the Burns night? Yeah, get your coat. Get your coat and start the car. You've peaked. Okay. What else we got in the paper? So, a thug who stripped naked before attacking a train driver and a policeman was spared jail after a court was told he'd be too scared for prison. That's exactly the reason you put him in there. Is that the reason that they've not put him in there? How stupid. His probation officer, he's got a probation officer. He's 33. He told the court he was terrified of going to jail. Yeah, well, that's kind of what prison's there for. It's for people like you. Have I taken a break? No. Should I take one? And why not? 25 minutes past 6, so a burger restaurant in Soho, in London. It's called Dirty Harry's. Okay, there's a waitress. She's just won her claim that bosses discriminated against her because she's vegetarian. Okay, staff were offered a discounted cheeseburger and chips for £5, but not the veggie option. The waitress quit after bosses wouldn't allow her to switch her deal for a vegetarian halloumi burger and instead charged her £11.50 for it. But a tribunal ruled the unnamed worker had been indirectly discriminated against over her vegetarian beliefs. So Dirty Harry's in Soho had to pay her £2,000. Would have been cheaper for them to actually let her have a discount. I don't know why they couldn't give a discount on it. It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Drivers one, 190 veggie burgers. Exactly. You know, but what's the point of giving a discount on a cheeseburger and chips when she doesn't eat meat? She's a vegetarian. Stupid restaurant, honestly. Mind you, at least they paid for it. £2,000. £2,000. What's this? Cleaning, cheating? Apparently, 1 in 10 adults... That'll probably include me, I should imagine. Only change the top pillowcase instead of all the bedding when guests stay. No, you change the whole lot, don't you? Isn't that the idea? It's like, you know, if you think you're going to pull, you automatically change the bedding, don't you? Biggest cheap almost a third is spraying rooms with perfume. Wow. And according to this survey here, a fifth of us will not visit friends and family if their home is dirty. Hygiene expert Lisa Ackley said. Lisa Ackley. Lisa Ackley. She come round, she did. With a little time, target cleaning to things like that matter the most. Like the toilets. They do that when they do that 4 in a bed. They do the 4 in a bed thing and they go round the toilets and they look under the... Oh, dear me. Dreadful, isn't it? Dreadful. Katie Price is facing a court battle. Good Lord, you must be sort of just... Perhaps you should have a court outfit, dear, because you're spending so much time in them. She allegedly put sexual explicit pictures of him online. I thought she showed them in the studio. She sort of held them out. She's a bit thick. It's not her fault. I mean, she can't help it. And Gemma Collins complains she now has to have 8 bodyguards to protect her. She doesn't, of course. Otherwise, she'd have no money. As long as she pays the tax, we don't really care. Camilla Dallarup is in line to replace Darcy Bustle. No, she's not. It'll go to somebody, obviously. Also, the ordeal of the British mum held in Dubai over the horse insult. There's a picture of her, you know, looking a bit depressing. And... to be honest with you, she shouldn't have written it in the first place. So she's recalled that she's an idiot. And that's it. You know. Steve, says Albert, Brooklyn Beckham is not the brightest penny in the box, but I wonder where he gets that from. Yeah. And also, apparently, Peter says, can't wait for Nick Abbott to join the Aston Martin Owners Club. He'll have to wear bright red trousers. What, you think he doesn't? At the moment? No, he's well ahead of you in the bright red trousers. And I love it you have your late parents' items in your home, says Pat. I also have and value things from my parent. Yeah, I've got quite a few things. I've got quite a few things, actually. I refuse to get rid of stuff like that. Not when you've grown up with it. And it's all perfectly good furniture, which I've had now. And so my parent, they never paid any more than £100 for a piece of furniture. So, you know, my brother's got the bureau, the dining room table, and a side cabinet and lots of things. You know, we both sort of split it up. I took the sideboard. It's a big sideboard. And I've got, one, two, three. Oh, God, I've got chairs. I've got I've got all sorts of stuff. Never get rid of it. Never in a million years. The day I get rid of it will be the day that I shuffle off this mortal coil. Tony Slattery, who has bipolar, He says, you wake up and if you're alive, cool, go from there, if you can. And he was on the television all the time, good-looking boy, and he's now bipolar, and he's 59. He's an old-looking 59, a very old-looking 59. I mean, I'm older than he is, and I look better, but I'm not bipolar. And he was taking up to 10 grams of cocaine a day. I knew him when he was doing cocaine. He used to go on television and sweat. I mean, he could get himself back together. It was a £4,000 a week habit, which led to his crash in '96, after which he didn't leave his Thameside flat for 6 months. And he's talking about, you know, people that he knows within the business. And it's a shame, really, because he had it all going for him. I mean, like, he had everything going for him. Unfortunately, I fell foul of him. Not foul of him, that makes it bad. He was in a musical in the West End. I'll tell you the story, called Radio Times. And we used to have listener nights for certain theatre shows, and we went there, and we sold about 100 tickets, and so the LBC ordered, and then the idea is that afterwards you get a glass of wine and you get a chance to meet the cast. So we're all there in the bar at the end of the show, and Tony comes over and he's sort of done a few little chats and bits and pieces, and he said, what do you think of it? And I went, it's all right. Wrong thing to say. Wrong thing. His agent came over and said, what'd you say that to him for? I said, what? He said, you said it was all right. I said, well, it was. It was all right. He said, he's very upset. I thought, oh, God, a snowflake. Even before we knew what snowflakes were. But I learnt my lesson. Lie. Brilliant, darling. Fabulous. Never seen anything the like of it. Because he was good. He was good. He popped up on television. He was all sorts of things. And then it just all went downhill. And so he's talking about it now at the age of 59, because he's 60 coming up. LBC News Time. Off to work. Oh, lost it. Where's it gone to? Come back here. Off to work, he said, now I know what it's like to work 8 days a week like you. It does seem like 8 days a week, doesn't it? You just get used to it. Seriously, somebody said, you know, how do you sort of work your way around? I said, oh, it's easy. Don't want to make it too easy. Steve, you're a wonderful start to Palm Sunday. Looking forward to your producer's summertime leg reveal. Yes, we're all looking forward to that. And Jane says, I had a flutter on the Grand National, as my friend, a regular backer of the GG's, was. No wonder she's always broke. I got the winner, but as my other 2 horses weren't placed, I actually lost £1.80 of my stake, so I won't be taking it up regularly. I got 62 quid, because I got the 4th place, which is better than nothing, isn't it? But I'm not an avid gambler. You know, I do the lottery, and that's about it. But there again, that's the opportunity of trying to win, you know, a lot of money, millions and millions, as opposed to just £62, which doesn't sound very exciting at all, does it? I was quite thrilled with it. Why Harry and Meghan can't keep up with the Clooneys. Harry gets about 200,000 a year after tax. You'd never know, though. The lifestyle is amazing. He's living in a very expensive house, for which we've just paid £3 million to have it done up. Meghan's £10,000 a time designer outfits and £1 million jewellery collection have also been a drain on their fortunes. It's very interesting. They had a bloke on the telly. He's a comedian, and his name's Rob. That's all I remember, actually. I'm sorry. He's very well known. But it shows how old the programme was. They were doing one of those, you know, old round table, you know, comedians go there and then they do some bits and pieces. And he was talking about the time they started going out. And he said, she's nobody. She's just a little actress, not even in anything well known, which of course she wasn't. So he was quite right on that one. Also, this is Anton de Beck, Tony Beek, has revealed he wants to replace Dame Darcy Bustle. He's too creepy. He's too oily. That's why they don't put him on things like that. It's best that he just sort of dances and has done with it. And we just want somebody, Bonnie Langford, to be the ideal one. Really the ideal one, I think. She knows about dance. They were saying Cheryl Tweedy, but I can't really see Cheryl Tweedy as being able to do that. And a man here, a security manager. He battled for years to get his Ukrainian bride into the UK, as claims she repaid him by having him thrown in a police cell and stealing his cat. John Walker met Irina. He's 59, she's 37. On the internet, he spent £30,000 battling to get her into the UK with her son, who's now 11. The relationship soured and she accused him of domestic abuse, ending with him being thrown in a cell and interrogated. But anyway, Essex police took no further action after they investigated. But she's registered a charge against his home and feared she'd used him to get into the country. Well, it worked, didn't it? It worked. Now, to as foolish as people who sort of meet people on the internet, it's very difficult. Very difficult. And, the drugs kingpin wife planned his jailbreak. This is the FBI investigating claims that the ex-beauty queen wife of convicted drug cartel kingpin Joaquim El Chapo Guzman helped plan his 2015 tunnel escape. Well, of course she would. That's what they do, these people. They're part of those sort of sets, which works. EastEnders star Nitin Ganatra claims the soap is failing when it comes to diversity. He says, EastEnders is never diverse enough. I don't know if that will ever change. The problem comes when they're saying, we need an Asian family. It's always going to go wrong. I know, they shouldn't ever say that. They're just a family. Simple as that. There's a nudist family. Nothing to do with EastEnders. A nudist family who are advertising for an accepting tutor for their teenage son after the last one was uncomfortable and quit. They want the tutor to help their 18-year-old with his A-level studies. Whilst they are almost always in the nude around the house, their son is not a nudist. Of course not. He's 18. He's 18. And here we go. Britain's Got Talent. We prove dreams come true. Nats inspire children and cut crime, says the head teacher, Dave McPartland, who was a wonderful person. But to be honest with you, they were so very average. Every school's like that. They've all got choirs. And they're, and they're all good because they're children. They're children. We like children. Children singing. It's very pleasing. Wonderful thing to do. But they weren't stars. Steve, on yesterday's In Conversation, you were wondering about the name wheel tappers and shunters. Well, there used to be railways jobs. Wheel tappers tapped the metal wheels to check for damage, and shunters shunted rolling stock around. Good heavens above. Dallas says, couldn't the Waitrose staff member have checked the computer to see which stores had stock of the egg? Oh, they probably could have done, actually. They probably could have done. And Nick says, not heard about red trousers for ages. Used to be a website called Look at My Red Trousers. Don't recall what the F stood for. Because it was LAMFRT. It's amazing, isn't it? Honestly, I think things get funnier and funnier. So, Fit for Heroes, Duncan from Bannatyne, one of the Dragons. Free gym passes to PTSD veterans. I think about 300 he's giving out, which is fantastic. And then they've got, look who's in line to fill Darcy's dancing shoes. They're saying it's Camilla Dallarup. No, I think not, dear. I think not. I think they're very interesting. Susan Boyle returns to Britain's Got Talent stage. She's flogging an album which is run by Psycho. Andrea McLean reveals she collapsed from hypothermia during the Celebrity SAS Challenge. Oh, honestly, what a bunch of snowflakes. Seriously, is how these people make it through life, I'll never ever know. Never know. Also, furious leavers. Ministers fear Brexit is dead. I bet most of you wish it was, don't you, really? I can't believe we're still talking about it. I cannot believe. I thought people thought it was all going to be different, and no such thing at all, is it? No such thing at all. Front page of the Mail today. It's George and Charlotte's big day out. This is Prince George getting I don't know whose shoulders he's on, actually. But the jihadi bride, Shamima Begum, stitched suicide bombers into explosive vests. That's what spy chiefs have told Theresa May and Sajid Javid. We don't definitely don't want to hear. Thank you very much indeed. Stay where you are. Rot in hell, as they say. And here's the royal family going out, having a nice time. They went out with the Tyndalls, and everybody seems to be having, they all have a nice time. They seem to be doing things. Harry, meanwhile, not having a nice time, I don't think. Also, plane mutiny rapist back on the streets. This is the bloke, Yaqub Ahmed, who should have been deported to Somalia, released on bail 4 weeks ago, now living in the northwest as his legal team continue to fight his deportation. He is a convicted rapist. He's a paedophile, okay? And there were all the people on the plane. Do you remember? Oh, let him off, get him off the plane, all the rest of it. I'm thinking, yeah, well, what can we say? Stacey Dooley's boyfriend, she's waltzed off with Strictly Snake Kevin. Of course she has. She's desperate to be famous. This is her only little opportunity. She's been making these documentaries seen by not many people for ages, and it's not done anything for her. So the BBC have basically created somebody, and so now she ditched the boyfriend. They always do that. Like I should imagine Danny Dyer was told, ditch the pen salesman. You don't need him. You don't need to share anything with him, and consequently they split. But we always knew they were going to split. We actually predicted it on the programme, and of course it happened. And Samantha Morton. The BBC have been condemned for allowing actress Samantha Morton to deliver a string of left-wing rants on its flagship programme, The One Show. Tory MPs and historians are furious that the Minority Report star was unchallenged over her claim that British mothers are being forced into prostitution because of Victorian-style poverty caused by government policies. She was on the show to plug her Channel 4 drama, I Am Kirsty. She criticised all sorts of things. Who was on there? Peter Andre, who didn't challenge her at all. Didn't say what he probably didn't know. He probably switched off. What's the point of asking Peter Andre to comment on something like that? Do you think he even knows what the word diatribe is? Of course he doesn't. Of course he doesn't. So he didn't say a word. He just sort of sat there. So anyway, who cuts your hair? You know, it's like that kind of level of mentality. Really silly. Really, really silly. But there you go. Also, John Sopel, the BBC's North American editor, was under fire last night for giving a speech at an event promoting the world's biggest tobacco company. He's paid up to $240,000 a year by the corporation, delivered the address at the Philip Morris International Staff Conference in Miami. A bit disappointing, isn't it, really? A bit disappointing. As long as he didn't show any bias, though, I suppose he can do whatever he wants. He might have one of those sort of contracts. University Challenge, something Peter Hitchens talking about that. Also, here, that $1 million dress for Susan Boyle, pre-recorded. Performance. It's aired last night. A very emotional thing for me to do. She said, I went back to my dressing room and shed a tear or two. She's 58. She sang the same song she performed in 2009. And then he said, you've still got the magic, haven't you? Yeah, of course. It was pre-recorded. That's why. I mean, and she has got an album out. Why not bring back Arlene Phillips on Strictly, says Julie. Yes, I'd be happy with that. I'd be happy. I don't have a problem with that. Somebody says, you're not an avid gambler. I bet you are. No, not really. No. I don't put money into fruit machines. Haven't done for years and years and years. And I go in the betting shop once a year for the National, and that's it. It's the only time I go in there. What to drive? Is your car due its MOT soon? The only reason I tell you, the new rules. Okay, new rules. If you drive a white car, there's a chance of you failing the test. The highest failure rates, Vauxhall, Peugeot, Alfa Romeos, Rover, Renault. Lowest failure rates, Smart, Toyota and Jaguar, Lexus, Porsche, Mercedes-Benz. Lowest failure rate, Kingston upon Thames, 31%. Good news. Chelmsford, 29%. Southend, 28%. Romford, 26%. And Central London, 20%. And the highest failure rate is in Dundee, 48%. But there is a new MOT coming in, and it could basically take you off the road. Basically take you off the road. And I shall now tell you it's 6:45. To 7 is the time. The Dubai mum, she's in quite a few of the papers today. This is the one who called her love rival a horse, or something like that, and so she's talked about her hell over there. And I mean, it's just dreary, isn't it? I mean, if you don't make these mistakes, you don't get to go to prison. And so she said, I can't believe that woman was willing to put me in jail. Why not? Why not? She looked on it as a gross insult. Being apart from my daughter was brutal. It's completely broken. Oh, grow up, for God's sake, honestly. So it's small wonder, I tell you, there's people in prisons nowadays. You think to yourself, if you hadn't done it, you wouldn't be in prison. Okay, just, anyway, you're out, so don't worry about it. Nick West is named as the dullest man in the country. Why? He collects beer cans. Beer cans. 9,000 he's got, and that apparently makes him dull. Also proves probably he's a serious alcoholic. 9,000. Darcy's Strictly Back Dancing. The judge quit TV for a stage return with Mr. Lloyd Webber. I see no reason why not. She's very good. She's done 7 years on it. But I actually don't reckon that you need to have anybody on there at all. You've got 3 people there. Just leave with 3 people. Just spread them out a bit more. You don't need 4 people. Dreadful waste of money. Dreadful waste of money. Nobody contributes anything unless they are an expert. More on Tony Slattery and his struggle with bipolar. What else we got? So Paris Hilton. She was living her best life at Coachella this weekend. Again, she's fairly ancient now. She's pushing 40, but she still likes to think she's 18. Will Smith's son Jaden was there. Seems to have had enough of socialites and stood on car roofs, and dreary old Brooklyn Beckham. I mean, you know, who is he? He's a failed barista, failed photographer, failed... I can't go to school in New York because I miss my mummy and daddy. I miss the publicity, is what he's basically saying. Also, Fern Cotton. He says, I've just watched the last episode of Fleabag and cried and cried and cried. Still crying a bit. Well, there you go. That's it. I was watching the Celebrity Juice the other day. Oh, dear, honestly. Worst programme on television. It could not be any worse. It seriously couldn't. Also, the Tory councillor who peed outside the home of David Beckham's sister has been cleared by the police. And he says, I've been canvassing on a cold day and with a chill in my kidneys. I got an urgent need to pass water. I'd never dream of doing it in public. But there you go. And Lynn, older sister of David Beckham, said it was disgusting. I shouted, you weed on my property. He said, I apologise. And Essex Police said after investigation it's been determined no offences have been committing. What, so he did wee or he didn't wee? I thought weeing in public was an offence. Unless, of course, you're not seen by people, in which case I don't think it can be. I don't think so, I might be wrong. But, of course, that's the sister that David Beckham is not particularly close to. What else have we got here? I'm trying to find something. Very difficult to find. It's really difficult. I mean, the old stories of the 1999 pence cream. This is promises to tighten tummies and tone arms have failed to live up to their claims. Of course they are. They're rubbish. You might as well... Oh, you're back. So you're... it's a case now, it's no better than Pound Moisturiser. Simple as that. Not difficult. Also, Take That's Howard Donald. They're touring again, aren't they? Oh, you're back. Oh. Why are you back? I thought you were leaving. Oh, just a quick chat. Oh, right, okay. Are you staying till the end, or what? Always. I have to. You know, it's legally like that. What else? Do you know, it's such a dreary time in the paper. It really is unbelievably dreary. There's a witch in the... I love these stories. They never go well, I'm afraid. And this is a woman. Okay, she sells the couple the home next door and then terrorising them for 4 years. Gwendolyn Griffith, 82. She's a nasty little piece of work, this one. Had become known as the Witch in the Ditch after allegedly filling another neighbour's runoff tank with concrete a decade ago to dispute over a drainage channel. Anyway, she's been taken to court. She's a horrible piece of work. And she's been found guilty. She's been found guilty. Firing an air rifle and stuff like that. She's a nasty piece of work. Gwendolyn Griffith. Be careful, I think she might move into your area. People said she was the most unlikely neighbour from hell. They all thought she was a sweet old lady. Unfortunately, she's not. And unwavering in her conviction that everybody else is wrong, the judge ordered her to pay £87,000 damages and legal costs of at least £140,000. She says here she'd fired a couple of blanks down her drive to frighten the dog, and 5 blanks to get rid of herons, buzzards, crows, and the rest of the wildlife on my pond. You're a nasty old witch, aren't you, Gwendolyn Griffith? 82. I thought you were supposed to get better with age. That's the whole idea, isn't it? You get better, you mellow. Not her. She turns into something even worse, pictured, you know, get off my land, get out my pub kind of situation. Awful. Absolutely dreadful. Meghan ready to break with recent royal tradition. She's going to have a home birth, but she's not going to show you the baby. They'd already decided that one. They'd already decided that they weren't going to show you the baby. They'll do it a couple of days later. It doesn't make any difference. We're not going to die, are we, for goodness sake? What difference does it make? The answer is none at all. You know, if she wants to show you the baby, she'll show you the baby. If she doesn't want to show you the baby, don't show the baby. I'm not going to lose sleep. Eventually, we're going to get a picture of a baby. Well, that's about as good as it's going to get, I suppose. The Sunday Times, the best places to live. It's where you think you are, isn't it, really? I suppose given the choice, we'd all want to go and live in a little village in the Cotswolds. I think next week they're doing the Cotswolds in Country Life, and there's always some lovely house. You think, oh, I could live there, and you think, oh, no, wait a minute, it's full of tourists. Salisbury is the best place to live. Salisbury. Not, obviously, if you're into Novacek or anything like that. It's not a good place to go. But the Cathedral City scored highly in the 2019 Best Places to Live in Britain guide. So there you go. Business is returning after the attempt to kill Sergei Skripal, a former Russian spy, and his daughter, Yulia. But of course, the people who came over here were just taking picture of clock. Nice clock on church. Here, clock, we take picture for Russia and take home. Fantastic. But it isn't. My brother used to work in Salisbury. Joining the Hall of Fame, yes, it's Dame Helen Mirren, dressed for a transvestite ball in the Sky series, Catherine the Great. The costume is now on display at the South Bank. Wow. It's quite some costume, I have to tell you. Kind of thing that Elton John will be trying to get his hands on, but it'll have to be in a much bigger size, of course. More than 200 learner drivers accused their instructors of sexually inappropriate behaviour last year. Really? Good Lord. I had a lady teaching me to drive. And she had dual controls on the car. Always a bit of an embarrassment, as you know, because you think I'll just jump over the light. She pushes the brake and the thing blooming well stalls. Very annoying. The Observer, front page, revealed the return of Victorian slums. This is 1.4 million households. 30% are living in non-decent homes, 10% living in overcrowded properties. Corbyn told back a public vote or lose the Remainers. Oh, he's still around. Just when you think you're not sure if he's still around. And Business and Money's Stagecoach launches a legal attack on Grayling. BAT investors fury over £7.5 million golden parachute. I love the sound of that. And on the front of Sunday magazine, for the Sunday People, it's Stephen Mulhern, not always Mr. Nice Guy, and what boils his blood, being a fussy eater and why his celebrity pals love to taunt him.